Hi friends! Welcome back to my channel. This is Xoxo Tarot, and in today's Pick a Card reading, we are going to be looking at the life-changing healing that is in store for you. I am so excited to do this reading, and I figured I would just go ahead and quickly explain how it is going to work. This is a reading where it is absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one pile, because it is quite possible you could be healing multiple patterns in your life, and each pile is going to represent a specific pattern that you are in the process of healing. So what we're going to do is we're going to first use oracle cards to look at this pattern specifically, and that will be able to tell you whether it's your reading or not, because you'll know if that's something you're dealing with in your life. And I also want to mention, you don't have to be consciously doing this healing work. A lot of healing happens just as we naturally live our lives. So this reading is for everyone, whether you are consciously doing healing work or not. But after we look at the pattern and you know it's your reading, we're then going to use the tarot cards to look, one, at the progress you've already made, so we can give you a pat on the back for what you've already been doing to heal this. Then we're going to look at action to take moving forward in order to help this healing progress. We're also going to look at what the universe is doing on their end to help you with this healing process, because a lot of this happens too where it's not really in our control. It's kind of something that the universe assists us with. So we'll look at that, and then we'll see how healing this pattern is going to change your life and how it is going to improve your life. And then finally, we are going to look at a blessing you will receive as a result of doing this healing work and reaching this breakthrough. And we'll finish off with a guidance card from the Rumi Oracle. So I am so excited to do this reading today. So let's go ahead and look into the 4 different piles that we have to look at, to read from. So starting with pile 1, we have this pink amethyst, as well as the Tarot of Abyss deck. Is that correct? Tarot of the Abyss? Yes, Tarot of the Abyss. If not, I'll correct it. For pile 2, we have this Citrine stone, as well as the Prisma Visions Tarot deck. And then for pile 3, we have this Malachite stone, as well as the OK Tarot. And finally, for pile 4, we have this piece of Auralite, as well as the Synesthesia Tarot. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile or piles you feel most drawn to. It is absolutely okay, like I said, to be drawn to more than one. I really just want everyone to feel encouraged and feel good from this reading. So if something doesn't resonate or something doesn't sound right for you, it is likely not your reading. But I think this is going to be a great opportunity for us to celebrate the work that we already have been doing and see where you're headed and how this hard work is going to impact you positively in the future. So once you have picked your pile or piles, you can go ahead and scroll down to the description box or the comment section, where I will have all the timestamps listed below. And then once you have picked your pile or piles, I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the pink amethyst stone, as well as the Tarot of the Abyss deck, this is going to be your reading on the life-changing healing that is in store for you. So if you want a breakdown of the full reading, there is one in the intro that hopefully answers all your questions there. So we are just going to go ahead and start by looking at the healing pattern that you are currently undergoing. So if this part does not resonate, this is not your pile, but like I said, you could have multiple piles in this reading. So to start, we have the root chakra with abundance. We also have compassion. We have calling the storm. And we have denial. I acknowledge my fear, but I replace it with the insight of awareness. And finally, we have the solar plexus chakra with the theme of trust. And the trigger statement is, what if something happens? And the true statement is, I take my hands off the wheel. You are not alone. The universe is working with you. Relax and enjoy the adventure. I'm going to scoot these over before we look at our last one. And finally, we have Venus with the theme of love, beauty, harmony, romance, charm, receiving, sensuality, luxury, wealth, diplomacy, magnetism, value, pleasure, adornment, adoration, attraction, indulgence, taste, and style. So this is actually a really, really beautiful pattern. And I feel like this is definitely something that it's definitely going to be healed in waves, but I feel like the reason why this is coming up now as a significant pattern that you are successfully healing is because it's not going to be something that impacts you as severely in the future, and you're also developing the tools needed to be able to combat this whenever this pattern might start up again. I did quickly want to mention that with healing, sometimes things need to be re-healed, or sometimes we learn more lessons, and that's not a bad thing. It might feel like a bad thing, but this is actually all really good. So I don't know why I'm talking about this and hopefully not scaring you. So this pattern, I can definitely tell, is something where you know this about yourself, but you're way too hard on yourself. And I think a lot of people in this pile struggle with hyper-independence. I feel like starting with calling the storm, one illusion that you may carry is that your power comes entirely from within you. It is true that we do have power within us, but I think that you forget that you're also connected to everything else that there is. You're not just an island. I feel like you have this inherent belief, or even if you don't believe this, you may subconsciously be telling yourself this. I think you feel like you don't actually have the universe's support, or that you truly are on your own. And I'm not discounting the challenging experiences you could have had that led you to this point where you feel like you have to go at it alone and that you don't have support. But I feel like with this calling the storm, the universe is wanting you to understand that you're not meant to do everything alone. And I don't mean that this pattern is about asking for help. It's somewhat, that might be a component of it, but it's so much deeper than that. I feel like there is this subconscious belief within you where you feel like if you don't do it, then it's not significant, or that if you don't, well, no, let me word that better. It's like it's like in order to receive good things and receive blessings, you have to overwork yourself, push yourself to the brink, and only rely on yourself. It's like you can't accept the idea that maybe someone assisting you in certain goals, or just assisting you in making your life easier, is something that is allowed. I feel like you have this sense of pride where you feel like you have to go at it alone, and that's the way it's meant to be because of who you are as a person. And that's just not true. In fact, I think that depending on where you're at, remember this is a general reading, so I'm seeing a couple of different scenarios. For some of you, you could be reaching a place where you are comfortable in life, not like in all ways, but in the sense that you have enough to live by, or you are receiving more. Like maybe for some of you, you have had an abundance of blessings or an increase in blessings. Looking at this abundance card, abundance isn't just about money, but it is one facet of it. And I do feel like this healing theme is around abundance and compassion. I feel like if you are someone who is used to having to learn things the hard way, or having to fight for what you need, I feel like this healing pattern that's coming up is getting you to realize that you're at a point in your life where getting what you need and being supported by the universe does not have to be as hard as you are perceiving it, or as hard as you are thinking you have to. I feel like a lot of the reason why things might be more challenging is the fact that you may be unaware of how much you add extra unnecessary burdens to the challenges you're already going through. And by that, I mean, like, for example, if you're having a really difficult time, I feel like you're either the type of person to not tell anyone at all, or briefly mention it and push it off to the side and not want to talk about it. I feel like you're the type of person who is always there for everyone else, or always there to support others. But the idea of someone supporting you is something that's just either not okay with you emotionally, or something that you either subconsciously feel like you don't deserve, or feel like if you accept help or if you accept assistance and support from others, that you are not truly earning it, that you're not truly getting what you deserve. And I actually feel like subconsciously, whatever you have achieved and accomplished, I think you believe deep down you're not worthy of it. And I think that there is a survival fear within you that whatever you have accomplished, whatever you have accumulated, is going to be ripped out from underneath you. For others, you may be in a place where you're going through a challenging time, whether that be financially, whether that is in your family life, your friend life. It could just be a hectic and chaotic time where you're kind of in survival mode. And I feel like what the universe is saying towards that is that you don't have to go at this energy alone. But I feel like for a lot of you, you're either at the tail end of a challenging cycle, or the challenges that you are facing have already passed you, but you're still operating in the way you were when you were in the midst of those challenges. So an example of that would be, I'll just use myself as an example. When I was in school, I had a very chaotic way of taking care of myself that honestly should not be considered taking care of myself. I had this mindset of like, I just have to get through the end of the week. So I would push myself and like wouldn't get very much sleep, would consume things like energy drinks and just unhealthy things. And it was kind of like this panicked fight or flight mode every single week. And I never truly got a break, and I was not taking care of myself very well, but refused to ask anyone for help and refused to try to change the situation in any way. It was just how I operated. It was just how I did things. So after that period of my life, I realized I was still operating in that way unnecessarily, pushing myself too hard, not giving myself the necessary nutrients, not taking care of myself. And I feel like for you, a lot of the way that you're going about life and your challenges is that I think you feel like you have to prove yourself to the universe, and you don't. I think that you are under this impression of, if you're not constantly aware of where you're headed and what you're doing, if you're not constantly putting in effort, putting in work, then something horrible might happen. Like, I feel like you have this energy about you that where you may catastrophize without realizing it. And even if you are aware of it, it's like you can't help yourself but to keep doing that. You almost might have an addiction to imagining the worst possible outcome, or feeling like if you're not like 100% on all the time, every waking moment, you're doing something wrong and you're going to be punished for that. And that is definitely something like I think that this cycle of healing is bringing up. And I think you know that you're in a different place in life, and you might be connecting this pattern or this cycle of healing to experiences in your past, experiences in upbringing. And I think the biggest thing that the universe is trying to tell you about this cycle of healing is the fact that not only are you worthy and deserving of what you have gotten, you don't have to work as hard as you think you do. What I think that you are perceiving as working hard is really just you trying to control your future and control outcomes, because it's almost like if you let go of the wheel, or if you give yourself a day off, or if you take time to celebrate what you've accomplished, or take some of the abundance you've reaped to treat your friends or treat yourself or something like that, you might be feeling like, I'm wasting my money, or I'm doing something wrong, or I need to constantly be practical. I need to constantly be on my A game. And I think that what the universe is trying to get you to understand is that you are not the sole person that determines your outcome in life. And I feel like, not saying that that your personal power isn't useful. It definitely is. But I feel like you're so used to taking things on your own and doing things alone and doing things the hard way, the challenging way, even if there is an easier way, even if you could offload some of the pressure, some of the challenges by yourself. I feel like you have a resistance to that, either because you feel guilty asking for help, you feel too prideful to admit that you may need assistance, or you may just feel like you're inherently not worthy of the blessings the universe is trying to give you, and you may not trust the direction the universe is sending you in. If anything, I don't feel like things are getting harder for you. I just feel like you have had challenging and difficult experiences in the past that have shaped your behavior and shaped how you look at the world. And the universe is trying to help you heal that perspective, because at this point, it's hindering your ability to not only enjoy your present reality, but to also enjoy and receive more blessings from the universe. Because with this trust card, I definitely feel like you don't trust the trajectory that you're on, and you don't trust the universe's capabilities of bringing you what you need, giving you good things. I feel like even if the universe is bringing you good things, for example, you might be feeling like, I don't deserve it, or I'm just going to squander it, or I'm just going to mess this up. So a couple of examples of abundance, how abundance might be appearing in your life. For some of you, you could have a romantic partner, or you could have a romantic interest that maybe you're really interested in, or if you are in a commitment with them, you may be worried that they are just going to out and leave you one day, or that they're going to figure out that you're actually not that great, or they're going to figure out that you're actually, oh my God, I just heard the Antichrist. You're not the Antichrist. Calm down. I feel like your ego is running away a little bit with how horrible you think you actually are, and you're not. On the spectrum of horrible, you're actually not at all. And I think one reason why you may be thinking that way is part of this cycle has to do with self-esteem. And I definitely think that you have a bit of low self-esteem, and while you might have that pattern of waking up and thinking you're the best person in the world, even if you don't fully believe it, and then you're like, oh my God, I'm the biggest piece of shit. It's definitely this all or nothing cycle, and neither of it is true. And that lack of balance kind of just goes to show the fact that you're not being kind to yourself. And a lot of what this healing pattern is trying to show you is the fact that just because you may have been treated in unfair ways and unkind ways in the past doesn't mean that you need to replicate that treatment towards yourself. And it doesn't mean that every person or every experience that comes into your life is going to be similar to that. Oftentimes, the things, the lessons and the experiences that we have from our challenging moments definitely shape us, but we can also grow from them and recognize that those experiences taught us how to deal with situations like that. So if similar people or similar situations come into your life, not only will you be able to trust that you can recognize them much earlier, but you also know that you've been through this before, and you can prevent a similar situation happening by recognizing what you did previously that didn't work and changing your course instead. But I feel like genuinely you are anticipating the worst when nothing bad or horrible is coming your way. I feel like everyone, you might have slight challenges, oh, I really want to change my job, or I want to move, but I need to get a certain amount of money before then, or I have this person that I have feelings for and I don't feel like I deserve that, or I am afraid of having someone in my life. I feel like you're afraid of having a life where it's more than just you. It's almost like you're your own best friend and your own worst enemy, but I don't really think you're much of a friend to yourself. I feel like you're more of an enemy to yourself. And I think one pattern that is coming up to be healed is this idea that you are being punished for the person that you are, that you're being punished for the experiences that you've had. Because if anything, the universe is trying to make things lighter for you. The universe is trying to bring blessings in and help you become aware of the fact that the blessings you've already reaped, the abundance you already have, is not something that can be taken away from you. You are connected with all that is, and you're not on an island. You're not being judged by the universe. I feel like, if anything, you are your harshest judge. And I think that because your actions and choices / behavior fall in line with your past experiences, and they're not really in balance with the life that you currently have, I feel like you are reiterating this idea to yourself that you can't trust the universe because the rug might be pulled out from underneath you at any moment. You have to constantly be in this state of fight or flight. Honestly, if you've ever watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, I feel like you might relate to the character of Prince Zuko, because I feel like there's a stubbornness within you where you feel like you have to do things a certain way, or you have to get certain people's approval, or you have to struggle or suffer. Like, it's almost like, especially if you experienced a life growing up that was really challenging, or in your community there was a kind of standard of how people live, and maybe you are, growing beyond that, or wanting to live your life in a different way, or wanting to live a life that you once judged or once thought wasn't meant for you, you might be shaming yourself and almost pushing those blessings away because you're afraid of what other people think, or you feel like deep down you're not worth it, and that's not true. I really want to read this compassion card because I think it's the biggest and most important element of healing for you. And I feel like it will best explain kind of what this healing lesson is really about and how you can integrate it. So it says, love and compassion towards others starts with love and compassion towards self. Love and compassion is the sacred essence of all that is. It embraces us without condition or judgment and assists us to grow and evolve to higher states of conscious awareness. This card has come to you as a reminder that true compassion starts with you. Learn from your experiences, even the most challenging, and forgive yourself for the experiences that may have caused suffering. Carrying the weight of internal judgment only brings pain and suffering, but when you have compassion and love towards yourself, forgiveness expands towards others around you. Forgiving another can be the hardest test of all, especially when the hurt they have inflicted has cut deep and buried wounds and emotions, and the buried wounds and emotions resurface. It is natural to want to react with spite, bitterness, and rage. It's even more natural to want to put up walls of protection from further pain. But when the walls surround one's heart, they halt growth and the ability to manifest a reality of choice. Dear one, if you have found yourself in this predicament, know that this is your time to react differently. Choose forgiveness, compassion, and love. Don't close your heart and build walls. This does not serve you. It takes you further away from your truth. Choose love. It is through love that others will come to see themselves with more light. This does not mean you should stay in a situation where you're being mistreated or where boundaries have been crossed. You can move away from a situation that does not serve your highest good with love and compassion still in your heart. And the affirmation is, I am filled with thoughts of gratitude, compassion, forgiveness, and love. And I think the biggest thing is that considering this starts with self, when it comes to focusing on what you need to be doing, and I'm sure the tarot will reflect this, you need to be focused on being kinder to yourself, forgiving yourself for what you did in your past, no matter what that may be, because it's important to have the awareness that we're doing the best we can with the knowledge we have and the time that we're doing something. And all of our experiences are opportunities to learn and grow, no matter how much challenge or suffering may have come as a result. That doesn't mean that you invalidate the challenges that you've been through, but I feel like the universe is wanting to bless you so much and realize that the universe is not judging you, waiting for you to make a misstep and punish you severely and take away all that you've built and grown. If anything, the universe wants you to realize how you've always been inherently lovable and how your human experience is not the determining factor, or your human experience up until now is not the determining factor of what you deserve or what you're worth. In fact, I think that there are many blessings trying to manifest and you're not allowing them to come in because you don't trust them, whether it be a loving relationship or genuine friends that want to support you, a career that you feel very blessed by. Or maybe the fact is that you have been very successful and maybe you have a lot more than you once did and you don't know how to appreciate it. You feel like you still need more. You feel like you're not safe. I think ultimately this comes from a place of fear and a lack of trust within yourself, and a lack of trust within your life plan, the divine plan, and your ability to align with that. And with this compassion card, I feel like the biggest thing that you're trying to heal here is this ability to have it towards yourself and to forgive yourself for your past, because I almost feel like you are continuing to punish yourself for things that never deserved punishment in the first place. May have just been human things, or your perception kind of conflating the reality of the situation or past situations. And two, punishing yourself for things that either are unfair to you, or I almost feel like you're punishing yourself for a past version of yourself, and it's not allowing you to move forward and be present. I feel like all you want is to be able to enjoy life and for things to get easier, but you're not recognizing that in order for things to get easier, you have to go easy on yourself. You have to be kind to yourself and recognize that not only does the universe forgive you, but if you don't forgive yourself, it's going to be really hard for you to move forward. If you don't have compassion for your past self and recognize that they got you to where you are now, it's going to be really hard to be open to what is, because you're still living in the past and still operating from that perspective. That doesn't mean you beat yourself up. You might be hearing all of this and being like, I know this sounds like, why didn't I think of this? Or this is so simple. Why am I not just letting go? And I think it's the fact that you're afraid to let go of control of your own life. But the fact of the matter is that your control over your own life is an illusion anyway. A lot of life we just simply can't control. What we can control is how we respond to things, how we treat ourselves, and how we treat others. And when it comes to treating others, it's going to be hard to know what fair treatment is if you're not treating yourself fairly. And so with this denial card, I acknowledge my fear, but I replace it with the insight of awareness. I almost feel like any negative feelings that surface, or any realization of it is safe to let go, or it is safe to accept where I'm at, it's safe to be open, gets kind of pushed down by your survival fears, by your fears of letting go, by your need to control things. And that's not something to be ashamed of, but it's something to recognize that your need to control is actually stopping things from being easier for yourself. And so with this trust card, the universe is trying to get you to realize that you can take your hands off the wheel. You don't need to be in control of everything. In fact, the more you let go and receive and let things flow, the easier it will be for you to make decisions aligned with the person that you're becoming, and the easier it will be for you to realize that you don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders, because you're not in control of the world, or even a lot of aspects of your own life. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that in a positive way. You know how there are so many aspects of the universe that are serendipitous and that are kind of magical, and we don't understand why we might land in a place, but in hindsight, we see why. I feel like the universe is trying to do that for you, and it's almost like you're pushing it away, or believing that you will always be in a chaotic storm and you always need to be ready. I feel like you have this expectation almost of like that you are meant to be like constantly plotting and trying to understand where and how your life is supposed to play out. And the universe is saying that's not compassionate to yourself. It's not allowing you to be present. And because you can't be present, it's really hard to manifest the life that you're wanting to create. I feel like I need to read the abundance card as well, because there are a lot of misconceptions around abundance, and I feel like I'm kind of talking in circles, and it might just be helpful for me to explain it. You've pulled this card today as a reminder that abundance is available for you at all times. It is your natural state of being to resonate at this expansive vibration. The world and universe is a playground of abundant energy, which is available to you in each moment of each day. If you have been stuck in a conscious state of not being able to attract or manifest your heart's desires, know that the door of abundance is wide open and inviting you to step inside. You are a co-creator with the universe and can manifest abundance through anything you require at this time. If the bills have been piling up and there seems to be a lack of finances to go around, know that abundance is at hand. Abundance comes in many forms, not just money. Love, joy, gratitude, and healing are here for you now. Take a moment to tune into and feel and acknowledge the abundance in your life. Become aware of how you may be sabotaging or shutting yourself off to this powerful energy, and do what is required to allow this flow to occur once again. You may wish to ask your angels for help to clear any blockages, do a guided meditation, or even work with some powerful crystals like citrine or jade. You are deserving of this abundance in your life now and always. It is your natural birthright. Abundance is showering blessings upon you now and always. Be open and receive its light. And the affirmation is, I am the abundant flow of the divine. The wealth of the universe flows to me and through me now and always. And I think the biggest thing, part of where the control is coming in, is you're not being open to different solutions. Like, for example, an abundant solution, if you have a person that you are interested in romantically, or if you have a partner, they may have no idea the internal struggle that you're going through. So they may have no idea how to help you. And it may be the fact that you don't want help, but that's not compassionate towards yourself. It is unrealistic to expect yourself to be entirely separate from life. You are connected to everything. And one thing that the universe wants you to realize is that they want life to be more exciting and beautiful. With this love card, this healing cycle for you is about understanding the universe's love for you and understanding that you deserve to express that love towards yourself. That doesn't mean you'll wake up every day and automatically love yourself. Self-love and compassion towards self is a process, and it is so much more in our actions than it is in our words. Obviously, words are an important part of that. If you invalidate what you're going through, or invalidate your challenges, or are unwilling to be open to different solutions other than the ones that you have done in the past, it's going to be hard for the universe to help show you what next steps to take. A lot of your most abundant blessings will come outside of your comfort zone and come from a willingness to be open to experiences that make you uncomfortable or that make you afraid, like being in a romantic relationship with someone, or taking on a career path that you haven't done before, or making a move that you are afraid of, or if anything, maybe nothing in your outer life changing, but you just realizing that you are making life so much harder for yourself than it needs to be. And rather than beating yourself up more for that, having compassion for the experiences you had in your past and how they shaped you, and recognize that those were the coping mechanisms and behavioral patterns you developed in order to keep yourself safe, but those conditions don't exist in your present. And because you're operating from those past conditions, it's a lot harder for you to trust life and trust what is flowing to you and trust the abundant flow of life and trust where life is taking you, because you are unwilling to be open to new ways of being and the blessings that might be trying to come to you. And so I feel like this healing cycle is literally, this pattern is all about you learning to let go of control and trust that whatever challenges you do face, you'll not only be able to handle them, but you'll have the support needed to work through them if it's not something based on your ability to act alone. I feel like this is a lot more about letting go and slowing down and allowing yourself to recognize where your fear has been holding you back to being open to life and being open to blessings. I feel like for some of you, there could be a romantic relationship you're already in, or could be entering, or could be manifesting right now, especially if that's something that you want, that you might actively be pushing away because you deep down believe that you're unlovable, or deep down believe that everything is meant to leave you. And that's just not true. I think you're in denial of the fact that you're actually a much more incredible person than you thought you were, and you're much more deserving of love and of compassion and of forgiveness than you may have been grown up to believe, or you may have been taught. That's just not the case. You are healing this so that you can be more open and life can flow easier, so that life will get easier, and you'll realize you don't have to prove your worth. You're already worthy, and the people that are truly meant to be in your life, the experiences that you're meant to have, will reflect that the more you accept that and are open to where life is guiding you. So if that sounds like the healing pattern that you have been trying to work through, or maybe you're realizing that's what it is, but you haven't really known, I feel like the biggest thing that you've just been wanting to know is, when are things going to get easier? And it starts when you are easier on yourself. So in terms of the tarot, we are going to give these cards a good shuffle. And I'm going to start by looking at the progress you've already made, because we need to give credit to you for what you've already done and for how you've already healed this, maybe without even realizing. Know that a lot of healing happens at a subconscious level. It's not necessarily that conscious, but even if we tell ourselves we love ourselves or that we are abundant, if we don't truly believe it, our subconscious is going to pick up on that. So, Spirit, what has pile 1 been doing already to heal this pattern? What can we give them credit for and give them encouragement about to show them that they've already been doing the healing? I love this. This is the Magician. So what you need to give yourself credit for is the fact that you do have immense reserves of internal power. And I actually love this Magician card because most Magician cards show a sword, a pentacle, a chalice or a cup, and a wand, representing all 4 elements. But like the Avatar, you have all 4 elements within you. You know, your sword is your thinking skills, your emotions are your cup, your pentacles are your sense of groundedness, your ability to be in your own body, your ability to be present with yourself and to take action in your material world. And wands are your inner fire, your passion and desire for a better life, your passion and desire to live a life that you're actually happy with and that you love. And I think the one thing that you need to know is that happens in the present, but you've been doing an excellent job of pushing through the challenges that you've had. Like, you have an incredible amount of resilience, and I almost want to say that's not a compliment, because and I think I actually mentioned this in a reading once, and I can't remember what it is, but that resilience almost makes it hard for you to let go at times and trust your ability to handle life as it comes your way and to trust the blessings you are receiving. With the Magician card, the manifestations and the things that you're trying to bring towards you are already either here or coming your way. You may just not be recognizing that, or you may be pushing it away, believing that you're not ready for these blessings or that you're not worthy of these blessings. It's that idea of like, well, I can't lose something if I don't allow myself to have it, or I can't get my heart broken if I don't open it. At that point, you're just living as a shell of yourself. And I think you know that. And I think your soul just greatly wants to appreciate and enjoy life as it is, but also feel like you can actually... I feel like your soul just wants to be able to enjoy your life more. And I feel like you're still living in the past and beating yourself up for your past, and that's what's stopping you. But the healing that you've been doing, whether consciously or not, this process that you've been going through is showing you how capable you are of not only bringing the blessings that you want and finding easier, more flowing solutions to issues you may be having, but also you have the power to have great abundance in your life. And that's not just in money, that's in, the examples that we're looking at: love, opportunities, experiences. You are someone who is very well versed, and you are also someone, you could have Mercury energy, so Gemini or Virgo energy, but also with Venus, Libra, or Taurus. And I feel like what the universe wants to give you credit for is that you've been doing an excellent job at still being successful despite how hard you are on yourself and despite, how much you may deny yourself. I feel like this is the universe saying you are more than capable of letting go of this control, because you're not meant to be the god of your own life. You are meant to co-create. That's what that, I can't remember which booklet it said, but co-creation is the process of working with the universe to manifest the desires aligned with your heart, to help you make a life that you love. And the universe is wanting you to do that, but you can't accept it if you don't have compassion. So I feel like what you deserve credit for is the fact that you have incredible internal reserves, and you are an incredibly insightful and powerful person, whether you give yourself acknowledgement of that or not. You have an incredible ability to do things on your own. But what the universe is trying to get you to realize is that even if your desire to succeed or your desire to accomplish things is something you can do on your own, it doesn't mean you should, because there is an easier way. And so I feel like what the universe is trying to get you to see is that a lot of the internal work, a lot of the like, I don't think you have an issue with discipline or an issue with pushing yourself or forcing yourself. If anything, I think a lot of what you have done from your past experiences is learn how to be a very skillful and powerful person in the world and respond to things and handle challenges in life with a lot of grace and with a lot of skill. You've developed a lot of skill. You have grown and evolved so much. And I feel like the universe is trying to get you to realize that you have so much power within you, and the negative things you tell yourself and the negative beliefs you have do slow you down from getting what you want, because there's a lot of power in what you think and believe. And so you've already healed so much. It's time to let go of the shit colored glasses and see how truly amazing you are. I feel like the healing that you've done has just made you this incredible being, and now it's time for you to realize that you can continue to succeed without doing everything the hard way. So I do want to see, which I'm going to be interested to see what comes out here, but what action you can take moving forward to help this healing cycle. The Five of Wands. Yeah, stop fighting the universe. I feel like that's literally what it is. Let go and trust. I feel like one thing that you may struggle with is that you may have people in your life that and I feel like they're either like family members or like really old friends that grew up in similar conditions as you and have similar beliefs as you. And I feel like as you've been shifting and changing, I think that you've like slowly been shown, okay, there are beautiful things coming for me, but what if I can't accept them? Or what if I mess them up? Or what if I lose them? And the universe is saying you can't mess this up. But one thing that you may need to realize is that you can't take the guidance that you've always had with you that clearly isn't working to heart. I feel like the universe is saying to stop fighting what's happening and just be open to receiving. Stop fighting the good things that want to come your way. If there's any action you need to take, it's being willing to let go of this idea that you're gonna be in a forever storm. You know, after a storm, there is always sunshine. And I think if anything, you might be doubting this progress and growth you've had because maybe people from your past are like, yeah, right, like, I know you can't do that, or you're not that type of person. And the thing is that we know ourselves better than anyone. And more than anything, I think you've been awakening to the fact that you are so much more incredible than you give yourself credit for. You have so much more power within you than you realize, and that you have so much more skill and so much more. You're just so much more than you think you are. And the conditions that and beliefs that people placed upon you, the roles, like, you are not your roles. You are not the past person that you were. And people holding you to that past version of yourselves are just not being open to the person that you're becoming. And just because they can't see it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. If anything, you need to give yourself more credit for how, like, your ability to grow and your multidimensionality. Just because other people can't see that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But I feel like if you are getting guidance from people in your past, or people in your past are speaking down to you and telling you that you're not this type of person, like, for example, if you are in a relationship or you are seeing someone or interested in someone romantically, people might be saying you're not a relationship person, like, especially if you've lived a very non-committal life, you know, you might be reinforcing that and telling yourself, oh yeah, I'm not, even though it doesn't feel right in your heart. It might be actually reinforcing your fears that you can't trust yourself to try something new, that you can't trust yourself to be in something a bit different. Or if someone's saying you can't start your own business, you've been a teacher your whole life. Like, yeah, and you've only seen me as that. You don't know what I can do. You don't know my ability. I feel like if anything, the action you need to take is to let go of other people's approval and other people's validation, because you're either not going to get it, or the advice or validation that you're looking for is just going to take you further away from your path. And it may not be something that is intentionally nefarious, though I do want to say I do feel like there are people in your space that may be a bit envious of the growth that you've been having and of the life that you're reaping. They may feel like you're leaving them behind, and as a result, they may be trying to slow you down or keep you still in this past state of mind that you've been in. And I feel like the universe is saying you don't have to you don't have to like push this person out of your life if you don't want to, but it may be helpful to set boundaries, or at the very least, not listen to what they're telling you. You can trust your own soul guidance, not your mental guidance, not your fearful guidance, your intuitive guidance. So I say this thing a lot, anxiety screams, intuition whispers. And so if you're getting guidance and it doesn't feel peaceful, it doesn't make you feel lighter, it doesn't make you feel more encouraged, it doesn't make you feel like you can do what you feel like you need to be headed towards, then that's not guidance for you. Guidance will, oh wait, did I say that right? Okay, let me just rephrase that because I don't know if I said that properly. Proper guidance will make you feel peaceful, will make you feel confident, will make you feel, well, even if you're not confident in yourself, it'll feel right. It'll bring a sense of peace in your heart, and it will feel like, even if it's a stretch for you, it's something that you can do and accomplish, even if you don't quite understand it yet. Guidance that is not for you is something that stirs fear in your heart, because there's a difference between discomfort and fear. And also, guidance that makes you feel smaller, guidance that makes you feel like a version of yourself you don't identify with anymore, guidance that makes you feel like your intuitive feelings and your heart and your soul are wrong. Guidance that goes against your heart and soul's nature of being is not true guidance. True guidance will always try to lift you up and try to help move you in the right direction and help you feel confident in the direction you're going, even if there might be things asked of you that are uncomfortable or a stretch. But you know deep down that you can do it, you can face it, you just may be scared to try something new. But in terms of action as well, I feel like just stop fighting the universe, stop fighting the flow of things, and stop fighting your desires. Stop fighting the good things coming your way, and stop giving credit to the people and to the sources that make you feel less than, that make you feel like a version of yourself you've already outgrown. So I want to see now what the universe is doing on their end to bring you blessings. Oh, wait, no. That's a different question. We're looking at, well, maybe the universe is bringing you blessings and that's what the universe wants you to know. So I guess we'll see. But the true question I meant to ask is what the universe is doing to help you heal this pattern. So let's see that. What is the universe doing on their end? Oh my God, yes, Ace of Cups. So this Ace of Cups, like, first of all, the universe is flowing with opportunities. And the interesting thing is that in this specific Ace of Cups, it mentions the solar plexus, which is one element that you want to be healing. I actually think your lower three chakras are where you want to focus, specifically on your root chakra and your solar plexus chakra. Your solar plexus chakra is where your self-esteem is, where your power of will is, where your ability to be true to yourself, where your ability to separate your ego from your true self is, and your ability to trust in where you're going and to trust your ability to handle life as it comes and be open to life. Whereas your root chakra is based in like family, the material world, behavior, things like that. But anyway, we were talking about the solar plexus. So with this Ace of Cups, the universe is bringing you opportunities left and right. And for some of you, there are opportunities. Like, I feel like for some of you, there may be like a career opportunity or a romantic, like for a lot of you, I feel like there may be someone that you're interested in romantically that maybe has expressed interest in you, but you may be pushing them away out of fear that you're not deserving of that. Or this could be maybe you're already in a relationship, like I said, and you're pushing them away or feeling like deep down like you're just going to ruin everything. I feel like the universe is saying we are never going to stop giving you opportunities to see how much we love you and how much we want you to experience life in positive ways, to experience the love the universe has for you, to experience beautiful things. The Ace of Cups is all about emotional opportunities. And I think that's the one place where you struggle the most in terms of healing this pattern. I feel like you don't acknowledge the fact that fear is also an emotion and that love is not just about romance. Love is the most powerful energy in the universe, and it's something that you not only deserve to feel towards yourself and towards your life, but it's something that you are allowed to receive from others. And the more you recognize what love truly is, what compassionate love is, unconditional love is, and I don't mean unconditional love to the detriment of yourself, unconditional love towards self, and the universe is unconditional love for you, the more you'll realize the universe is always conspiring in your favor, and the universe is always trying to bring you beautiful blessings and keep you in the flow with abundance. And I feel like if anything, the universe is just trying to help you through opportunities and through other people, whether they be friends, romantic interests, coworkers, experiences, opportunities, jobs, new ways of living, new ways of being, that you don't have to live your life in ways that are perpetually keeping you in a state of suffering, especially as an adult. Like, I feel like the universe is trying to show you how much they love you, and they're always going to keep pushing forward opportunities for emotional excitement, for growth, for blessings, for this abundance, like the abundance in all ways. Like, the universe is just going to continue giving you opportunities and continue bringing things meant for you your way. You cannot, and here's the thing, if you're like, well, what if I've already missed opportunities, or what if something I rejected or something I didn't want in the past doesn't want me anymore? Well, then you're not aligned with that anymore. And listen, what is truly meant for you, you will never miss. Even if it has to come around 5, 6, 7, 8 times, what is meant for you will always come to you. And you're already receiving and already in alignment with what is truly meant for you. It's just about recognizing that it's not about doing, it's about being. And it's about allowing life to flow and recognizing that you're inherently worthy of beautiful things. You're inherently worthy of a life that you love, and a life that shows and reflects the love that you not only have for yourself, but shows you, just how valuable you are within your surroundings, that you're not meant to be on an island of survival and starvation. Like, you're meant to be in the flow with all that is, and recognize that the universe loves you so much, and your behavior or your judgment of yourself is not how the universe sees you. The universe is trying to liberate you from the idea that you should live life as an emotionless zombie, or as someone that is just constantly pushing life away in order to stay inside the walls you've built for yourself. So the universe is saying, we're just going to keep bringing blessings your way. We're just going to keep bringing good opportunities your way. It's up to you to take them. You can fight them all you want, but we're just going to keep trying. We're just going to keep loving you whether you like it or not. And it's really up to you at this point. I feel like for you, it's all about recognizing, letting go of feeling like you know the way forward, and instead being open to, okay, universe, what am I not seeing that's right in front of me that already shows my abundance? What do I need to be open to, or what do I need to be aware of? I feel like deep down you already know a lot of these things. So it's just you being willing to be open to it, and stop denying what you're feeling, stop denying the good things coming your way, and stop denying the fact that you are worthy of these blessings. So now we're going to see how your life will change as a result of healing this. Oh my God. Okay. This is actually amazing. So I know a lot of people don't like the Tower, but the Tower is not a bad card. There's no such thing as a bad card. What I really think this is your life is changing in the best possible way, because you know what happens after the Tower? We get the Star, which is hope, healing, blessings, and a good future. And so I feel like the universe is saying you are hanging on to the remnants of a life that doesn't serve you anymore. And as a result, it makes it more jarring when the universe is trying to shake you out of what doesn't work anymore. I feel like what's so interesting is it's almost like the way your life is already changing, or it's already changed a lot in good ways, or it's changing in positive ways. You're just refusing to accept it and surrender to the fact that you're allowed for things to get easier. You're allowed to accept these blessings. So with this Hanged One and with the Tower here, I feel like the universe is saying your life is already changing, and we're shaking you off this branch as hard as we can, because you refuse to let go of what's not serving you anymore. You refuse to let go of this way of living that isn't uplifting you and supporting you. And so the life-changing healing is one, accepting the change and recognizing that life is constantly changing. The only thing that stays constant in life is the fact that it's changing. And if we hold on to a past fragment of our life, especially one that didn't bring us happiness or didn't bring us blessings, didn't bring us abundance, that made us feel bad about ourselves, why are you holding on to that? It's like being refused a feast because you want to stick to the moldy fruit you've been holding on to for a while. It's like, oh my God, I'm thinking of that Courage the Cowardly Dog episode where they get that slab from King Ramses, and I can't remember what the old man's name is, but he says it's worthless, and then he sees on TV it's worth like $1 million, and then the ghost is coming back, and the ghost of King Ramses is like, return the slab, and he's like, what's your offer? And he's like, I'm gonna put 3 plagues on you, return the slab. And it's like, no, the point of that is like, is it Stu? I don't know, I can't remember, but he's making life really hard for Courage and his wife because he refuses to let go of something that doesn't belong to him in the first place, and what he and so he's getting what he might see as punishments, but it's literally like King Ramses being like, return the slab, and he's like, what's your offer? Like, you almost like, you might feel like you need the universe to tell you exactly what's coming, and the universe is saying, we don't work that way, you just got to trust us. If we had, like, life wouldn't be worth living if you were just told how to do it. It's like, you know how you cheat in a video game and put all the cheat codes and then it's like not as fun after that? You're like, oh, now what? It's kind of like the challenge is part of the fun part, but I feel like what the universe is trying to get you to realize, your challenge now is being open to the blessings and surrendering. So when your life changes in this way, you will be able to see, one, the blessings in how your life has already been shifting, but two, you're going to look at life in a completely different way, and one that brings you less stress and helps you trust life more. It helps you be kinder to yourself. The Hanged One is Pisces energy. So it's that recognition of the fact that you have gained wisdom from your past experiences, but also things are just getting better from here, and that you can be kind to yourself, and that you don't have to be in control, that the universe, that different perspectives are sometimes necessary and important in order to get where we need to go. And you're deserving and worthy of all of them. Really, what's changing is you're going to stop judging yourself so harshly and believing that the universe is conspiring at every step to rip the rug out from underneath you or trip you or take away what you've been giving. The universe needs you to know how much it loves you. And the way that your life will change is that you're going to stop trying to control how life shifts and instead recognize that everything's happening in your highest good. And the more that you flow with it, and the more you appreciate your present, appreciate the blessings that you do have, and stay open to the good things coming your way, the easier your manifestations will come. The easier it will be for you to accept the blessings that come, and you won't be pushing them away or self-sabotaging. You'll recognize that the changes that happen for you are for your highest good, because tower moments don't happen when they're built on solid foundations truly meant for you. Tower moments happen when you're holding on to a way of being, or you're on a shaky foundation that can't weather a storm. A solid tower built on solid foundations is going to weather through any storm. And so I feel like you've already been in this process of developing solid foundations, and you have that now, but you still feel like the universe is going to come and shake you from it. And so this life-changing realization is the perspective that you're actually so loved, and there's so many beautiful blessings coming your way. It doesn't mean you won't have challenges. It doesn't mean that things won't be difficult sometimes, but what comes from it is the recognition and the realization that there will be highs and lows in life. It's important to be present and recognize when the highs are happening so we can appreciate them. Recognize when the lows are happening so that we can be aware of that and know that a new high is always coming. The sun is always coming out. And not only that, but you have the tools and the skills and the capabilities of working with life as it comes towards you. And not only that, but the universe will help bring you the exact resources you need, the people that you need in order to get through these times and thrive and have experiences beyond your imagining. The life changes are already happening. It's just up to you being open to them. So finally, I want to look at a blessing coming as a result of integrating this healing. And we have the Ten of Swords, which is just absolutely beautiful. So this is one, wisdom, but closing out a cycle of mental pain. Closing out this cycle of being mean to yourself. Closing out this cycle of fear-based thinking, of believing that you are the worst, that you are not deserving of good things. Closing out this painful chapter in your life and realizing that you may have been perpetuating it further than it needed to be because you haven't realized just how incredible you are and just how much the universe is conspiring for your growth, for your happiness, for your success. And so I think the blessing is the closing out of a final cycle of looking at life this way and realizing, surrendering to how life actually is, and the fact that there are a lot more positives than maybe you're looking at, and that you're actually connected to the universe. The universe knows you more intimately than you know yourself, and it's always conspiring to bring you what you need, and it's always conspiring to bring you blessings, and that it always has your best interests at heart. It's like, instead of trying to control the weather, in the words of Michael Kelso, well, damn, Jackie, I can't control the weather, and you can't either, but you can bring a jacket, right? And also recognize that you don't have to weather storms alone, and that any storms you do have will be much easily weathered on a solid foundation and with the support of the people around you, and the recognition that storms don't last forever, and that the sun always comes out. And I think the sun has been trying to shine on you for a long time. It's just the universe is kind of waiting for you to surrender to that and let go of what isn't serving you anymore, so you can really truly close out this cycle and start trusting in the beautiful, beautiful life that you have already in front of you and that is going to continue to unfold for you. So I am going to go ahead and finish this reading off with a guidance card from the Rumi Oracle. I think one guidance sign you have is to pay attention to rumination. Yeah, don't ruminate. But anyway, Rumi, what guidance do you have for pile 1 when it comes to this healing? What do you want to leave them off with? Okay, well, you guys get 2, and that's fine, because I don't even know how long I've been filming, but I guess there's 2 messages. So we have the blessing of Al-Hakim, and we have divine discontent. So I'm feeling called to read divine discontent first and blessing of Al-Hakim second. So we need to find number 12. Winter falls upon us, so spring can bring new growth. Cry the tears, allow the longing, sadness brings surrender and a deep desire to be free. I know your heart, I hear it. Actually, let me move these out of the way so you guys can actually see it while I read. I hear it breaking and groaning in the darkest night when you imagine yourself to be silently cast adrift in sleep. It speaks to me, that sacred heart of yours, whispering its longing and bemoaning its divine discontent. It knows when something is amiss. It senses that something is not quite right as yet. There is a piece of the puzzle missing, even in its tremendous gratitude for all that is, and there is much gratitude and sweet appreciation in that precious heart of yours. There is a murmuring, a questing. It cries out to heaven, vouchsafe me a blessing. I cannot go on. I am broken and in need of your tenderness for healing. I am empty and in need of filling, not with stuff and bits, but with the most precious nectar of divine fulfillment. Nothing else will satisfy me. Please, please restore me to wholeness. I can bear this missing piece, this broken disarray no longer. I listen and I cajole that wise heart of yours. I praise it for its honesty and longing, for the longing is an irresistible perfume to the beloved, attracting the only salve that will soothe the divine discontent of your truth-speaking heart, that of divine presence, absolute and unquestionable. There is a sense within you, perhaps quite obvious to your conscious mind, or perhaps only dimly registered as an unnameable underlying sense of anxiety, that something in your life is not quite right. It may be the sense, even amongst so much gratitude, of a yearning yet to be met, a longing yet to be filled and satisfied. So I do think, partially, not to interrupt this, that part of the change could be like a final shift in getting you to this, like, part of this may be realizing where the discontent is in your life, or recognizing that your discontent is not a personal problem entirely, but just a realization that you may be living a life not aligned with the person you're becoming. But anyway, this is the pain of the awakening heart. The heart that is capable of bliss and ecstatic reverence for the sheer beauty and wonder of creation. Yet, as the heart matures, there will be a process of deep, passionate longing that awakens for the divine. It is the impatience for the caress of the great lover, for the presence of the divine to come to you. Over time, that longing will grow from a mild inner sense of incompleteness, needing to become whole. Did I say that right? Over time, that longing will grow from a mild inner sense of incompleteness, needing... Oh my God, I can't read today. I'm so sorry. Needing to become whole. It will develop into a holy fever, a sacred rage, a stamping of dancing feet, a pounding of fists upon the altar, a longing so deep and distressing that one may well break into tears at the impossibility of bearing the pain of apparent separation for even a moment longer. Where is my beloved? Cries the awakening heart. I call for my beloved, and yet I am here, still waiting. I can stand this no longer. As devotion grows and passion for the divine intensifies, so too does this yearning, so much so that this may come to feel as though your heart is breaking for the divine, or perhaps you're not quite there yet. Your heart is attached to smaller gods, such as your status, your job, your lover, your body, looking a certain way, or being able to live your life in a particular way. These smaller gods are not necessarily an issue, yet you have drawn this oracle, and so it is guidance for you that the divine wants to draw you closer. Sometimes that means we will have the meager meal wrestled from our hands so that we may feast upon something far more delectable and grand. The divine is a fiercely possessive lover. If there is a face of another preventing you from longing for the divine embrace, and if you cannot see that it is the divine beloved within your lover that you are loving, well then something will be done by heaven. So make your relationships sacrosanct. Seek the divine in all things. When the power of lesser gods has you in its grip, acknowledge it, bear witness to it. Do not chastise, instead be truthful. Let your heart break and lie prostrate on the floor, hands clutching and head bowed, as though only your sadness and plight could stir the heart of the divine beloved into descent of succor and grace, saving you from a life far too bland for your exquisite Epicurean palate. Just don't misinterpret the pain and think that something really is wrong. If you are surrounded by status and money and cannot understand why you should mourn, it is even more important that you allow yourself to do so. Mourning is to be felt. Understanding is not so relevant. But if you must seek understanding, then know this, dear blazing angel. You are just waking from the deepest slumber, and with your awakening heart, you are realizing a truth. A part of you, deeper and wider, vaster and more instinctive, truthful and intelligent than your mind, is lonely for the divine embrace. This is right, this is sensible, this is sanity. It is the pain of the real noble pain of the heart that says, there is something more than this inadequacy, this settling for plastic instead of precious gemstones. That must end now. I cannot be fed by pixelated sunsets and animation upon my computer screen. I yearn to be blasted by so much radiance and beauty by the real thing that I can become stupefied. I must witness so much divine splendor that all I can utter is some incoherent grunt, my mind dissembled and my heart ignited by the presence of my beloved. I want to become a fumbling, ecstatic wreck in the presence of my beloved. And note that my beloved does not have to mean a person. It's just anything that you love, anything that lights your soul on fire. I want to allow this pain, this yearning, this divine discontent to guide me to my holy lover, so my life may never be the same again. And so it shall be. The discontent divine growing within you is the beginning, not the destiny. Its purpose is to lead you into your greatest connection yet with divinity. Do not resist it. Witness it. Do not dismiss it, trying to cover up its smell with rose petals. Let your rank discontent be the pathway to divinity. Did I talk about shit color glasses? See? I knew what I'm talking about. Look beyond what is, what has been prized and treasured, and is now found to be plated and not the precious gold it was once esteemed to be. Don't be scared, for you are my sidekick on this great holy adventure. I am here, you see, just around the corner. I have you in my sights, though you may not see me yet. I am holding a loaf of fresh bread, hot from the kitchen of the Creator, hoping to entice you with its wafting scent, tempting you to follow me towards something of far more substance. If you are still stuck on the pine-scented air freshener, imagining it is anything akin to the wild scent of the pine forest for real, then how can I tempt you? Let the stench be the stench, then the fragrance of God can be discerned, and together we can leave what is left behind once and for all, grabbing like hungry school children for the divine bread with sweet, fresh scent filling the air. So yeah, pile one, let's get this divine bread. But I'm going to show you the sacred honoring ritual. Oh wow, we've been talking for an hour. It felt long, but not long at the same time. Oh no, I hope you guys have been able to see the cards. I didn't mean to hold them down here. But here's the sacred honoring ritual for this one, if you would like to screenshot that. I feel like that would be really helpful in terms of just speaking your truth. So that's there, but we've got one more advice card to read, and I'm just gonna make sure you guys can, I'm gonna take these off just for 1 second so that you guys, I make sure that you guys can see all of the cards, and if you wanna screenshot that or anything like that. But that was Divine Discontent. Now let's read the blessing of Al-Hakim. So we got to go to 40. So 12 and 40 could be significant numbers, or 12 and 4. If you're like, why is there water damage to this book? Because I read these in the bathtub. No shame. The bathtub is my beloved, my divine beloved. Anyway, so this one says, Blessing of Al-Hakim. Sell your cleverness and buy bewilderment. Cleverness is opinion, bewilderment is vision. The gift of wisdom, the blessing of Al-Hakim, gurgles up from your heart. Her blessing is evolved by life, like the laughter of a babe, joyfully responding to the playful tickle of the mother's hand. Wisdom can make divine sense of anything, especially of that where logic is blinded. How I revere the blessing of Al-Hakim, of wisdom, for she is precious and welcome to me now and always, the dear friend who brings me such peace. A blessing of divine wisdom of Al-Hakim is being ministered to your soul, watched over by Rumi himself. This is soul medicine. It is a spiritual gift of healing, prophecy, and insight in the capacity to surrender any impatient claim for what you cannot yet have. As you receive this gift, this blessing, which happens at a soul level, your attitude to life becomes more curious, open, still, and receptive. You no longer have to drive the unfoldment of your desires into form. That card literally says hands off the wheel. You rest in assurance that your daily application and effort is enough, and so is your surrender. Mental anguish is soothed, and you are able to accept the unfathomable nature of divinity and its expression of itself as life. You become comfortable with the reality that is the price of being closer to the divine. Being closer to the divine is giving up of your need to always understand. From this place of increasing stillness, great activity will flow. You shall become capable of being the surrendered vessel to the guiding divine hand, and truly great contributions to the human soul evolving can occur through you. So much will simply emerge, erupt, pulsate, and emanate out of you, and yet you will feel within as though you are doing nothing at all, even whilst so much is happening through you. Such holy paradox shall become your daily experience. You may feel, unexpectedly perhaps, that in some ways your vision for your life and purpose, your divine passion, is clearer than ever before, and in other ways completely unknown to you. A discovery yet to be made. That is as it should be. Wisdom bestows upon us the sane capacity to work with the opportunities that are right before us, to release situations and circumstances that have passed, and to allow the future to take its shape according to the ineffable timing of life itself. This oracle comes with special guidance for you. If you are uncertain about an issue in your life, be at peace. There is divine healing that can occur most readily in the unknowing. Follow the sacred honoring ritual and know that all is well indeed, beloved soul. Perhaps you are journeying very deep indeed, and your allegiance to your intellectual mind is softening in favor of allegiance to your heart knowing. You may find yourself craving different company with different interests, or finding the world of opinions and debate rather less to your liking, and the worlds of creative expression more nurturing and nourishing to your essence. If this is the case, this oracle comes as confirmation to trust in the changes you feel within, in any and all ways, no matter how insignificant or dramatic they may seem. Know that they are seedlings of a new way that shall grow from one step into an entirely new and more sacred orientation in your life. You will not necessarily have any idea how that will happen or what it will look like. This matters not. The acorn becomes the oak because that is its innate destiny. It happens without any active participation apart from the willingness to grow through life. So it is with the precious blooming now happening within your soul. To know less can bring the greatest gift and the blessing of all, to be able to love and therefore to live more freely. This oracle also comes with special guidance to bring you peace. Look to the old ways, to the ancient wisdom teachings that run as one vein of life, giving love through all traditions. The old wisdoms teach of cycles, timing, of letting go to allow new life to happen, and of the greater intelligence and scheme of life to which we must surrender if we are ever to know even a moment's peace. The fire in your belly is a beautiful aspect of you. Just let it be the breath that swirls around and through the heart that ignites it, not the passing huffing and puffing of the impatient mind. For when the fire in the belly is fanned by the breath of the heart, you shall have peace and dynamic movement, restful stillness, and soul-inspired action all at once. You shall become one with the living holy paradox, and the healing power of your love shall know no bounds. So I'm going to show you guys the sacred honoring ritual if you want to say that out loud. I would honestly recommend doing it. Oh, is that it? Yeah, I would really honestly recommend doing these, like, especially considering we talked about how powerful your voice is. Saying those, I think, could actually be really helpful, and maybe even saying them multiple times, like for a couple days or like a week or a month, just until you really start to integrate and understand them. But pile 1, that is where I'm going to leave your reading. I want to give a big thanks to everyone who leaves a like because you enjoyed it, or also lets my ads play in the background while you do something else, or maybe integrate what I'm channeling. Those are 2 of the simplest and easiest ways to support me and my channel, and I'm so grateful. If you want to show gratitude and appreciation towards me, that is an excellent way to do it. But other ways to do that, you can also comment down below, let me know how it resonates, subscribe if you haven't already, and click that little notification bell to be part of my notification squad. I most often respond to people when I first upload, so if you want me to see your comment or see you, I would have those bad boys on. And also, if you are subscribed, make sure you're still subscribed, because sometimes YouTube unsubscribes people. But you can also support me in other ways by checking out another video with an extended, by checking out my social media link down below, as well as checking out my merch. But that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for watching. I really hope this video helped. I would love to hear how it did. I am wishing you all the best on your journey, and I cannot wait for you to experience the blessings waiting in the wings for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose this citrine point, little pointer this way, and the Prisma Visions Tarot, this is going to be your reading on the life-changing healing that is in store for you. It is imminent. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. I did quickly want to mention that if this reading does resonate and you're enjoying it, please like it. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to help me and support me and let me know what you're enjoying. So thank you to everyone who likes it. But let's go ahead and start by looking at the pattern that you are experiencing now that is being healed and contributing to this life-changing healing. So to start, we have worlds within worlds, and we have the crown chakra with peace. I did also want to mention as well, this is the part, like, if you can't resonate with this part, then this pile is not yours. I would try a different pile. If you don't resonate with this being in your life, then this is not the pile for you, with peace and love. We also have the temple of my body and balance. I bring a state of perfect harmony into my world, and I do so without judgment. We also have the 12th house with surrender, subconscious mind, compassion, dreams, karma, forgiveness, baggage, trance states, the unseen, healing, spiritual development, guilt, prayer, and Akashic records. And finally, we have the sacral chakra with the theme being projection, and the trigger statement is my mind does not rest, and the true statement is I listen to my higher self. Look at each story that repeats itself in your mind as a stranger would. Ask yourself, is this true? So I really love this, and I really think the pattern that is coming up here is really kind of an overall shift that is not just affecting you on one level, but I do think the root of it is in your mind and your ability to control your mind, as well as how you view yourself. So I think that the core theme of this healing is peace. Both of these cards actually talk about peace, and this card specifically talks about the crown chakra. But I think the biggest pattern that has been recurring that is being healed is the fact that it may be much easier for you to look outside of yourself for guidance around healing, for answers, for joy, for opportunities, for respite. I feel like you may struggle with being alone with yourself. And I don't mean that in the sense of like you're not introverted or something like that. You can still be introverted, but not spend time with yourself. And I mean that by either, if you're not spending time with yourself, it's likely because you're distracted. So you could be distracting yourself by hanging out with other people, working all the time, or when you do have free time, you know, being on social media or watching TV or doing something where you don't have to be present with yourself. And we can be completely alone and still be ignoring ourselves through our phones or through whatever it is that we're doing that isn't an active connection with ourselves. And what I think is really beautiful here is that there is an integration happening where you are reaching a breaking point of this realization that the places that you're seeking comfort, or the places that you are going to kind of get relief from your mind, relief from yourself, are actually the direct causes. Well, not necessarily entirely the direct causes, but are part of the problem in the sense of they are perpetuating continual confusion and chaos around your internal state, in the sense that rather than trying to be with yourself, you continue to escape yourself. And I feel like that's less conscious than you realize. I almost feel like the way you perceive things might be from the perspective that the people outside of you know better than you, and that the world outside of you knows better than you. And that's not something to feel ashamed of, because we're pretty much conditioned from the time that we're born to believe that the people outside of us know better than we do, especially when we're children. You know, we're raised by adults, and we assume those adults know what they're talking about. We are put into schools, and we're conditioned and we learn how to use our minds for everything. We learn how to cite sources, how to find sources, and things of that nature. So there is a lot in terms of just how society operates, where you are conditioned to rely on things outside of you. And it's almost assumed that you can only find relief and only find peace outside of yourself. And oftentimes these internal desires for peace, or these desires for understanding, manifest themselves in ways where we're trying to solve the problem, but we're just going about the problem in not the right ways. And if we're overwhelmed by maybe the chaos that we feel, or overwhelmed by what we might perceive the amount of healing we have to do, or if you're just a tornado of chaos and you use the external world as a way to distract yourself from that chaos, I think that is the pattern that is starting to be healed. And I feel like I just have to say, first of all, Pile 2, you massively underestimate how much wisdom you already have within you, and how wonderful your inner self is, and the fact that the tornado of chaos that you perceive yourself to be is, I wouldn't call it entirely an illusion, because I do think the chaos that you feel is very real. But I think what you're not seeing is, because things are not calm internally, and it is so chaotic, like your mind may be really chaotic, and you may just feel a lot of, you may feel overwhelmed a lot, or you may feel like even if you on paper have your shit together, or even if you're quote unquote like on paper doing well, you might feel like you're out of control, or you might feel like there is this you're just in this perpetual state of anxiousness or overwhelm, or just like, you know that there's problems within, but it's almost like you're afraid to look. And that might be from a place of where like you're afraid of what you might see. But I think the first thing that you need to know is that you might be judging yourself way too harshly. And if you feel drawn to pile 1, you might want to check that out, because it's literally all about self-compassion and how having compassion for ourselves allows us to kind of see all parts of ourselves and acknowledge all parts of ourselves. And having compassion for ourselves makes it much easier to see what within us maybe needs addressed. I don't even think I actually said that. It was more about compassion for, well, I mean, if you're drawn to it, you'll watch it. I guess it doesn't matter anyway. But the point of what I'm trying to say is that I feel like there's a part of you that doesn't necessarily trust yourself in terms of knowing what is actually quote unquote wrong with you, and knowing what the solution is, or knowing what the right things to do are. And I feel called again to say, please do not beat yourself up about this, because 1, that doesn't serve you, and 2, if you are going to be able to slow down and spend time with yourself and listen to yourself, you need to be able to be receptive and kind towards yourself. You know, it's going to be really hard for you to want to spend time with yourself and kind of explore your inner world when you're harshly judging it or you're putting yourself down. So I feel like one thing that is needing to be healed is your internal dialogue. But it's also not just your internal dialogue, because it's also how you speak about yourself. Like if you are someone that is prone to like self-deprecating humor, for example, that was actually a really difficult thing for me to let go of, because I found comfort in being self-deprecating. But the one thing that I realized is that self-deprecating humor is just kind of our own way of acknowledging our lack of self-worth and trying to gain others' approval by either hopefully them relating to that self-deprecating humor, or making light of our low self-worth and almost kind of like not really recognizing it, but just seeing it as fodder to make fun of, which it can be. Like, there's nothing wrong with making fun of ourselves and laughing at, you know, our challenges and our struggles. But I think that you may almost have not an identity, but at the very least a core mechanism in your mind right now that is almost kind of making it more challenging for you to be at peace with yourself and be at peace with where you're at currently, because it's almost like there is a pattern within yourself where you're just very used to saying things that are unkind about yourself and presenting yourself in ways that are self-conscious, or just like, I wouldn't even call it like insecure. I feel like it's just like you kind of have this vibe of like, I'm gonna call myself out on all my flaws before anyone else can, or I feel like you have this kind of fear of being seen as arrogant or not seeing your own flaws. But I think what you're not seeing is the biggest glaring flaw right now is the fact that you're not seeing all the wonderful aspects of yourself, and the fact that your desire to fit in this kind of like, your desire to stay in this energy, which you may not have that desire, but the comfort zone that you're in around selling yourself short and looking externally, not only for validation, but for answers and guidance, is something that is keeping you disempowered and keeping you stuck and confused. There's nothing wrong with seeking answers and understanding in the external world if we have a sense of direction and we're looking for the deeper meaning underneath it. You know, you could essentially spend your entire life looking for yourself outside of yourself, when really all you would have to do, ironically, is slow down and start to listen. And I want to say that, you know, it's understandably very scary to listen to yourself, especially if you haven't for a long time, and kind of feel and sense what's maybe underneath all of that chaos on the surface. It's like that surface chaos is the thing that you can kind of fall back on to say, well, I can't really go within because XYZ, or I'm too busy to do that, or, oh, I accidentally spent all of today on social media, guess I'll try meditating tomorrow, or something like that. Or you might even say, I can't meditate, or meditating doesn't work for me. And here's the thing, the life-changing healing that's coming for you, which it's going to change your life in a lot of ways, but the core of the healing and what this pattern is trying to show you and trying to teach you is how to be at peace as you are, and listen to yourself and trust not only what your mind is telling you. Well, let me backtrack there. Trust less in what your mind is telling you if it doesn't bring you peace, if it makes you feel bad about yourself, if it makes you anxious, if it makes you feel unworthy, and instead learning how to integrate more aspects of yourself than just your mind. So learning to listen to your heart space, learning to make space so that your intuition and your heart space can talk to you, because your heart space is kind of like the representative of the soul, the higher self. Like if the higher self had like a PA, it would be the heart. And so if you have a hard time connecting to your higher self or connecting to your intuition, your heart space is kind of the place you want to look at, because that is going to kind of be the starting point of where you can start to figure out what your true desires are, what you are really needing, and what works for you and what doesn't. I feel like one thing you also need to know is that you have like I've already said this, but you have an incredible amount of wisdom within you, and you have the answers more than you think you do. And I think you don't give yourself enough credit for one, how far you've come despite all the chaos that you have maybe willingly endured or created for yourself. It's almost like you could have run in a straight line, but you ran in circles and still got really far anyway, and, you know, maybe got a fitter body out of it. But body healing is also a part of this, because part of this aspect of learning to just be instead of do or something else, learning to just be present in the moment, one is a challenge that a lot of people today struggle with, and it is something even that I still struggle with. But learning it and integrating it is one of the most helpful things you can ever do for yourself, because not only will you be able to truly embrace and enjoy the present moments as they come, you'll also be more mindful of the special memories that you make and the special aspects of where you are right now. Like, for example, if you're in school, you know, you might be thinking, oh, I just can't wait to graduate. I can't stand school, or I'm just really tired of this. And, you know, it might be 2 years from now and you look back and say, oh, I really miss spending time with, you know, my college friends, and, you know, studying with them and going and getting coffee with them. And that is an example of where, you know, nostalgia is so funny, because oftentimes we look back nostalgically on experiences that we had, and at the time, during the present of those experiences, we often didn't appreciate them enough. And it's only in hindsight, you know, the phrase hindsight is 2020, we look back and we're like, oh man, I wish I would have appreciated that more. I would give anything to go back to that time. And I think the thing is it's natural for us as humans to be looking forward or stuck in the past. It actually does take mental discipline to be in the present and not allow our worries, our fears, or the chaos of life to stop us from being present. I don't feel like I finished that sentence accurately, but essentially I do feel like you've been reaching a breaking point when it comes to this chaos. Like, I feel like you're coming to this place where I'm sure you say this all the time of like, I'm gonna get my shit together. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get my shit together. Like, you know, the phrase of like being that girl that like is organized and has really pretty handwriting and blah, 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 blah. That in of itself is kind of one, very limiting because, well, first of all, you may not be a girl, but also, you know, just that idea, like if you are aspiring to be a curated image, you're always going to be disappointed because a curated image ultimately is not the truth of who you are. And a curated image is also something that if it brings you personal joy, there's nothing wrong with it. Like if you have a curated image around an aesthetic, there's nothing wrong with that if it genuinely makes you happy. But if you're striving for that because you think that's what's ideal, or you think people will accept you more, or you think it will give you more validation, that is definitely a sign that you want to pay attention to the fact that curated identities are always going to limit you because you're a multidimensional human being. And if you're not connected to all parts of yourself, and if you can't recognize the fact that there's so much more to you than a set of traits or who you think you are, you will limit your ability to see all aspects of yourself and realize just, you know, the good. I don't even want to say the good and the bad, but just all parts of you, the helpful ones and the unhelpful ones. I feel like that's a thing too, is that as humans, we really make a lot of value judgments when maybe they're unnecessary. And I feel like for you, maybe one form of escapism you have is like the internet. And I almost feel like for some of you, you may even use the internet as a way to obviously criticism and judgment is huge on the internet, and you may kind of enjoy like consuming content around like drama or around scandals that other people are in, because I think it does kind of speak to a part of the human soul, one, that is afraid of being ridiculed, being in that position, but also, you know, when you're going through your own problems in your own life, sometimes it's nice to just see someone in deeper shit than you are. And I feel like that's just a human thing. But ultimately, that behavior is not only harmful to the person that is experiencing it. I'm not saying we shouldn't hold people accountable or anything like that. This is not going to turn into a ramble on internet culture. But I think the way that we do it, or the how often it happens, and the way that it is kind of like a culture. Like, you know, we have like tea channels, and we have you know, we have a lot of things centered around drama and centered around scandal, and people know that that is one of like the top ways to get attention, or that is one of the most like popular forms of entertainment in a lot of circles. I'm not saying that's what you're interested in. I'm just using this as an example. But that in of itself is something that divides us, because it's almost like for the ones consuming it, not only do you get to be in that position of, oh, well, at least I'm not in that position in their shoes, but also it's something that's harmful not only to us and to I was saying it was harmful to them, but it's harmful to the consumer as well, because it's keeping you kind of stuck in this idea that you are separate from them. And, you know, the more that we recognize ourselves and the more we understand ourselves, and have compassion for our very human selves and our flaws and the things that we can grow and work on, the more that we can see how we might be putting people outside of ourselves, putting them on pedestals or holding them to unfair fair standards, like impossible, like God tier standards that when they inevitably don't live up to them, we kick that underneath them and say, I knew they weren't that great anyways. I'm not trying to make this a whole commentary on how we see drama content and stuff like that on the internet, but the point of what I'm trying to say around that is the fact that a lot of what you're learning is about oneness and the totality of being, and the fact that you cannot have light without dark, and that, first of all, social media is not reality. I mean, even here, like, you only see my hands. You don't see my sloppy self when I wake up in the morning. You don't smell my farts, like, which I'm just trying to humanize myself. The point being, when you are able to recognize all aspects of yourself and have compassion for them, not only will you realize how humanity as a collective kind of weirdly worships other humans and puts them on pedestals and acts like they're these like demigods, whether they realize it or not, and kind of like try to want to emulate that or want to strive to be something like that, and don't even realize like what's underneath that. Like, for example, you know, the people that always appear perfect oftentimes have literal teams that work to cultivate this image. And, you know, we're all under so much pressure, I feel like. And what we don't think about is the fact that we may perpetuate that pressure and place it on ourselves. And, you know, I think about things like Facetune, for example. I'm not knocking it, but it's really funny because before like the rise of social media, you know, there used to be all those documentaries about how magazines and things like that were perpetuating unhealthy beauty standards. And then as we kind of got social media and things like that, we perpetuate those beauty standards ourselves. I think it's kind of ironic because the individual user is almost less authentic in their presentation than corporations and companies are now, because they recognize that people want to see real people, and then we don't even present ourselves as real. I don't know why I'm having to go into all of this. I don't know, maybe you guys needed to hear it, or maybe it would help something. I don't know. I guess tell me. But the point of this is that I do think that you are unnecessarily hard on yourself and put a lot of pressure on yourself, and may have people in your external world that either you follow or either you look up to and that you see as, you know, more put together than you or better than you, whether it's because you like how they physically look or how they dress or how they appear themselves or a talent or skill that they have. But you don't see everything behind the scenes. And I'll use myself as an example. The reason why I start every video with hi friends is because I don't want anyone to think that, one, I have any sort of like all-knowing wisdom within me. I mean, I'm growing and learning just like you, but this shit comes through me, not from me. And also, like, you don't see like the majority of my life. You see this part of my table and my hands and my sleeves and my rings. Like, you don't see like my humanity. I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, here's my life. But the point is that it's very easy when you see little of someone to assume that they know better than you, to assume that they have something figured out that you don't. And honestly, just create this entire fantasy about what people's lives are actually like, or what people are actually saying. And I think one of the funniest things that I've realized being on the other side of this is that, you know, people will make assumptions, and it's honestly just kind of funny because, not because it's like offensive or anything like that, but people will make assumptions about my life and they couldn't be any more wrong. And that's not something that I would tell them or anything like that, but it just kind of shows me where their mind is at. And it also just helps me recognize that, like, you can't believe what people say on the internet and the reality of that. And I actually think maybe the core message for this, for a lot of you, especially if you're around my age or younger or older, if you're too online, or if you're online a lot and you use the internet as motivation to reach this perfectionist standard, you are actively participating in your own chaos tornado that is stopping you from actually being at peace with yourself. And the fact of the matter is that as time passes, social media becomes more real than real life. And if we don't have the discipline to put our damn phones down and like listen to life and like be with ourselves and be with life, we will miss out on our entire lives consuming things about other people that are just unkind and don't really contribute anything to anyone. I'm not placing a value judgment on this stuff. I'm not trying to have a commentary on society, but I think that what you need to know and what you need to understand is the fact that we do talk about all the time how things on the internet aren't real. But I feel like you are maybe looking at people outside of yourself as a way to make yourself feel better, or as a way, or as a ideal to aspire towards. And I feel like what the universe just wants you to understand is that you are not them, and you don't know what is happening behind the scenes. And not only that, you are you. And that's so awesome. Like, so awesome. You have so many unique aspects to yourself, and you were divinely created. First of all, you were the sperm that won. Like, we don't give, like, anyone who feels like a loser on this planet is wrong because they were the sperm that won. But also the fact that, like, you are an amalgamation of soul energy, of earth, of a very divinely intelligent body, a beautiful brain meant to serve and help your heart, your beautiful heart that has dreams and hopes and wishes. And so much of what we see and consume in the outside world is not only negative, but it perpetuates illusions, perpetuates judgments, perpetuates separation consciousness, essentially the idea that we are separate from others. We are all on this same damn planet. And, you know, if you think about things like wars, for example, both sides think they're the good guy. Both sides think they're doing something right. Like, so much of what we consume and so much of what is out there is just going to bring you further away from yourself and further away from your peace. And so you've got to have the realization that you are trying to find yourself externally, and it's only bringing you further away from yourself. In fact, the more you know yourself, the better you will be at learning to spend time on things that do uplift you. I'm not saying the internet is wrong and you should just throw it all away. Like, I'm on here and you're watching me, so obviously you have good taste. And there are positive corners of the internet, even though they may be fewer and further between. But the more we can find peace within ourselves, the more we can understand ourselves, the more we can explore our inner worlds, the more we can recognize the projection that happens in ourselves and with others, the more we can recognize how we contribute or how we consume things that keep us stuck under the belief that there's something inherently wrong with us, that we need this product to change ourselves, or that we need to go on this specific diet, or that we have to be this specific size, or whatever it may be. What the universe is trying to get you to realize is that part of your healing is letting go of those perfectionist standards, letting go of those internet ideals. And I'm sure for some people who are not online very much, they might be kind of like, first of all, this might not be your pile, but you might also be like, Asa, like, why are you going into this whole thing? But younger people, especially Gen Z, like, we grew up on the fucking internet. Like, and first of all, I think we forget, like, we have a unique experience, and the souls younger than us are going to grow up with the internet. Like, I cannot imagine having TikTok at like 12. Like, we had Tumblr back then, but I mean, oh my God, like, imagine having your cringy Tumblr phase on video forever. Like, and like TikTok, one of the most depraved spaces on the entire planet. I'm sorry, I said it, but it's just depraved and mean and negative. And there's so much meanness and negativity in the world. And that is definitely something that will stop you from being at peace. The news, another thing. There are so many wonderful, positive things that happen all the time, but we don't know about it because we don't hear about it. And not only that, you know, there's always something bad happening. The sky is always falling. And there are always going to be, well, I don't want to say there's always going to be problems, because maybe one day, if we all reach peace within ourselves, we could learn conflict resolution and learn how to be compassionate. And that's a whole other thing. Not going to get into that. But the point of it being is that this healing is helping you realize that you need to be the change you want to see in the world. If you look at the outside world and despair over how things are, and despair over how you wish you were better, or wish you were different, or wish you were them, or you are actively wasting the gift that you have right in front of you, which is your beautiful heart, your beautiful soul, your beautiful body that is able to carry you to manifest whatever is in your heart into the real world. And your brain is not meant to control you, it's meant to serve you, and not only help you kind of filter out what is important and what isn't, but it's there to assist you. It's like when we allow our brains to control ourselves, we are essentially letting the servant control the master, which is you. Your brain is meant to serve you, not control you. And the thing is you might be like, how can I control my brain? It's not easy at first. Our brains are, especially like the more we think in a certain way, the more like our neural pathways are carved in certain ways. It takes time, it takes effort, it takes discipline, and it takes intention to change that. But it's not impossible. And the more you let go of the idea of being at peace with yourself the way that you are, as possible and being open and being compassionate to what is, that makes space for you to start growing and making changes that align with the person that you want to be, rather than trying to push yourself in inhumane ways and punishing yourself in inhumane ways to reach standards that aren't even realistic or healthy, in whatever way that may be. But with the temple of my body, I feel like maybe one of your biggest inhibitors of going inward is the fact that you may have a hard time sitting with yourself because you don't like yourself, or you don't like your appearance, or you don't like your body, or you have triggering or traumatizing experiences in your past that made it easier for you to detach from your body, to dissociate from your body. And the thing is when you're not connected to your body, you're not able to listen to all the wisdom it has for you. The body is one of the best indicators of people that are not going to be good for you, of unsafe situations, of unsafe people. The body is one of the greatest indicators of when you are feeling overwhelmed, of when you're not at peace. And part of the reason why we might detach from our body is because we don't want to feel our emotions. But if we place value judgments on our emotions, we're also missing out on the wisdom our emotions have for us. Our emotions are just data, and they're just communicating something to us. And the brain has this distorted idea where a lot of us in society are taught to literally judge ourselves and judge others if they do have emotions, if they're literally human. It's like, it's no wonder so many of us are miserable, because we literally, not only do we not know ourselves, but we're participating in a society that encourages all of us to not listen to ourselves, that doesn't teach us all of the wisdom that we have. And I think I'm not blaming society, honestly, because like we had to start somewhere, and really the mainstream society is just getting to the realization that mental health is a thing. So like, of course, emotional health and, you know, our soul desires, like there's going to be some time before that happens, but for people kind of catch up to that. But I feel like we kind of forget that mental health is not isolated. It is connected to all parts of us. It's connected to our environment. It's connected to our culture, our how we're raised, how we learn, our attached. Like there's so much that goes into how we are the way that we are. And it's an illusion to think that it's solely on you or it's solely outside of you. There is nuance to this. And the thing is that you will always find something wrong with you. You will always find something that you wish could be different. You can stay in this chaos tornado forever. And so the point of everything that I'm trying to say is the fact that there will always be problems in the world. Hopefully not forever, but let's be realistic. Let's be practical. There will always be something wrong. The sky will always be falling in a lot of places. But is your ceiling over your head? Do you have your basic needs taken care of? If that's the case, if those survival needs are taken care of, that is a great place, which, I mean, if your survival needs are not taken care of, I don't know how helpful these readings will be for you. That might want to be the thing that you're focusing on first and foremost. But even then, being able to cultivate a state of peace with no matter what state of being you're in, sorry for burping, see, I'm human, I burp, that not only helps us make decisions that are going to be conducive for our growth and help us become aware of what within us needs addressed or needs nurturing, needs compassion, needs healing, needs love, that helps us get into a state of balance. So sorry if that was a really convoluted, maybe there was partially a rant in there, but I don't know. If I'm channeling it, I assume it's for a reason, but I feel like what I've been trying to do is point out the flaws in your external reality and to realize that it is an illusion to think most people, that the people outside of you and that the world outside of you knows better about you than you do. And if there can be sources that are helpful for you, but healing is such a personal thing, and what works for us and what doesn't is so personal. There is no one size fits all for healing. There is no one size fits all for what's going to work for someone. And the more we give ourselves grace and patience and time to just be with ourselves and find peace no matter what is happening, no matter what is going on, it not only gets us in a place where we're ready to address the challenges that we have, where we're ready to address the suffering we may be experiencing, or give us direction and purpose to address suffering external to us. You know, we can't really make a huge difference in the world if we're not looking, well, I mean, I guess we can still be very chaotic and make a good difference in the world. That's not necessarily true, but it's a lot easier to appreciate it, and it's a lot easier to enjoy your life when you're able to find a state of peace no matter what state you are in. And obviously there are going to be times where that may be harder than others, but you don't want to miss out on some of the greatest experiences of your life in all stages of it because you were yearning for a time in the past or wishing that a place in the future was your present, because you're going to get to that place and you're still not going to be at peace with yourself. And I think a lot of people get into this pattern of believing that their happiness or their peace, which honestly I think it's more so about peace than it is happiness, is somewhere in the future. It's under some goal or some desire, and that's just not the case. There's always things that we can improve about ourselves. There's always things that we could be better at. There's always ways that we can grow. But if we can just start with, okay, this is me now. I'm going to let go of the judgments I have, and I'm going to be open-minded and receptive to what all aspects of me are trying to tell me. One of the best ways you can ground yourself is to just breathe. Breathing exercises, and learning to meditate and be mindful. Meditation does not have to be stationary though. If it is helpful to you, walking meditations, going out and just walking and not listening to music. Or if you're gonna listen to music that is not really chaotic, or music that does not have an emotion tied to it, or a deep emotion tied to it, because then you might get distracted by the music. This is about being with yourself. Everything that you've been doing is pushing you to realize that the answers are not going to come from outside of you that you're seeking. The answers that you're looking for are coming within. And once you have those answers, which they may unfold over time, then you can find the resources outside of you that will be most beneficial to support the person you are becoming and the person you currently are. And so with this 12th house card, I really think that your inner world has so much to tell you and so much wisdom to show you. And the fact of the matter is that if you can't slow your mind down, which is not true, you can slow your mind down. You might believe you can't, but it, like I said, it takes discipline, it takes work. Learning how to just be and let go of the just constant noise and barrage of information that we experience in our modern day, because it's much more than our ancestors had. Let's be real. We experience far more like negativity and just intensity and we're exposed to so much more information, and it's like we have to deal with healing our mental body and recognizing where our choices aren't helping support us be at a state of peace. I feel like I'm preaching so much. I really hope that this is helpful. I'm sorry if it's not. I'm saying this all with peace and love, but essentially this healing is getting you to a place where you can see things from a place of peace and love, so that you are less likely to be manipulated by external sources that are just trying to drain you of your energy, your time, your money, your outrage, your emotions. And instead, this mindfulness and this peacefulness that you're cultivating is a balance point. It's a stabilizing point, because it's hard to tell when you're out of balance when you're used to constantly being out of balance. It's hard to know what a state of balance is like when you haven't experienced it, or you haven't experienced it in a long time. And balance isn't necessarily 50-50. Balance for you should be the goal of just finding peace in the present moment and being kind to yourself and giving yourself that 5 minutes, that 10 minutes to just empty and just focus on nothing, whether that's through guided meditations. If you like physical touch, I think one thing that could help you, I use mala beads when I meditate, so you could Google those and look those up. There are ways to make mindfulness more helpful. It's about finding the ways that work for you and things that help calm you down and bring you to a state of peace. Even if you are someone, like for example, ADHD, I am diagnosed with it, and I know a lot of you are as well. And you might think, oh, well, I have ADHD, so I can't slow down, or I can't do this, or I can't do that. You might have more of a challenge doing that. It might be more difficult for you to slow down, but it's not impossible. And if you work with yourself, and if you find ways to bring you the most peace, like, it may not be viable for you to just sit down and meditate. That might be like way too challenging at this stage in the game. You might need to do it through doing some sort of calming activity, or where you just listen to like calming music. Even if it's just doing activities that make you calm, like even that is helpful. But what I will say is when you get like, especially if you can picture things in your mind, like meditation is literally like video games in your head. It's kind of the shit. And I think that there is a lot of internal things that want to come out and communicate to you. And I feel like the more open you are to them, the more you'll realize what they're trying to say. So the point of that long-winded rant, which I'm not going to apologize. I said what I needed to say, and I'm sure some of you needed to hear it. And if you didn't, you can just skip forward or be kind. You don't need to be mean. But even if you are, that's okay. I forgive you. I hope you do find a better way to get a journal, like find a better outlet for your anger. But that's the thing too, finding an outlet for your emotions. That could be something that is holding you back from listening to yourself. Essentially, being at peace and recognizing yourself in everyone, or just recognizing the fact that we're all connected, and as humans, we're all kind of doing the best that we can with the knowledge we have in every moment, whether we realize that or not. And sure, we might know we can do better, but knowing's not being. And oftentimes we have over-idealized versions of ourselves in our heads that keeps us in this state of being upset with ourselves because we're not achieving these unrealistically high standards. So the first thing to do is to let go of the standards that you have, and to let go of the attachment you have to your own chaos. Because that attachment is what's keeping you in this state of feeling like you can't just take a breath. Just breathing. It's free and it's useful. And one of the best ways to regulate yourself, focusing on your breathing, counting in and out, I literally could be so helpful. And learning to find balance for you is going to be a unique experience. And so the more you can know what you do in your internal world, what you do externally that is attributing to your chaos, the more you can recognize, okay, what can I implement instead? Or what can I do to tell myself or remind myself, like, hey, this isn't helping me. I'm not feeling very peaceful. Because honestly, even just checking in with ourselves is a skill that we have to gain. And also, we can't beat ourselves up for when we do get sucked into something, for when we do, spend 2 or 3 hours on social media. Like, that shit is designed to be addictive. It's designed to keep you hooked. It's designed to make you outraged. It's designed to keep you away from a state of peace. And so the more you understand the way things are designed, and the more you recognize that just the mindfulness and the awareness of how things affect you, and the more you learn what a state of peace feels like, the more it will become easier and easier to go back to that state, even when life is challenging, even when you're having a hard time, even when things are not going the way you wish. When you're always a friend to yourself and your best advocate, it's a lot easier to maintain a state of peace and to weather external storms because you don't have an internal storm to deal with as well. So your inner world is really calling you and saying, hey, I am the key that you've been looking for. And we might have to experiment a little bit to find what ways are going to work for us, whether that's journaling, whether that's a multitude of different things, whether it's physical exercise, whatever it may be, whatever helps you be present with yourself and helps you learn about yourself and listen to yourself, that's what you want to be doing. The thing you want to get away from is mindlessness, and you want to be moving towards mindfulness, because that's what's going to help show you what's not working for you. And instead of beating yourself up about it, when you're compassionate and you recognize that you're doing amazing, sweetie, then you can start to become the person that you've felt you are and want to be. And that's just someone who is present and accepting of themselves. That is a big indicator of someone with a healthy self-esteem, someone who is honest with themselves, but also accepts themselves for who they are and accepts the fact that they may have places to grow and change, but also, you know, that doesn't mean that their flaws make them inherently worthy of love. And a lot of what this healing is about is reorienting your perspective on what you want, on what you value, on what makes you feel good, rather than what do people want me to be doing? How will I gain the most acceptance? If you trying to fit into communities with people that won't accept you fully, that is a form of self-betrayal. And that is self-betrayal, whether we're conscious of it or not, is something that can perpetuate that idea of the idea that we're not worthy, the idea that we can't trust ourselves, the idea that we're not good enough. You know, there is just, the whole point of what I'm trying to say is that this pattern is something that is coming at you in all directions. And rather than continuing to be spun around in this perpetual chaos tornado, believing that you're the problem, which you're kind of right, you are the problem, but also recognizing that you're also not the problem, that there is a lot external to you, drifting you further from yourself, keeping you in a state of not being peaceful, keeping you in a state of overwhelm. The more you can just become aware of that and not place judgments, but instead be discerning about what is going to be good for you and what isn't, the easier it will be for you to come to this state of peace. So the point of this is to realize just how precious you are, how your body, your mind, your purpose is a gift. And the more you get to know yourself, the more you learn what makes you happy, the more you learn what lights you up, the easier it will be to spend time with yourself, and it won't be so daunting and overwhelming. And the things and people and places and content that you once consumed to escape, you'll realize it doesn't have the same, it doesn't hit the same anymore, because you found other more superior ways to help you. So, okay, I feel like it's time to get into the tarot now. I hope that made sense. I am not gonna apologize for that long-winded rant, because I do feel like some of you needed to hear it. Maybe not all of you. So for those of you that didn't, I hope that you found I hope you either skipped forward or just found what you needed to hear or got what you needed to hear. But what we're gonna do now, and I feel like I should just summarize, like, the pattern that you're healing is escaping yourself and not wanting to listen to yourself and not trusting yourself and not feeling like you have the answers. Constantly looking for your answers externally and constantly hoping for a future that is better than your present. And the healing that is coming is to realize that a better future lies in your present, that your peace lies in your present, and that nothing is ever going to be perfect. And once you let go of that perfectionist, egoic ideal, you can start to be open to seeing the beauty that already exists and the value of where you're at now, and not wish away the journey, because life is not a destination. And you will wish away your entire life if you're constantly looking in the future or constantly reflecting on the past. So, okay. And this healing is leading to mind-blowing change and peace that will help you not only know yourself better, but also be more immune and protect yourself more from the sources of our life that bring us more stress, that bring us more chaos, that make us feel bad about ourselves. Okay, anyway. The first thing I want to look at is the progress you've already made around this healing path. So just want to give you a pat on the back, because healing also isn't always conscious. A lot of healing is actually subconscious, and it's just an evolution. So let's just give you a pat on the back for that. So Spirit, what has pile 2 already done to heal this process that we should be giving them credit for? Yes, we have the star. I love this. Okay. I love this so much, because I feel like the one thing that you need credit for is the fact that you haven't given up hope. And that even if you have given up at some points, you still got it back. With the star being here, I feel like things will get better. And honestly, the biggest component at this point is just recognizing that your mindset is a lot of like what can keep you in this idea that you're doing something wrong. So a lot of healing is coming around your mindset, and also just being able to listen to all parts of yourself and learning how to respond to yourself and understand yourself and respond to life in a way that is not so just mentally based and not so dysfunctional. You're literally learning how to function better as you. And I also think you have recognized a lot of your unique attributes and a lot of the unique gifts that you share. I think you recognize the fact that you do have a unique perspective. You do have value to bring to the world. And maybe that's something you realized recently, but you are aware of your own light and the fact that your light is special and that you are a special person. As humans, we all have a lot of similarities, but that doesn't mean that we're not all special. We are all special in our own unique ways, and we all bring our own unique things to the table. Mine is stuff. Yours is also stuff. We might have a lot of similarities, but we also have differences. And the beautiful thing here with the stars, I think that you're realizing that the future is not hopeless, and that you are not hopeless, that you are not beyond healing, and that there is hope. And I think that you do have that hope. I think it's just overwhelming to look at what's going on internally and really look at the chaos and kind of slow down, especially because when we get into patterns, it's just easy to continue that. It's just easy to do the thing that feels most natural to us. So I think what you're realizing is, okay, I can't keep projecting this idea of getting better in the future. It has to start happening now. And I think with the star, you know that things are getting better. You know that you have value to share with the world. You know you're special. You know you have beautiful, unique gifts. Now it's just about giving space to cultivate them, giving space for more healing. I feel like you also have been doing a lot of healing. I think you have been focused on your healing journey. I think that what you haven't realized, though, is the fact that you have so much more wisdom and so much more power than you realize, and that your voice is special, your perspective is special, and that you don't need to look for your perspective externally. You might actually be beating yourself up or tearing down or minimizing your ideas or your perspective because you don't see it reflected in you externally. But that's the thing, your perspective is unique because other people don't have it. That's exactly why you should share it and speak it and live it, because it feels right to you. It's your truth. Not everyone has to have that same truth. And if you're too afraid to share it because people disagree with you, you have to understand that that is just coming from, like, people have their own truths, and that's okay. And also, you know, if we base ourselves and the value of our ideas on the validation and acceptance of others, we will never be at peace. So this piece is a lot about being at home in yourself and just realizing how wonderful you are as you are, and recognizing we all have ways that we can grow and change. But I think you know that you have a beautiful light. It's worthy of sharing. You are worthy of healing, that there is hope for you. There is growth for you. But I think now it's about actually having the discipline to integrate peace into your reality and not see peace and not see happiness as something that is always in your future, but something you can access in the present. So I want to see now what action you should take to help integrate this understanding moving forward. We have the Knight of Pentacles. So this is exactly it. This is about now being consistent with the practices and the actions that are aligning with the person that you are, that are helping you achieve this state of peace. I said beast, but also like beast mode, kind of. This is like beast mode, but not in like a distorted masculine idea of like grind, rise and grind, blah, blah, blah. This is being disciplined around the practices that bring you peace, like whether it's meditating every day or taking a walk 4 times a week or journaling, even if it's not every single day, just when you need it. I feel like this Knight of Pentacles is not about doing everything over and over and over again. It's about having the discipline to do what's needed and to stop and listen to yourself and to be more consistent with the things that do bring you healing, that do bring you peace. It is easy to fall back into old patterns with what we're used to, and it is easier than ever to escape ourselves and escape reality. We have so many different ways of escaping. And the thing is that there's nothing wrong technically with escaping if it's something that brings us peace and allows us to kind of take a break from ourselves, especially if we're doing a lot of inner work, you know? Sometimes a movie is just what we need, and that's what's healing. That's what brings us balance. We don't need to constantly be present with ourselves, but if we're never present with ourselves, we're also going to suffer. So this Knight of Pentacles is about continuing what is working and looking at what isn't, that is keeping you in a state of overwhelm, keeping you in a state of chaos, and saying, okay, either experimenting with what is going to help change that and make it something that brings you more peace, that brings you more balance, and, you know, changing it up if you need to, trying different things. But also, this is just about being consistent with yourself and not allowing slips to become slides. So, you know, if you do have a day where you kind of are pretty mindless and fall off the wagon, you know, instead of beating yourself up about it and saying, well, I might as well just, you know, have a total social media binge for the week, or this, or, you know, whatever it may be, saying, okay, they had us in the first half, I'm not gonna lie, but here's what I think I can do to get back on track. I'm gonna forgive myself for being human and making the decisions that I know won't align with the person I'm becoming, but at least now I have confirmation that doing those things are not helping me. It's like, even when you make the choice that doesn't support the person you're becoming, isn't it much nicer to just say, oh, okay, there's direct evidence that the decision that I am making is not helping or supporting me. I am going to try to do better in the future so that I don't make that again. And if I do make that decision again, I will forgive myself, and I will just once again learn that that decision was probably not the right one for me, and I'll implement solutions. This is about being practical. This is about being consistent with yourself. Like I've already said, consistency and discipline are important, but also part of this being present is making your goals manageable. There's nothing wrong with having big goals, but when we have big goals, it's very easy to get overwhelmed by the magnitude of them. And the thing is that you are going to accomplish big things no matter what, because you know this yourself. But the thing is that if you're focused on the end goal or the end outcome, it seems a lot more overwhelming than it actually is. And oftentimes the universe is guiding us towards those big goals without us consciously being aware of them. It's just almost like training to get ready for those things. So I feel like the universe is saying you're headed in a wonderful place, but don't be impatient with yourself. This is a process and it's going to take time. And this is not about being perfect. This is about growing. This is about improving. You're not shooting for an A+. You're shooting for a damn B. Like, just doing your damn best, okay? And I feel like the universe is just saying, keep doing what's working, be open to changing what isn't, and make that promise to yourself to be consistent for yourself. Show up for yourself. That is one of the most powerful things you can do for yourself. Like, even if you can't, you know, go on a walk, if you can just dance in your house, or if you don't want to journal that day, but at least put in your journal, wasn't feeling great today, we'll journal tomorrow. Like, even that, just showing up and doing the thing, even if it's for 2 seconds, even if it's half-assed, like, consistency just helps the routine happen, and it'll make it easier to have solutions that are helpful for you rather than harmful. This is all about being consistent and mindful and learning to be present with yourself, and that will get you where you need to go a lot quicker than trying to push yourself to inhumane extremes and being hard on yourself and beating yourself up. So now I want to see how the universe is helping you on their end to heal this pattern. We have the Lovers. I love that. So I feel like the universe is constantly conspiring to help you have experiences and see things in a more loving way. I feel like the universe is constantly bringing you solutions. It's about you being open to them. And I also think the universe is just conspiring for your highest good. You know, the Lovers is a lot about a choice, and the universe chooses to love you. Well, the universe just does love you. The universe operates at unconditional love. And I feel like the one thing that you need to know is that no matter what choices you make, the universe loves you so much and is always conspiring for your highest good. And the universe is not judging you. The universe is not criticizing you. The universe is not on some T channel about you. The universe doesn't have a T channel that's like, guess what pile 2 did today? Like, they were supposed to do their homework and instead they scrolled on TikTok for 4 hours. Like, they are so late. Like, no, that's not happening. The universe is constantly conspiring for you to see how incredible you are. For some of you, this is a specific message, but you may have a divine counterpart already or a divine counterpart connection in the future. That could be something that helps you with this process. I'm not I'm not talking about outcomes or anything like that, but actually it doesn't even have to be a divine counterpart. It could just be, the universe could be aligning you with helpful soul connections and helpful connections with other people that are more conducive to your growth. I feel like the universe is guiding you in directions towards people, places, and communities that fill you up with more love, that make you happy. And I also feel like the universe is constantly trying to guide you down the path that is going to make you be at peace, that is going to help you be open to yourself. The universe, you've got so much love surrounding you, and the universe is always going to help lovingly guide you where you need to go. And the thing is that the universe is always compassionate. So if you're like expecting the universe to punish you for, you know, not being consistent one day, the punishment is, first of all, it's not a punishment. The consequence for not being consistent with yourself that day is the result of what not being consistent with yourself created. That's not on the universe. That's kind of on you and your decision making. The universe, though, is not beating you up for that. The universe is just loving you and saying, hey, when you turn your back on me, that's okay. I don't take it personally. I'll always be here for you. Like, I'm hearing the Friends theme song in my head. Like, the universe is your friend. The universe cares about you. The universe loves you so much, and the universe is just helping conspire to bring the people, places, and experiences that will help you get closer to this state of peace. And when you make choices that don't align with what feels right for you, you will see the direct results of those. And that's not something that you need to beat yourself up for or feel like you're doing something wrong. There may be something wrong for you or something that's not meant for you, but it's through those experiences and through making those choices that we learn. It's not about being perfect. It's about being real. It's about allowing ourselves to grow and learn. That's part of the fucking human experience, like, period. And if you deny yourself your humanity and the opportunity to grow and learn, you are just going to be missing out on all the beautiful things that life is trying to show you. So I love this. The universe is really saying, we are on your side. We are here to help you. Archangel Raphael specifically could be an archangel that is assisting you in your healing. But I also think that, you know, the universe communicates to you through your intuition, through your inner self. So the more you can listen to that, the more you can listen to what the universe is trying to say to you. But you have to understand that the universe doesn't come down and say, hey, I'm the universe and I speak this flawed human language. Like, the universe speaks in feelings. The universe speaks in signs. The universe speaks through the natural world. That's what synchronicity is. And when it comes to listening to signs, if it brings you a sense of peace, if it brings you a sense of clarity, or at the very least makes you feel like you're on the right track, makes you feel like the universe is listening to you, that's a good sign. But if a sign makes you more confused, makes you feel lost, makes you feel unsure, that's definitely an ego-generated sign or a false sign. True signs make you feel encouraged, make you feel like the universe is listening to you, is watching you, and is helping move you forward. If signs just bring you more chaos and more misunderstanding, don't take it as a sign, period. Okay, so now I want to see how your life will change as a result of this healing happening, of learning to be at peace with your present moment and being at peace with who you are. The 5 of Cups, this is beautiful. So this is kind of what I was talking about, but essentially, no matter what you're going through, you will be able to see the blessings in all that there is. You know, challenging times or hard experiences or disappointing experiences, first of all, we deserve to acknowledge that. Like, when you have a disappointing experience or something doesn't work out the way you thought it would, that doesn't mean you should deny that and be like, no, I should just be happy and grateful. If you're disappointed, you're allowed to be disappointed. Accepting all feelings as they are and accepting all that is helps you not compartmentalize things and helps you not be separate from parts of yourself that need addressed and need healing. With the 5 of Cups being here, the life-changing healing that learning to be at peace will create is, no matter what life brings your way, you'll be able to accept how that makes you feel. You'll be able to accept the parts of you that need healing and pay attention to them so that they don't go neglected and manifest themselves in even more unhealthy ways. But also, you'll be able to see the blessings even when times are challenging. And that will make the challenging times feel less overwhelming, you know? it's already hard enough going through challenges. We don't need to be thinking about how hard it is and thinking about how much it sucks. I mean, if that's what you're feeling, you can also validate that. It doesn't mean you push that away and deny it. That's toxic positivity. That's out of balance too. But the Five of Cups is all about how, you know, it's very easy to look at what's gone wrong and cry over spilled milk and constantly look at what we wish could be different. And this is learning to look at what already is and be happy with ourselves, be grateful for that. And not only that, when we are having wonderful experiences, we're learning to be present in them and cherish them, helps us seize the full moment of that. And not only that, you'll be able to look back on those times with nostalgia and recognize, I did embrace that moment fully. I did see that moment fully for what it is. I didn't take it for granted. This Five of Cups is all about not being afraid of life, quote unquote, disappointing us. Because first of all, what is meant for us will never leave us. But also, highs and lows are a part of life. And the idea that life is just supposed to be constantly sunshines and rainbows is inaccurate. That is an egoic desire, period. Life, you cannot have yin without yang. You cannot have light without dark. Like, you can't have a rainbow without fucking rain. Like, if you neglect these storms and, you know, wish that life could only be one certain way, you're not seeing the value in how the universe is constantly trying to seek balance. And the more you find balance within yourself, and the more you are able to accept things as they come, cherish things for what they are, and be grateful for where you're at and see the blessings you already have while being open to what could be, and acknowledging that even when you're going through a more challenging time, that's not the truth. You're not just in the challenging time, but you're also, you know, just in a part of a cycle, and that you are growing and learning, and now you have tools to deal with those challenging times, so it doesn't feel like you're literally drowning. It just helps you be engaged with life more. And then that beautiful blessing, which, I mean, we're about to look at what your blessing is, but one of the blessings that will come from this is that you're far less likely to reach the end of your life and look back and say, I wish I would have done this, or what if I had lived more? You know, a lot of us end our lives, like, a lot of people don't live their lives for them and then end up regretting it. And, you know, you might be disappointed with how you've treated your life up until now, but you can't change the past. So the present moment, being at peace with the present moment, is the fucking key to getting where you want to go, and just being satisfied with life, just being happy with yourself, and letting go of these unrealistic ideas of how you're supposed to be or who you're supposed to be. You know inherently who you're supposed to be, and it's not in your conscious mind, it's in your heart and it's in your soul. The more you open to it, the more you allow it to unfold, the more you listen to it, the easier it will be to trust it and not be dissuaded by external factors. So what blessings will come from pile 2 experiencing this healing spirit? We have the High Priestess, fucking beautiful. So not only will you be intuitive as hell, I love that this is coming out under the 12th house, but you are just going to gain more wisdom the more you learn to be present with yourself. With this High Priestess card, you're going to feel more in tune with the universe. You'll feel less like you are a secret from yourself. You'll be unafraid to explore your inner depths, and you'll know yourself so well. And the more you know yourself, the more you can see other things for what they are, and not necessarily place judgments about it or get stressed about it or wish it was different, but just recognize it and be discerning. You'll be able to trust your intuition and make decisions in alignment with what is going to support you. And the thing is, like I was saying earlier, you know, the body often knows, and the intuition often knows when someone or something isn't right for us. And their logical brain says, oh, well, I don't have enough evidence to know that, so I'm just gonna do the thing that everything else is telling me not to do. And then you get yourself in a situation that shows you exactly why you should have trusted your fucking intuition. And then you're like, oh man, I really should have trusted my intuition. I knew all along. And it's like, yeah, no shit. It's almost like the universe gave us mechanisms to know things before we had a logical answer to it. But we were conditioned to only listen to our brains, so now we don't trust ourselves. That was my rant. Okay. Or maybe the end of it. But the point is, with the High Priestess, is that you will not succumb to that the way you once did. You will gain wisdom. You will trust yourself. And not only that, You will learn the secrets of the universe by listening to yourself. You will be able to walk away from what doesn't serve you. And not only that, like your intuition is going to heighten by like crazy. And you're going to be able to trust yourself, trust your path, trust your guidance far more than you did before, because you're not looking for guidance externally. And you'll realize that the reason why the external guidance wasn't serving you is because it wasn't meant for you. It's literally like it's literally like following a herd that is leading nowhere. It's either running in circles and sometimes it's running off cliffs. And for you, it's the realization that you don't have to be a part of that, and that your internal world is so powerful and so strong, and that your internal condition and your intuition and what you feel in your internal world is so powerful, and it will bring you far more peace, far more awareness than any damn BuzzFeed article or YouTube video ever could. Although I hope mine help, but ultimately I'm trying to bring you closer to yourself. So that is the blessing. Embodying the high priestess energy in the sense that you can trust yourself, you can make decisions more aligned with your highest good, your intuition will be increasing tenfold, your psychic abilities, your psychic awareness, you'll be able to trust yourself even when you don't have evidence, and save yourself from difficult experiences because you're making the choices aligned with you and trusting yourself before needing validation from other people. This is all about listening to yourself so that you can empower yourself to make decisions aligned with you rather than decisions that you think you should do or what you want other people to tell you. Whew. So let's go ahead and finish off with a piece of guidance. That was a mouthful. I like how I'm like, oh, I'm just going to shuffle like less cards. I'm just going to do less. And it always comes out with this. Maybe I sometimes I feel bad because I'm like, man, maybe the rant was unnecessary because, you know, you always get, like I was saying, like, you know, you can't please everyone. I'm sure the rant was necessary for who it was. I just hope it wasn't like, listen, it's not, channeling is not as easy as people think it is. Like, I'm doing my best, okay? I just hope that it was helpful. But anyway, let's go ahead and get your final guidance. So Rumi, what guidance would you like to finish pile 2 off with at this time? Ha ha ha, we have the human gift. Pretty sure I said that your life was a gift, but let's see it. I can't wait to see what this says. Way past it. Yeah. Wait, I saw it. Oh, heart, what is your excuse for all these blunders? Such loyalty is offered by the beloved, yet so much treason comes from you. Such kindness is offered by the beloved, yet so much defiance and resistance comes from you. Such grace is offered by the beloved, yet so much fault and failure comes from you. Such attraction is offered by the beloved with sweetness and generosity, yet such jealousy comes from you with so much doubt and suspicion. Do you bemoan your lack of faith? Do you berate yourself, blazing angel, because you have moments where you cannot bring yourself to trust in love more than you trust in your fear? Do you lament and worry that you could or should be living in greater surrender, and yet when is light more precious than when it arises from darkness? When is trust more admirable than when it involves an uncertain yet bold leap of faith? O human angel, your path is perfection in the divine sense, not in some artificial absence of struggle, but in the wrestling of darkness and light that ignites the fire within your holy heart. So rise up from your doubts and admonishments and let your human self be loved. Even for all the doubt, you are still a cherished one of the great beloved and always shall be. Be kind to your heart. You may believe it to be weary from doubt and distrust, so much heartbreak and so many agonies, yet it still beats. Still it persists with unquestioning allegiance to life. What a grand heart it is, this sacred heart of yours. How can it be worthy of anything other than tenderness, gratitude, acknowledgement, and appreciation? Do not plague your heart with falsehoods and expectations of some disembodied perfection. What the fuck did I say? I love when my guidance confirms what I was saying. The perfection of your heart is that it loves still. Even if you try to stop it with some notion of self-protection from future hurt through doubt or fear, still it loves. It is perfection that it hopes even after despair, that it holds compassion even after experiences of fear. So then, what is there left to do but breathe the grandest sigh of relief and allow yourself the essential luxury of peace within? Damn, Rumi's hitting today. So then, everything is all right. Even if at some moments it seems not to be, still, your heart beats in honor of life. The heart can be nurtured and coaxed into gentle acceptance of all that is, and the divine sight will become available to you. Yes, sacred sight is what is behind this oracle for you now, beloved. You are meant to be witnessing something important, something that will make the presence of divine in your affairs more real to you. It will be something you can come to count on at all times, and in that, gain greater peace and realization that yes, it is safe to trust and surrender. Indeed, it is the only safe, sane, and sensible way to live. It is also the most fun way to live, and you are allowed to live this way if you so choose. It is not shirking your duty as a responsible adult. It is not deluding yourself and turning away from the real world. Rather, surrender is placing responsibility where it is best placed, firmly in the hands of that part of you wise enough to know the great beloved is wiser still, and that your life unfolds according to the great beloved's grace. So for now, take comfort in this oracle. Just for a moment, let your heart be honored and loved by you, and imagine that you can crack open a window in the dustiest chamber of your own heart temple to let the light of the divine stream in. You may see the angel reaching to assist you. You may receive the gift of understanding, insight, and revelation. You may feel peace, or you may finally allow your heart to break once more, to shed those old grievances and to be free and fresh to live and love again. Or you may quietly realize you are human. You are light and dark, of heaven and earth. What a perfect blend you are of all that can possibly be. You are an extraordinary living divine experiment in the making, and you are sacred, cherished, and loved by the great beloved. So do not fear your fear, but do doubt your doubt with compassion. Let it be and let it go. You are human after all, and your journey is beyond description. Just remember, if you are ever in need of the great beloved, there is a place where sacred tryst is always available to you, in the temple of your heart with the window cracked open so that doubt can fly out and love can breathe freely. This oracle comes with a special guidance for you. You are, or soon will be, seeing with greater clarity and insight a situation that has been obscure to you in the past. You may be startled by what you perceive, so much so that you second-guess yourself and chalk it up to wild imagination on your part. You are asked to trust in your perceptions, that when they come from the heart, although what you perceive may be darkness, there will be no judgment in it. See what is truthfully there. Be in the compassionate nature of your heart, and you shall also be shown the most graceful way to become clear and free of darkness, either within yourself or within others and the world around you. So I'm going to show you guys the sacred honoring ritual if you would like to screenshot it. Guess these are going to be hour-long readings, but that is cool because I love spending more time with you guys. So if you want to screenshot that, that is there. But pile 2, that is where I'm going to leave your reading. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for liking this video, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me and show appreciation for what I do, and to, just help support me in my channel. But you can support me in other ways by liking this video, commenting down below, letting me know how it resonates, subscribing if you haven't already, and clicking that little bell notification to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out my social media, which is linked below, as well as my merch, which is linked below as well. I will say I will have new merch coming soon, so keep an eye out for that. But that's all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for watching. I genuinely hope this helped, and I am sending you all so much love. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Malachite stone, kind of looks like a triangle, and the OK Tarot, this is, oh, we have an eyelash. Okay. This is a special thing. I want you to make a wish, if I can find it. Where'd it go? Oh, here, it's on my finger. Okay, let's take this time to make a wish together. Okay, let's seal it in now. All right, We have sent a wish out into the universe. How fun. Okay, let's start your reading now. So we are going to start by looking at what you are currently healing as of right now, whether it's conscious or unconscious. Remember, healing doesn't have to be conscious at all. So this is just a pattern that you're currently experiencing, and this is going to be the life-changing healing that comes from healing and integrating this pattern that is in store for you. And if you want a breakdown of the full reading, there is one in the intro. So to start, we have unconditional love. We have peaceful among thorns. We have opposition with balance, relates, mirrors, interacts, confronts, makes conscious, manifests, disciplines, conflicts with, tests, objectifies, calls out. Move these over a little bit. Then we also have the heart chakra with play. We have pride. I love myself and I see myself in everyone. And finally, we have the sacral chakra with geranium, and the theme around it is nurturing. The trigger statement is, I am all in my head, and the true statement is, I create with pleasure. Take time to rest, and in that time, be open to creative pursuits. Surround yourself with things that please your senses, and be gentle with yourself. I really love this healing pattern, and I really just want to commend every single person that picked this pile, because I can definitely tell that this is something that you've been working on quite a while, whether you recognize it or not. And I think at the root of it is learning unconditional love for self and all other beings that we share this planet with. And I think that there are a lot of distortions or expectations around what we think unconditional love is. So I'm just going to go ahead and read from the guidebook what this card says about unconditional love, because I think it will be more efficient if I do that rather than sit here for like 10 minutes and explain it in my own convoluted ASO way. So let's just go ahead and see here. The ultimate lesson all of us have to learn is unconditional love, which includes not only others, but ourselves as well. You have a choice between two doors, unconditional love and conditional love. Unconditional love is to love without judgment, conditions, expectations, and demands. It is love that stems from the heart space and is comprised completely of pure love, forgiveness, and compassion. Conditional love is to love with conditions, expectations, attachments, fear, and judgments. Love is given and received freely as long as the conditions of the love contract are being met. When others fail to meet the requirements of the love contract, love is lost and replaced with issues of fear, distrust, and doubts. To have unconditional love is to first love yourself entirely. When you can completely love yourself with all of your imperfections, you will have greater love and compassion towards others. If you are in a space where your love is conditional, ask yourself, where does this condition stem? Most often, you will find limiting thoughts and beliefs lingering in your subconscious. Deeper still, you may uncover the wounded child within you. It is to this child that love, understanding, and compassion must be shared. Now you see the inner wounds within you with the gentleness of love. You are better able to see the wounded child within others. You will clearly see the part of them that is in most need of love. That does not mean you must stay in a situation that does not serve your highest good. Sometimes loving unconditionally means having to walk away. And the affirmation is, I love all facets of myself and ascend any hurt or wounds within me, love and compassion. And I love that the associated chakras are the heart and the sacral, because I definitely think that this healing is definitely taking place within those chakras. But also one really cool thing that is happening as well is that as you are learning these lessons of how to love yourself unconditionally and how to approach the world from unconditional love, you are also making more space within you to have more of your true soul essence, your true soul light. And I think right now, one of the biggest things that you may be recognizing is that even though you might actually find it's easier for you to have compassion and unconditional love for others, but you may not recognize where you hold conditional love for yourself. And one area where I think that might be is in terms of productivity and possibly your work or the goals that you have for yourself. You might find yourself getting into these sort of patterns where you say like, I'm not going to be happy with myself, or I can't give myself a break until I reach this goal, or I cannot do anything fun until I get this amount of work done or reach this point in my journey or in what I'm aspiring to do. I also feel like as well with this Pride card, you may even recognize when you're pushing yourself to the brink or when you're burning yourself out. And you may push yourself through anyway because you may be too prideful to admit when you need a break, or too prideful to admit when you're human and you just need time to rest or need time to have fun. And I feel like one of the aspects of this life-changing healing is the realization that the work that you need to do, the goals that you're pursuing will always be there. And you're not going to spontaneously combust if you take some time to have fun and do things that you enjoy, do things that light your heart up in the meantime. Those goals will always be there. And life is not goals. Life is an experience, and one that we deserve to embrace and enjoy with love in our hearts, and to take every present moment as it comes and recognize that, there's always going to be things that we wish we had. There's always going to be things we wish were different. And it's great to be so ambitious and to have so much drive. But when that drive comes at the expense of your own physical, mental, emotional, spiritual health, that's a bit of a problem. And I think one thing you may not be realizing, especially if you struggle with like compassion fatigue, or you find yourself getting burnt out, I think one thing you may not be realizing is that the solution is not to do more, to push more, to be more, but instead it's to let go, allow yourself, carve more time for yourself to do things that you enjoy, and also be unconditionally loving towards yourself, where you love yourself even when you don't hit a certain goal. You love yourself even when you don't get a certain amount of work done. You love yourself because you are inherently worthy of love. You are a human being with a beating heart, and it deserves to feel and have love, not only towards itself, but to receive that love from others. I think one thing you may be realizing as well is that there may be people in your life that, or experiences that you are involved in, that kind of make you feel like maybe unloved, or maybe you love those said people or experiences, but you find yourself repeatedly getting drained, or repeatedly doubting yourself, or doubting the work that you've been doing, because they don't believe in what you're doing, or they would find it silly, or it just feels like vibrationally not really a match. And I'm not telling you what to do with that, but I definitely think that those experiences are in your awareness to help you realize the fact that many of us are still trapped in illusions of fear, illusions of unworthiness, illusions of needing to live a certain way that doesn't uplift them or make them truly happy. I also think that there is an element of this theme around the fact that there may be some sense of guilt, or this sense of shame around the work that you have done, especially if you have reached these places where you can feel unconditional love for yourself. You might find it hard to stay in that loving energy towards yourself and others when you, for example, see the news, or you hear about other people suffering, or you get negativity sent your way because of the good energy that you're feeling. I feel like with this Peaceful Among Thorns card, I feel like part of you might be in this energy where you start to wonder if you deserve to feel that way, or that you may be doing something wrong by being in that state. And I feel like the universe is saying, no, absolutely not. We all have a choice in terms of how we respond to things and how we react to things. And I think as well, one thing that you're learning is that you don't have to put so many shoulds on your plate. You should check the news every day so that you're a responsible citizen. If it makes you feel overwhelmed and worried and feel like you can't accomplish anything, or make you wonder how things are going to change, it's probably not very useful or helpful for you. Obviously, that's just an example, but I think that you're becoming aware of the areas in your life where you may be doing things out of obligation or out of shoulds, and you're having the awareness of, okay, these things are definitely draining me, these things are definitely not serving me, but you might be too prideful to let go of them, or too prideful to realize that the people or the experiences that you might be continuing to engage in that don't really serve you, you might be too prideful to admit that to yourself, or too prideful to let go of maybe a role you have within that group or those people. I feel like you might start to doubt yourself and your inner soul feelings, especially around just feeling good. I definitely think one of the core energies here is maybe guilt around reaching a level of healing where you can feel love for yourself, reaching a level of healing where you can have fun and enjoy yourself. I'm getting this reel in my head right now that I've seen. I think she's actually made a couple of them, but there's this creator named Stanzi Potenza. She's so awesome. And she's made these reels recently about just kind of how comment sections react to people enjoying themselves. Like, I think she made one about like just saying like, oh, I had a cup of coffee with my husband today and it was really nice. And then someone saying, oh, really? Well, some of us can't enjoy coffee and some of us are too insufferable to even have a husband. She just goes into this whole thing and it's just kind of funny and kind of plays on the fact that, you know, there's a lot of negativity and a lot of people that maybe, and no judgment or shame to them, that, you know, are choosing to respond out of their own suffering and trying to make that other people's problems and responsibilities. And I feel like you might find that the universe has been bringing more negativity your way, or it almost seems like you're attracting a lot of chaos, a lot of drama, a lot of negativity, and you might be wondering why. Or if you're not like, if it's not happening organically, you might just be becoming aware of the fact that you're too prideful maybe to let go of things that you know kind of make you feel bad about yourself, or that you know get you into situations that take you ultimately from your path, from what you want to do, from how you want to live your life, from where you want to be going. And I feel like the universe is saying that part of this healing pattern and recognizing what it's showing you is to let go of finding solutions through solely the mental body. I think one of the biggest leaps that you've made already is this recognition that the mind doesn't have all the answers, and that in fact, you know, your heart space and love is more powerful than any judgment, any fear, any shame, any separation. And I think that you are learning how to recognize what is your responsibility and what isn't. Oftentimes when we don't have recognition of our boundaries, or where our boundaries need to be stronger or maybe more lenient, we end up taking responsibility for other people's problems, for the world, when we forget that we're human and our needs and our desires matter just as much as others. Especially if you have an ego attachment around being you know, like the therapist friend, or being the kind of caregiver for the people around you. And I don't mean that in like if you're a parent or something like that, obviously you have certain responsibilities, but I mean like if you, for example, are like the parent friend of a friend group and you care for them a lot more than maybe you do yourself, if you kind of sacrifice your own needs to help people that are perfectly capable of helping themselves, or that kind of make you feel like it's your responsibility to save them or to fix them, or if you feel like it's your responsibility to fix people, I think that's one thing that you're healing. Because unconditional love can also be about the recognition that we not only deserve to nurture ourselves and do things that are kind to ourselves, but we also rob people of the ability to recognize that love within themselves, to recognize the power within themselves when we take responsibility for their problems and take responsibility for their healing. I feel like also you may kind of feel at times like, is what I'm doing really important? Does what I'm doing really matter? Especially when you see big problems in the world, or you see people suffering, you know, you might feel guilty for the fact that you have more than they do, or that you've reached this level of peace within you. And the universe is saying, no, just because you have learned how to cultivate more peace, just because you have learned to feel that love, does not mean you should give it up out of shame or fear. We need more people in that loving energy, because the more people that have this love within themselves and love for others, the more other people will be able to recognize it within themselves. We all play a role on this planet, and the more of us that can live a life through love rather than fear, the more other people will realize that there is a way to live through love instead of fear as well. I feel like with this opposition card, you may also be feeling at times like doing things like, you know, just doing things solely for enjoyment, or not focusing on your healing or your work means that you're doing something wrong or being irresponsible. Spirituality in of itself is just living a human experience and finding deeper meaning in it. There is kind of a distortion within some spiritual people where they might think that to be spiritual is to let go of your humanity and let go of all that is, but we're not here to be spirits. Like, if we were, then we would be spirits. We're here to be humans, and part of the spiritual experience is to just live and grow and learn and evolve. And I think one thing that you're realizing is that not everything has to be so serious all the time, and that in fact it can be so healing to just let go and laugh. And you know, there may be people that are not at the stage in their journey where they can do that, and that's their choice. That's okay. And it may not be a choice for them, but the point is that, like I just already said, is that we all have a choice in how we choose to react to things. There are many, many things we can't control in this world, and suffering is kind of just part of the human experience, whether we like it or not. And we all go through our own journeys. We all have unique challenges, and we all have a choice in how we treat ourselves, how we respond to others, and how we react to things. And I think that you might almost be stuck in your head around some sense of morality of, well, this is what I should do, and this is what I was taught. And I think as you're evolving and as you're growing, you're realizing that it's not really aligning with what your heart is telling you. And I feel like you might be feeling that opposition of the mind versus the heart, where your mind might be saying, well, this was how we were meant to do things, or there are people suffering, we should feel bad and guilty about that. Like, you can have compassion for that. You know, it is sad to see horrible things happening in the planet. It is sad to know that there are other people stuck in, you know, challenging and horrible situations. It is sad. And if you feel called and moved to do something, that's wonderful. But also, you cannot sacrifice and martyr yourself in order to help people stuck in their own suffering, you know? It's kind of like that idea of, if you're, like, when you're on a plane, you know, they always say, especially even when you have a child, you know, put on your oxygen mask first and then help others. You really can't effectively help others unless you help yourself first. And the more you understand your needs and understand what you need in order to feel at your best, then it is going to be much more fulfilling and much easier to know how you can effectively help others and how you can effectively love others, because you will be less vulnerable to manipulation and guilt tripping and people that are so blind to their own inner light, blind to their own power, that they think that they need to steal it from others or get it from others in order to have it. We all have this light and this ability to love within us, and I think that for you, you're learning how to become lighter and to recognize that as you grow in your own inner light, as you grow in love, you are naturally going to be, you're going to feel more sensitive to denser energies. And it's very easy for the mind to question itself and question what it's doing. You know, is taking time to meditate or taking time to just play with my dog or watch a silly movie or take a break and do something that just brings me a little bit of joy, is that senseless? Is that stupid? And I feel like the universe is saying, no, it's absolutely not. It's not up to us to fully understand how the universe operates, and it's not up to us to put the weight of the world on our shoulders. It is a beautiful thing to love the world and love other people so much that we are willing to sacrifice ourselves for them, but that's not, I mean, it's beautiful in the sense that it just goes to show how big your heart is, but it's horrible in the sense that you're not seeing your own value, and you're not seeing how much you matter and how much your needs matter. You're separating yourself from the collective rather than realizing that as a part of the collective, you're stronger when you're following your authentic path. You're doing the right thing when you're following what is true to you. You know, when you sacrifice yourself and your needs to help people that are perfectly capable of helping themselves, or to take on responsibilities that are not yours to take in the first place, you are stepping not only out of the divine plan, but you're stepping out of love for yourself and love for the people that could be empowered to grow and learn. It's not up to us to know what people's journeys are meant to be, and it's not up to us to save people from their own challenges. we all have unique experiences, and the most loving thing you can do is know what is aligned with you and what is doable for you without sacrificing what you ultimately need, without sacrificing, you know, your love for yourself, without sacrificing your boundaries, without sacrificing your desires, without sacrificing what truly matters to you. And I think what's really happening right now is you are learning how to sustain these lighter energies despite the challenges that the people you love may be going through, despite seeing all the suffering in the world. You know, I'm not saying that you should just neglect and ignore those things. You know, obviously you can lend a kind word or volunteer when you can, or donate to causes you care about. Like, there are so many ways that we can give to the world, but it's also important to recognize that it's not our job to martyr ourselves to the world. And I think you're starting to recognize that, but the guilt of almost just putting yourself first and allowing yourself to nurture this energy of love within you is making you feel like, well, what if I'm doing something wrong? Or you might be kind of having a bit of identity crisis, because if your identity was around, you know, kind of martyring yourselves or being that caregiver to others, or being someone who held things up for others and did things for others, if you got your sense of self-worth from that, it is going to take some time to change how you view yourself, and to be open to the idea that your identity doesn't have to be in this fixed role, that your identity, you're a multidimensional being with so many facets to you, and you cannot expect yourself to be perfect all the time. Like, you cannot expect yourself to be more than human. You cannot expect yourself to do more than just what your true responsibility, like what is truly yours to take care of and what isn't. I feel like part of this process is learning to let go and kind of let the universe sort things out when you don't know the answers. It's okay to not know the answers. It's okay to not know the steps. And it's okay to have people not agree with you. It's okay to not be able to fix or change things for others. It's not up to us to know how everything is meant to be. It's not up to us to play God for God. It's not up to us to be superhuman. It's up to us to just be humans, and it's up to us to be ourselves, and to also be open to how we evolve as we become more of ourselves, and to love and accept all that comes through, the good and the bad. You know, another thing, spirituality is not just looking at all the love and light and ignoring, you know, all of the shadow and all of the darkness and pain that can come with healing, and that can come through growth. You know, growing pains exist for a reason. And I think what you're realizing is that it's not always easy letting go. It's not always easy coming from a place of love, because sometimes love requires us to, like this card says, walk away. Or sometimes love requires us to take a break and just do something fun, when all our mind and ego wants to do is work, and just rise and grind. Like, and it might be hard, especially if you do have an ego identity around, you know, being that top tier worker, or being that person that goes above and beyond, and being that savior for others. It takes time to let go of that, and it's okay if you fall into old patterns. But I think one of the biggest things that you're learning is that you don't have to take everything so seriously all the time, because if you do, you're not going to have time to play and have fun, and your heart still deserves that. You know, when you see children, for example, just like playing, it's just one of the most pure things in the world. And oftentimes people think like, oh, you know, let them enjoy it, because once the real world comes, like, you know, they're not going to have that anymore. And I challenge that, and I say, you know, we can still let go of that real world mentality, and recognize that, you know, joy and play are divine human rights. We all deserve to feel those things, and we all deserve to discover the ways that we can find that within ourselves. And I think especially if you do something creatively for your job, or if you're doing something that requires a lot of like effort on your part, it is even more important for you to take time for play and for fun, and to do things that make your heart feel good, because that allows you to come back into what you're doing, not only with more purpose, but you'll also gain more creative solutions, and you'll be more refreshed and nourished. When you're truly nourished, then you can help people in more effective ways. And the more you understand what unconditional love looks like towards yourself and others, the more you can take things off your plate that were never meant to be there in the first place. Sometimes, you know, the most unconditionally loving thing we can do is just not take on things that are not meant for us and not overwork ourselves or overburden ourselves. I think that what's really beautiful is you're recognizing that you don't have to transcend your humanity in order to feel this divine love, but in fact, you're meant to bridge this divine love on the human plane and express it to yourself and through whatever you do and to others. That is really what being spiritual is about. And I think right now, if you've been facing a lot of challenges or been feeling like you're at war with two parts of yourself, you know, maybe the part of you, the ego and the heart, for example, the universe is saying you don't have to shut one or the other out. It's important to be aware of both of them and see what they're both trying to tell you. You know, the ego is only trying to protect you and only trying to keep you safe in its own convoluted, fucked up ways. And the more you're aware of it and the more you know how it operates, the less you will be susceptible to manipulation that plays on your ego, the less susceptible you'll be to what it tells you. And that takes you further away from those good feelings of love and happiness. And I think one thing we forget as well is that play is actually intelligent. The ability to play is something that not only like helps you come up with more creative solutions, it's something that helps you let go of stress, especially if you do get bogged down by stress. It helps you just let go of the weight of the world because it's not ours to always carry all the time. We can do our best, and it's good to serve the world. It's good to serve the universe and serve love. And when we do, we are rewarded in wonderful ways, but we have to recognize that the universe does not want us to continually suffer in order to make a difference. You know, sometimes we can make the most difference by realizing that we need to take care of ourselves first so that we can give to others. And I think ultimately this healing pattern of what you're going through is really going to be powerful for you, because not only is it going to start making life more enjoyable for you, but you'll recognize how your ego has been taking you off your path, and you'll realize that it doesn't truly have power over you. It's just, it'll help you gain awareness and realize kind of the mind games it might play with you, or the manipulations that other people might have towards you. When you see those loud and clear, they can't really affect you the way they once did, and you can sense them with love and compassion and realize, okay, like a loving response would not be to play into this, to not accept this. When you learn how to respond to things in loving ways, it is much easier to take the negativity, the suffering, the projections, the pain of the world, and recognize that it doesn't have to be something that you carry all on your own. And the more you become a light, the more you are going to be susceptible to negative energy, the more you are going to be surrounded by that. But when you realize that you don't, like, first of all, you have the power of free will, and that you're a sovereign being, and that you don't have to take someone's mean projections or take the fear in your mind and take the fear that is trying to tell you that you're not good enough, that you should just give up. You don't have to accept that. You can say thank you for sharing and choose love anyway. You know, we all kind of have a choice to choose the fearful path or choose the loving path, and both paths require challenge. Both paths are not easy, but at least the loving one brings more deeper meaning and brings you closer to yourself and closer to the universe and closer to an experience that aligns with your heart and soul. So if that kind of sounds like what you've been dealing with, I think that is what is happening here. That is the life-changing healing in store. So I'm going to go ahead and get into the tarot now, but I definitely did quickly just want to say as well, you know, Spirit's asking me to read the play card as well, just because we might have a convoluted idea of what play is. So I'm happy to do that so that I don't have to sit here and ramble. But you've pulled this card today as a reminder to bring more play into your world. Life may have been getting you down as of late, and the worry of your day-to-day commitments may be causing you a mountain of stress. One of the most powerful ways to release tension and worries of the world is to take some time to play and feel joy. Life can become so intense and serious that we forget to play, which is the fundamental expression of joy of the soul. It is now time to connect with this joyful aspect of you and embrace the essence of play. When was the last time you played? You may like to take your dog to the park, go to the beach, play a game of sport with your friends, whatever it is that allows you to give the gift of play to yourself. It is very important for your growth at this time to allow the energy of play to cleanse the mind, body, and spirit. It is a natural state of play to have It is a natural state to play and have fun. Playfulness is a powerful medicine for the soul and brings about a deep release, healing stale energies and worries. Play brings about a deep connection of joy to the cosmos. Bring more play in your life today so you can feel the joy of the cosmos flowing through your soul and into the world. And the affirmation is, I play joyfully in the magic of the universe and I am free to be me. Yes. And I think that is very important because sometimes we might feel like guilty for feeling good, or guilty for figuring things out that maybe other people haven't, or guilty for being able to feel this love. And you shouldn't feel guilty about that. Feeling unconditional love for yourself and others is an amazing accomplishment. It's an amazing thing to reach, especially if you started out from a place of fear, or you weren't taught unconditional love, or you were only taught conditions, you know? The more you recognize what unconditional love is, the less susceptible you will be to others, and you'll just recognize conditional love, period, and recognize that it's not the truth, and that you don't have to be susceptible to people holding you to that, or to situations holding you to that. And the more you kind of let go of that stuff and recognize how important play is for your heart, for your soul, the easier it will be for you to come back to your responsibilities, come back to the things you do need to do with more vigor and more of a clear mind. But I think I'm kind of repeating myself, so we're gonna get into the tarot now. So we're gonna start by looking at the progress you've already made within this healing pattern, so that we can kind of hype up what you've already done, and hopefully help you recognize that even if you don't realize that you've been consciously healing this, you've been healing it anyway. So Spirit, what progress has pile 3 already made when it comes to healing this pattern and learning to live in a more playful state with unconditional love, with peace and love? We have the Ace of Pentacles. So I definitely feel like you have been taking a lot of, I feel like you're starting to change your material realm in ways where you may have not recognized that the material realm is just as important as the spiritual realm in terms of progress and growth. I feel like you either might be taking more opportunities to do things that you enjoy, or you may be creating more opportunities to have more of these playful energies, of these loving energies in your life. You know, the Ace of Pentacles is about the material realm, so you might be planting the seeds right now to reach certain goals, or to follow the path that is more aligned with you. So like, for example, if you have been letting go of like stuff that you no longer need anymore, that doesn't really spark joy, in the words of Marie Kondo, or maybe if you have recently quit a job or started a new career path, or maybe you're changing up your routine in ways that allow more time for play, that allow more time for joy, or at the very least you're saying, okay, I want to be more responsible when it comes to myself, and I want to find ways that I can show myself love in the material realm. I want to find ways where I can bridge the love that the universe has, not only for me, but for others in the material realm as well. I feel like with this Ace of Pentacles, you've already been setting the foundations and planting the seeds necessary to have this unconditionally loving energy and this playful, more joyful energy be a part of your life in practical ways. And I feel like the universe just wants to commend you, because I feel like you may have not even realized this is what you're doing, but you've been making decisions in practical and material ways that are aligning you with the person that you're becoming. And I feel like the universe is just encouraging you to keep doing that more. I also think the more that you are in this playful state, the more you're attracting opportunities and people that also have this playful, loving energy. So whether you are taking opportunities to hang out with people that, you know, unconditionally love you and respect you, or at the very least, you know, can live from their heart and understand what, you know, what being joyful and free is all about, or if you are extending yourself in ways that are not overbearing but feel right and feel loving and flowing. I feel like this Ace of Pentacles is just a lot about, you know, the fact that I think one thing that you may be doing is accepting help from others, or at the very least pulling back in terms of not overextending the kind of help that you give. I feel like more than anything, you're taking steps towards a more loving and joyful future, and you have already been doing that. And I think the universe just really wants to commend you for that, and commend you for all the hard work that you've been doing. And I feel like if you haven't seen the results of the work that you've been putting in, the universe is saying that you will. And the fact that this is kind of something that is growing and evolving over time, but it is going to be so solid and it's going to get so much easier the more you do it. I feel like even this Ace of Pentacles could just be a realization of, I've got to change things in my world if I want to align with the person that I feel like I am inside now. I feel like the universe is also giving you a confirmation that you are bringing more opportunities your way, and you also are leading to a life more that has more abundance. And I think especially if you are someone who worries about money, or someone who, you know, wants to have more materially or just have more abundance, period, the universe is saying you've been planting the seeds for more abundance, and you are not only creating more security for yourself, you are also just evolving and growing in wonderful ways that will make you a more powerful influence on this planet as both a human and a soul, all in one. So now I want to see what action the universe is recommending you to take in order to have more unconditional love towards self and others, and have more play in your life. Okay, so we have the Seven of Swords, and that actually makes a lot of sense. So I feel like the universe is saying to let go of the mental games that not only your mind plays with you, but the mental games that other people may play with you as well. And I also think this is also about what sources you get mental stimulation from. You know, for example, if you're someone that really likes to read, what type of sources are you reading? You know, are you on the internet looking at like doom scrolling, or are you reading books about how to powerfully change your life, or just reading books that you enjoy? It doesn't have to be self-help. Like I have like books that I read for, you know, spiritual stuff, but like I also just love reading. Like right now I'm reading The Fellowship of the Ring, for example, and it's like so refreshing to just read a good, nice story and look at good INFP work in practice. You know, I really think that in terms of you guys, this is all about seeing how your mind deceives you, and how your mind can betray yourself, how listening to your mind over your heart can create self-betrayal. You know, oftentimes when we say yes to things because we feel like we should, even though we know that it's gonna create more stress for us, or it's gonna burn ourselves out, you know, that can be a form of self-betrayal. Or doing the things that we know would make us feel good, but we don't because we think we're not worthy of it, or we think we should be doing something else. You know, that's a form of self-betrayal. But I also think the universe is asking you to, instead of looking at people from a logical perspective, especially people in your life that you may be kind of wondering whether they are truly for you or not, notice how you feel when you're around them, especially when you're done being around them, rather than what you think of them or what you know of them. You know, because it's very easy to kind of get caught up in seeing someone as, you know, all good or all bad, when the truth is we're all different shades of gray, right? And I think that this Seven of Swords is recognizing the mind games you play with yourself that take you further away from your truth, that make you feel drained, that make you feel bad, that make you feel guilty for being human, for wanting to do things that you just truly enjoy, for wanting to be around people that you truly enjoy, from wanting to have experiences that bring you more fun, and also paying attention to the deception in your reality where, you know, for example, if you have a boss that says, well, gee, I was really considering you for that promotion. I'm thinking of like the movie Horrible Bosses, where I can't remember. It's like the business guy's boss. I think the boss is played by Kevin Spacey, and you know, he's just constantly manipulating him and forcing him to work himself to death without ever letting him like get a time off, just holding this promotion over his head and realizing, you know, is this constant, like, obviously I'm not saying like kill your boss, but I am saying, you know, if you feel like someone is manipulating you or taking advantage of your kindness or taking advantage of your hard work? Is it worth staying in that position? Is what's being offered or what's being dangled in front of you really going to bring you happiness? Like, this is just all about seeing the deception in your reality, and instead of seeing that deception from a place, from a mental place, from a place of your heart space, because the mind can deceive us all the time, and it can deceive ourselves, and it can deceive, I don't know, it's very good at deception. And ultimately, I think the universe is saying that your mind may be deceiving you into bringing more happiness and more joy into your life, and your mind may be deceiving you into believing that there are not ways that you could change, or that you are nothing if you don't have these certain roles, if you're not helping these certain people, or doing this certain job. I feel like it's important to recognize where people have where everyone has a shadow, but everyone also has the power to look within that shadow. Everyone has the power to grow and change within reason. Everyone has a choice, and ultimately you can't choose how other people treat you. You can't choose how other people choose to heal or not heal. Healing in and of itself is a choice. Even though some of it does happen naturally, which is great, but I feel like the universe is trying to get you to realize where you might be selling yourself short, where you might be betraying yourself, and where you might be also kind of allowing your love for other people to betray your love for yourself, where you are martyring yourself and not showing love to yourself in order to show love for other people. Especially if your love language is acts of service, you might actively be betraying yourself by not servicing yourself first, and instead neglecting all of your needs to serve someone else or serve other people. You know, you may love them very much, but you may not realize how that constant self-betrayal is betraying them as well, because they are not being given the opportunity to empower themselves and help themselves. So I think this Seven of Swords is about recognizing that choosing yourself is not selfish, and that sacrificing yourself or setting yourself on fire to keep others warm is not self-love. That's not unconditional love. That is a form of conditional love, where you're saying, I'm only good enough if I'm meeting other people's needs. I'm only good enough if I'm reaching these certain goals. You're actively like lying to yourself by thinking that you're only good enough if you get validation from certain people, or that if you're not helping them, you're doing something wrong. And I think the more you recognize how certain situations either uplift you or drain you, the more you'll be able to trust in what is right for you and what is not anymore, and the more you'll feel empowered to say no and not even have to explain why. You know, no is a complete sentence. And I also think, you know, you don't need to justify why you need rest. You don't need to justify why you deserve to play. You don't need to justify why you deserve to love yourself and love others. It's just something you feel, and it's just something that you trust. And I think really what the universe is saying is to just be more aware of how your mind makes you think that you're doing something wrong by loving yourself and loving others without conditions attached to it. And recognizing that when you don't have conditions attached to it, you know, you can't force other people to have unconditional love either. And if people will only love you with conditions, that's kind of a sign that maybe they're not going to be the best person in your life or the best person to be around you, until maybe they can accept you for who you are. And also not, like, if someone is forcing you to be in their life only on their terms, you know, that's not a very loving, very balanced relationship. I think a lot of what is happening right now is you might be feeling like, for some of you, I feel like your world might be falling apart a little bit, but it's not falling apart. It's actually coming together, because the things that you were trying to hold on to were that which never served you in the first place. I feel like this you're coming into a place of balance where you're recognizing, I don't have to actually completely sacrifice myself in order to help other people. That's kind of reinforcing a sense of low self-worth. And I think also, you know, you might have people that are challenging the things that you're learning, and that's okay. You don't have to defend your position. Sometimes the most loving thing we can do is to choose to not engage with people that are committed to misunderstanding us, or that are committed to just seeing things only from their side. You don't need other people's validation or approval in order to do what feels right for you. You'll get that approval from yourself because it'll feel right, and you'll get that approval from the universe because not only will more doors open for you, but it'll feel easier and easier to be yourself and to do things that naturally align with you. And the more you do that, the more you'll recognize what doesn't align with you, and you'll feel much less guilty about saying no to those things, or not even giving those things the time of day, because you know ultimately it's just it's kind of a losing battle, in the sense that it's not leading to anywhere meaningful. It's not leading anywhere valuable to you. So you don't have to hold on to it. You don't have to engage with it. And I think this as well is saying that, you know, if you need to stop doing something, if you need to, you know, take a break from certain things, you don't need to explain yourself. And if you are learning how to set boundaries, pay attention to the people you set boundaries with, because if they have negative reactions towards you, or if they are mean or unkind to you, that just goes to show, like, that shows you exactly why you need boundaries in the first place. And people that love you will want you to do what's best for you. They are not going to want you to sacrifice your needs in order to appease them. That's not very loving. And so I think the Seven of Swords is all about recognizing that deception is everywhere, and we even do it to ourselves, and we can very easily allow it to happen when it's coming from people that we love. And I think the thing is you don't have to completely cut people out of your life, or completely shut people down, or shut things out. You just have to be aware of how things aren't serving you, and refuse to not engage with certain dynamics, especially if you know they're not leading to anywhere meaningful, or in order to engage with them, it requires you to betray yourself. So now I want to see how the universe is, sorry, I got messed up. What we're looking at first is what the universe is doing on their end to help you heal this pattern. I could not talk very well today. Also, if you feel, I think there's a reason for that. If you feel afraid to speak up to people, or you're afraid to like speak your truth to someone and they betray you or they walk away, that's the perfect sign that you are not meant to be attached to them, or that they were not meant to be in your life anymore. Because if they don't have respect for your truth, or at the very least, like if they can't, even if they don't understand it, if they can't, you know, if they don't want the best for you, if they don't want you to do what is good for you, it's probably not a very good person to have in your life with peace and love. You know, if people want to walk away, if people don't want to be in your life, let them go, because your life will be better without people like that in your life, with friends like that. Who needs enemies, you know? So let's see, what is the universe doing on their end to help you heal this pattern? Universe, what are you doing to help pile 3 with this healing pattern? What can pile 3 trust you to help with? Aha, we have the Magician. So I really think that the universe is empowering you in so many different ways, and also moving around the conditions and people and experiences that you need in order to empower you. I feel like the universe is showing you where there's a lack of balance in your life, showing you the things that are becoming more and more obvious to you, that are not aligned with the person that you're becoming, that are not reflecting the unconditional love you have within. You know, the Magician talks all about as above, so below. And so I think that the universe is saying we're always helping you, and we're always conspiring to help you align with your highest good, but also we're always going to be giving you experiences and giving you opportunities to recognize how you can wield your power in loving, positive ways without sacrificing your integrity, without sacrificing your morals. I also think the universe is actively aligning you with the things that you want to create, with your heart's desires. And I think that if you haven't seen evidence of that yet, the universe is saying you've already planted those seeds. And that's something that you should feel encouraged about. Well, I don't want to tell you how to feel about things, but the universe is really saying we are with you, and we want to help you co-create the experiences aligned with your heart and soul. We are on your side. We're not here to punish you. We're not here to betray you. But sometimes, you know, we have to shift and move things, and your mind might not understand why things are shifting and changing. And it might feel like you're losing something, or it might feel like you're doing something wrong, but that's not it. We're working with you. We are here to co-create with you, and we want what is most loving for you. We want what is best for you. And I think with this Magician card, the universe is saying right now that they are helping empower you to live from a place of integrity and truth, and that they are aligning the people, the experiences, and even bringing forth experiences that are challenging your shadows, showing you where your shadows are, so that you can love and accept those too, and recognize where your maybe weaknesses lie, or flaws lie, so that you can see how those maybe get you into situations that take you further from your truth and perpetuate cycles that you don't want to be in. With this Magician card, I think the universe is reminding you, we are you and you are us, and we are here to help you through this process. And I think the universe is saying we are on your side, and we are empowering you through these experiences that you are having, whether you like them or not, to recognize what is truly aligned with you. And we are always conspiring for your highest good. And I feel like they just want you to know how proud it is of you. I feel like you have a lot of spirit guides as well. And I think that the universe wants you to place your trust in it more, because I think that you don't really trust in your path and trust in the universe because you don't really trust yourself to make decisions aligned with what is truly good for you. I feel like you don't really trust your heart, and maybe you don't really trust this path where it's leading you, because you might be seeing things that you were once attached to, or experiences you're once attached to, fall away or not be as impactful as they once were. But the universe is saying you're not doing anything wrong. We are not going to take away our support and love for you just because we don't trust us, just because you don't trust us, but we are going to put experiences on your path that will help you trust in yourself and help you have the experiences and opportunities needed in order to realize that you can trust yourself, that you can trust us, and that we are conspiring for your highest good. And so I feel like the universe is really just reminding you that it is always on your side, and that it is always conspiring for the highest good of all beings. And when we fall out of what is good for us, we're also falling out of what is good for all beings. It's not up to us to know what other people need. It's not up to us to solve the universe's problems. It's up to us to honor ourselves and live from a place of love so that we can know what our responsibilities are and what they aren't. And I think that the universe really just wants you to know that you have power in this situation, and that love is the most powerful energy in the universe. And when you are operating from a place of love, things will be so much swifter, so much easier, and you're probably already realizing that. And I think the universe is saying, have no guilt and shame for what you're doing. It's powerful, it's incredible. And the universe is saying, you have this gift within you. You can trust the love in your heart. You can trust the desires that you have. You can trust your inner knowing, even if it doesn't make sense to you. We will always be conspiring to show you that what you are feeling deep in your soul is right, is true. Even if you don't have immediate results, we're always conspiring for your highest good. And so I think that this is the universe saying, we're going to help you trust us as much as you can. And that starts with trusting yourself. And the more you recognize what's going on within, the more you love how you are and recognize that, yes, you can grow, you can evolve, you can change. But that doesn't mean just because you have flaws or just because you have certain elements about you you wish you were different doesn't mean you shouldn't love yourself, or that you shouldn't have love for who you are now, or the past versions of yourself, because the past versions of yourself got you to here. And I think the universe is saying you really wield more power than you realize, and that the universe's love for you is absolutely infinite, and they are just aligning you with the people, the experiences, and the opportunities necessary in order for you to have a more joyful, vibrant life, and to enact your divine destiny and to live your destiny. So now I want to see how your life will change as a result of this healing. So Spirit, how will pile 3's life change as a result? Well, we have the 10 of Pentacles. This is absolutely beautiful. I feel like if a lot of your desires align in the material realm in terms of like family or a legacy, the universe is saying like the healing that you're doing now is aligning you with the legacy that you want, the life of your dreams, the family that you truly want. Sometimes the family you desire to create, the family bonds you desire to have. With this 10 of Pentacles, this is like you will have everything that you've wanted. You will have everything that you've ever needed, and it may not look like what you thought it was, but when you trust your heart and trust where the universe is guiding you, you'll realize the universe knew what you needed all along. The universe knows us more intimately than we know ourselves. And I feel like this is actually an important element of manifestation. A lot of times we can manifest from a place of ego without even realizing it. And, I think there's opportunities for growth in everything. But in terms of manifestation, sometimes we can get things that we manifest and then realize they didn't give us what we wanted, or it's like kind of a be careful what you wish for type of thing. And I feel like the universe is saying the more you align with love, the more you allow yourself to play and let go of the outcome, the sooner and swifter and easier it will be for you to not only accomplish your goals, but to reach reach this 10 of Pentacles energy that is stability, security, love, material wealth, I think this is also generational wealth. I think that this is family. This is abundance in all forms, and that abundance being reflected in the material realm. So an abundance of love from family, friends, and, you know, romantic relationships. This could also be, or relationship, depending on your life. This is also, you know, having enough to support yourself, and also having enough to support the causes that you care about, to support the creative endeavors that you have, to support your current or future children, if that's something that you want, or the people that you take care of, so that you can set them up for a good future. This is about the legacy you feel in your soul. I feel like the universe is assuring you, you already have the power to reach it. But the more you doubt, the more you live from a place of fear, the more you live from a place of should, the harder it's going to be for you to trust in this legacy that is there for you. And the harder it is going to be for you to realize the abundance that is already there, and the support that is always there for you. And so I think the universe is saying, everything that you truly want, whether you know what it is or not, the things that your soul truly desires are manifesting and are already here. You've already planted the seeds. And in fact, it might feel really weird to start living from a place of what feels right to you, but the universe is saying, you know, even if you don't know where your path is leading you, even if it scares you, even if it's different from what you thought it was, they are promising you that you will be very happy with yourself and with the universe when you co-create with them, and when you live from this place of play, joy, and love, and when you take time to nurture yourself. It will make bringing what you need and flowing with abundance so much easier. Going with the flow will just help you realize that you didn't have to control everything in the first place. You didn't have to listen to all of the negativity. You didn't have to listen to the people that were tearing you down and telling you that you couldn't do it. Abundance is your birthright, and abundance isn't just money. It's so much more than that. And I think what the universe is saying is that this is a life-changing realization and a life-changing healing, because it will just be so much easier to flow with life and flow into your divine destiny, and to have everything that you've always wanted, to have your cake and eat it too. And like I said, everything you always wanted may not be what you thought it is, but the universe knows what you need. I guess that's what it is. It's your life will change because you'll be open to what you need rather than what you think you want, and you'll be more satisfied than you ever thought possible, because the universe will just constantly be there to redirect you when you get lost, to redirect you towards what feels right. And it will be easier and easier and easier to flow and trust in your future, because your future is already secured, and you secure it in the present by taking advantage of every present moment and living from a place of joy, living from a place of love, because that also helps you prepare for, well, not only does it help you like mentally in terms of you come up with more creative solutions, you learn how to flow with what is, whether you're going through good times or bad times. You will have whatever, you will have what you need. You will be supported. And I think the universe is saying, you know, that 10 of Pentacles, I would literally like Google 10 of Pentacles, or Google like what is in the 10 of Pentacles. And if any of that in there makes you nervous or makes your heart feel alive, but also terrifies you in the sense that you don't know if you're worthy of it, you don't know if you're deserving of it, the universe is saying, oh no, you are, and we're here to show you how. And when you live from your heart and live from love and live from a place of joy, it is so much easier to, one, do the things that we don't necessarily want to do in order to achieve what we know is true, and two, it just makes the process so much more fun. Life is not meant to only be enjoyed once you've reached the 10 of Pentacles. You're meant to enjoy the journey and enjoy the process, and recognize that you're always worthy of feeling love and joy, no matter who you are, no matter what you've been through, no matter what mistakes you've made. The universe loves you, and you are cared for, and you are supported. Whether you see it immediately or not, it is happening for you. It is your divine destiny. What you need will not miss you. What you want may not be what you thought it is, but when you let go of the pride around that and just be open to what can be, it's literally like the universe is almost asking you to let go of the scraps so that they can lead you to the divine feast. I feel like that's what it is. You're being aligned with the divine feast, the things that your soul needs, the things that you truly desire, and the things that you are meant to have It's all unfolding for you. So finally, I want to see a blessing you'll receive as a result of this healing. And I quickly do want to mention that this is an ongoing process, and it's something that you're going to see slowly but surely, but it's already happening. It's already yours. It's just about trusting it and believing in it and watching the magic happen and engaging with the magic. You are the magician, and the universe is co-creating with you and conspiring for this to happen. So what is a blessing that pile 3 will receive as a result of living from a place of unconditional love and living from their heart space, please? We have the 4 of Wands. That is absolutely beautiful. So this is union. Like, this is union with yourself, union with life. It could be union with a specific counterpart or a specific experience. The 4 of Wands is all about joy, celebrations, all about having fun and living life. The 4 of Wands is such a joyful card, and I actually feel like this card does it a disservice, because the 4 of Wands is all about just living and enjoying life, you know, having those celebrations, knowing when it's time to take time off and do things that are joyful, having people that truly love and care about you to celebrate your experiences with, having the people meant to be in your life that will support you and nourish you, having the experiences in your life that will support you and nourish you, and also just having experiences that are truly valuable that you'll look back on and, you know, have wonderful stories to tell. And I think the biggest blessing about this is that you're not going to take your blessings for granted when you live from a place of love. You're not going to doubt what is truly meant for you, because you know that the universe gave it to you, not only because you deserve it, but because you're worthy of it. You're not going to push away the things that you wish were different, or push away the opportunities to celebrate, because you know that life isn't forever, and that your life is a gift, and that your life is something beautiful and magical and worthy of engaging with and loving and having fun and letting go and not taking everything so seriously all the time. You know, the 4 of Wands is an incredibly important card, because it is all about taking time to celebrate and to be around friends and family and have meaningful experiences that truly nourish us and that make all of the work and the sacrifices to get there worth it. You know, the universe is not promising that things won't be challenging, or that you might not have to sacrifice experiences or people or identities or roles that you once relied on for your worth. But if you're not living from a place of love, the universe is saying that joy is not a goal in your future. It's not a certain milestone. It's many different milestones that you recognize when you're not so focused on the future, or so focused on what you need to do, or when you're so focused on taking things seriously that you miss out on what truly matters. The blessing is the meaningful experiences and actually being able to gain something from them and be open to just celebrating life and being one with life, rather than feeling like you need to be breaking your back all the time to just be worthy. You are worthy, and so many blessings are in your future. And I think a lot of these have to do with meaningful experiences that will touch your heart, and having those experiences with people that will share your joy and want to celebrate you and celebrate together. And just, yeah, lots of love, lots of happiness, lots of celebrations, and lots of beautiful experiences that will make all the ups and downs of life truly worth it. And you'll realize even more and even more and even more as time goes on that the universe truly is on your side, and that you can trust it, and that you don't have to make sense of everything, because you matter. Your heart matters. Your divine plan matters. Your soul missions matter. You matter, period. So let's go ahead now and get a final guidance card from the Rumi Oracle. I'm sure it will relay things in a much more eloquent way, so that I don't have to keep rambling. But Rumi, what final guidance do you want to give to pile 3 moving forward? What do you want them to know about the life-changing healing that is happening for them? We have divine discontent, which this actually came out in another pile. So and that pile got 2 cards. So I feel like I should give this pile another card, just because I feel like that's only fair. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? All right, these are the same two cards that came out for pile 1. I'm not even joking. So I guess you guys are meant to see these two cards, but these are literally the same cards that popped out. So yeah, let's read them, starting with Divine Discontent. Okay. Winter falls upon us, so spring can bring new growth. Cry the tears, allow the longing. Sadness brings surrender and a deep desire to be free. I know your heart. I hear it breaking and groaning in the darkest night when you imagine yourself to be silently cast adrift in sleep. It speaks to me, that sacred heart of yours, whispering its longing and bemoaning its divine discontent. It knows when something is amiss. It senses that something is not quite right as yet. There is a piece of the puzzle missing. Even in its tremendous gratitude for all that is, and there is much gratitude and sweet appreciation in that precious heart of yours, there is a murmuring, a questing. It cries out to heaven, vouchsafe me a blessing. I cannot go on. I am broken and in need of your tenderness for healing. I am empty and in need of filling. That's what she said. Not with stuff and bits, but with the most precious nectar of divine fulfillment. Nothing else will satisfy me. Please, please restore me to wholeness. I can bear this missing piece, this broken disarray no longer. I listen and I cajole that wise heart of yours. I pray for its honesty and longing. I pray for the longing. I praise it for its honesty and longing, for the longing is an irresistible perfume to the beloved, attracting the only salve that will soothe the divine discontent of your truth-speaking heart, that of divine presence, absolute and unquestionable. There is a sense within you, perhaps quite obvious to your conscious mind, or perhaps only dimly registered as an unnameable underlying sense of anxiety, that something in your life is not quite right. It may be the sense, even amongst so much gratitude, of a yearning yet to be met, a longing yet to be fulfilled and satisfied. This is the pain of the awakening heart, the heart that is capable of bliss and ecstatic reverence for the sheer beauty and wonder of creation. Yet, as the heart matures, there will be a process of deep, passionate longing that awakens for the divine. It is the impatience for the caress of the great lover, for the presence of the divine to come to you. Over time, that longing will grow from a mild sense of incompleteness, needing to become whole. It will develop into a holy fever, a sacred rage, a stamping of dancing feet, a pounding of fists upon the altar, and a longing so deep and distressing that one may well break into tears at the impossibility of bearing the pain of apparent separation for even a moment longer. Where is my beloved? Cries the awakening heart. I call for my beloved, and yet I am here, still waiting. I can't stand this no longer. As devotion grows and passion for the divine intensifies, so too does this yearning, so much so that this may come to feel as though your heart is breaking for the divine. Or perhaps you are not quite there yet. Your heart is attached to smaller gods such as your status, your job, your lover, your body looking a certain way, or being able to live your life in a particular way. These smaller gods are not necessarily an issue. Yet you have drawn this oracle, so it is guidance for you that the divine wants to draw you closer. Sometimes that means we will have the meager meal wrested from our hands so that we may feast upon something far more delectable and grand. The divine is a fiercely possessive lover. If there is a face of another beloved preventing you from the longing for the divine embrace, and if you cannot see that it is the divine beloved within your lover that you are loving, well then something will be done by heaven. So make your relationships sacrosanct. Seek the divine in all things. When you cannot, when the power of lesser gods has you in its grip, acknowledge it, bear witness to it. Do not chastise. Instead, be truthful. Let your heart break and lie prostrate on the floor, hands clutching and head bowed, as though only your sadness and plight could stir the heart of the divine beloved into descent of succor and grace, saving you from a life far too bland for your exquisite Epicurean palate. Just don't misinterpret the pain and think that something is wrong. If you are surrounded by status and money and cannot understand why you should mourn, it is even more important that you should allow yourself to do so. Mourning is to be felt. Understanding is not so relevant. But if you must seek understanding, know this, dear blazing angel. You are just waking from the deepest slumber, and with your awakening heart, you are realizing a truth, a part of you, deeper, wider, vaster, more instinctive, truthful, and intelligent than your mind. is lonely for the divine embrace. This is right. This is sensible. This is sanity. It is the pain, the real noble pain of the heart that says there is something more than this inadequacy, this settling for plastic instead of precious gemstones. That must end now. I cannot be fed by pixelated sunsets and animation upon my computer screen. I yearn to be blasted by so much radiance and beauty by the real thing that I become stupefied. I must witness so much divine splendor that all I can utter is some incoherent grunt, my mind dissembled and my heart ignited by the presence of my beloved. I want to become a fumbling, ecstatic wreck in the presence of my beloved. I want to allow this pain, this yearning, this divine discontent to guide me to my holy lover, so my life may never be the same again. And so it shall be. The discontent divine growing within you is the beginning, not the destiny. Its purpose is to lead you into your greatest connection yet with divinity. Do not resist it. Witness it. Do not dismiss it, trying to cover up its smell with rose petals. Let your rank discontent be the pathway to divinity. Look beyond what is, what has been prized and treasured, and is now found to be plated and not the precious gold it was once esteemed to be. Don't be scared, for you are my sidekick on this great holy adventure. I am here, you see, and just around the corner. I have you in my sights, though you may not see me yet. I am holding this loaf of fresh bread, hot from the kitchen of the Creator, hoping to entice you with its wafting scent, tempting you to follow me towards something of far more substance. If you are still stuck on pine-scented air freshener, imagining it is anything akin to the wild scent of pine forest for real, then how can I tempt you? Let the stench be the stench, then the fragrance of God can be discerned, and together we can leave what is less behind once and for all, grabbing like hungry schoolchildren for the divine bread with sweet, fresh scent filling the air. So I'm going to show you guys the sacred honoring ritual, so you can screenshot that and speak it out loud. I really think you should do that. And then we are going to read your second. We're going to read your second card now, which is the Blessing of Al-Hakim. I know these readings are really long, but I'm not kidding. Both of these cards came out for pile 1, so you may want to watch that one too. Only if you want, or save it for another time when you really need it. Do whatever you need. Sell your cleverness and buy bewilderment. Cleverness is opinion. Bewilderment is vision. The gift of wisdom, the blessing of Al-Hakim, gurgles up from your heart. Her blessing is evoked by life, the laughter of a babe joyfully responding to the playful tickle of the mother's hand. Wisdom can make divine sense of anything, especially of that where logic is blinded. How I revere the blessing of Al-Hakim, of wisdom, for she is precious and welcome to me now and always, the dear friend who brings me such peace. A blessing of divine wisdom of Al-Hakim is being ministered to your soul, watched over by Rumi himself. This is soul medicine. It is a spiritual gift of healing, prophecy, insight, and the capacity to surrender any impatient claim for what you cannot yet have. As you receive this gift, this blessing which happens at a soul level, your attitude to life becomes more curious, open, still, and receptive. You no longer have to drive the unfoldment of your desires into form. You rest in assurance that your daily application and effort is enough, and so is your surrender. Mental anguish is soothed, and you are able to accept the unfathomable nature of divinity in its expression of itself as life. You become comfortable with the reality that the price of being closer to the divine is the giving up of your need to always understand. From this place of increasing stillness, great activity will flow. You shall become capable of being the surrendered vessel to the guiding divine hand, and truly great contributions to the human soul evolving can occur through you. So much will simply emerge, erupt, pulsate, and emanate out of you, and yet you will feel within as though you are doing nothing at all, even while so much is happening through you. Such holy paradox will become your daily experience. You may feel unexpectedly, perhaps, that in some ways your vision for your life and purpose, your divine passion, is clearer than ever before, and in other ways completely unknown to you. A discovery is yet to be made. That is as it should be. Wisdom bestows upon the sane capacity to work with the opportunities that are right before us, to release situations and circumstances that have passed, and to allow the future to take its shape according to the ineffable timing of life itself. This oracle comes to you with special guidance. If you are uncertain about an issue in your life, be at peace. There is divine healing that can occur most readily in the unknowing. Follow the sacred honoring ritual and know that all is indeed well, beloved soul. Perhaps you are journeying very deep indeed, and your allegiance to your intellectual mind is softening in favor of allegiance to your heart knowing. You may find yourself craving different company with different interests, or finding the world of opinions and debate rather less to your liking, and the worlds of creative expression more nurturing and nourishing to your essence. If this is the case, this oracle comes as confirmation to trust in the changes you feel within in any and all ways, no matter how insignificant or dramatic they may seem. Know that they are seedlings of a new way that shall grow from one step into an entirely new and more sacred orientation in your life. You will not necessarily have any idea how that will happen or what it will look like. This matters not. The acorn becomes the oak because that is its innate destiny. And it happens without any active participation apart from a willingness to grow through life. So it is with the precious blossoming now happening within your soul. To know less can bring the greatest gift and blessing of all, to be able to love and therefore to live more freely. This oracle comes to you with special guidance to bring you peace. Look to the old ways, to the ancient wisdom teachings that run as one vein of life, giving love through all traditions. The old wisdoms teach of cycles, of timing, of letting go for new life to happen, and of the greater intelligence and scheme of life to which we must surrender if we are ever going to know even a moment's peace. The fire in your belly is a beautiful aspect of you. Just let it be the breath that swirls around and through the heart that ignites it, not the passing huffing and puffing of the impatient mind. For when the fire in the belly is fanned by the breath of the heart, you shall have peace and dynamic movement, restful stillness and soul-inspired action all at once. You shall become one with the living holy paradox, and the healing power of your love shall know no bounds. That is so beautiful, and I love that this came out again. So I'm going to show you guys the sacred honoring ritual for this one. So please screenshot those I guess there's only one. So pause it and say it, or screenshot it and say it, because you need to. But pile 3, that is where I'm going to leave your reading. Thank you guys so much for liking this video if you enjoyed it, and commenting down below how it resonated, and for letting the ads play in the background if you don't have YouTube Premium while you're watching this video. Those are the simplest and easiest ways to support me and show gratitude for what I do and for my channel. So thank you to everyone who does that. If you would like to support me in any other ways, you can subscribe if you haven't already, and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You may not need the reading immediately, but it's good to know they're there in case you feel called to it. You can also check out my merch link down below, as well as my social media, though of course do be aware that I have scammers pretending to be me, so just know I am not a scammer and I do not offer personal readings. So thank you guys so much for watching and for being here and for sticking out this reading with me. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Auralite stone as well as the Synesthesia tarot, this is going to be your reading on the life-changing healing happening for you right now. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading, that will be in the intro. And I did want to say that you'll know this reading resonates if you resonate with the pattern that is coming up to be healed and the healing that is occurring. So to start, we have believe, and we have dreams. We also have acceptance. I am learning to accept the things that I cannot change. We have addicted. We have, I might say this wrong, quincunx, with complexity. Irritates, puzzles, mystifies, complicates, contradicts, clashes, misses the mark, requires translation, adjusts, makes curious, educates, transforms. And finally, we have the solar plexus chakra with the theme of harmony. The trigger statement is, I am boiling over. The true statement is, I allow myself to feel. Give yourself space to decompress and take time to nurture your body, mind, and spirit. Allow emotions to surface and release. I think that this is actually a really beautiful pattern that you are going through. And I feel like it's one that may take multiple cycles to fully integrate, but I think, and it's quite possible you've already been through multiple cycles already, but I think what the biggest thing I want to start off by saying is I have so much faith in you. And I just feel so confidently that whatever you are worrying about or whatever you are afraid of doing or accomplishing, I just know that you're going to be okay and you're going to surpass your own expectations. And I have so much faith in you. Anyway, I want to start by looking at this harmony card and the addicted card, as well as complexity. I definitely feel like this pile, especially, you might relate to the phrase, inside every cynic is a disappointed idealist. You might find that you are someone who maybe did look at the world at one point with a very big heart and with hope and with a lot of just excitement and enthusiasm for life. And I hope you still have that. But if you don't, I feel like one thing that you need to know is that the experiences that you've been through thus far have not been meant to rob you of your hope or rob you of that. But I do think that the lack of hope and a lot of the cynicism that we have within our everyday world is a reflection of, much more than just, it's not very simple. It's quite complex. And I think that you may be in this state where you are kind of battling between your inner cynic and your inner idealist. I feel like if anything, no matter where you're at, I feel like for some of you, you could have recently reached a rock bottom or reached a realization that the way you've been going about life or the way that you have been approaching life, which I feel like for a lot of you may have been from a very bitter, negative place, is not your truth, and that it doesn't have to be. I can really relate to this because before I was ASO and did this stuff, I literally did not believe in anything. I literally thought the point of life was you live, you work, you die. I was insanely negative and I didn't believe in anything or anyone. I was a very harsh critic of myself and the outside world. And I think actually criticizing things was my only way of like getting some sort of solace, because I don't know, I was just bitter and angry and not having a good time. And if you can relate to that, I want you to know that that doesn't have to be your truth, and I don't want you to feel shame for having that perspective if you do currently or if you have in the past. But what I do want you to know is that there is so much more to life than criticism and being bitter and the negatives. And in fact, if you're really used to being negative, positivity can be like actually really painful. At least that's how it felt when I was really stuck in a dark place. But I want you to know that it's just darkest before dawn. And the fact that you may quite honestly feel rage a lot for the ways that you've been treated, the way that the world behaves, the injustices that happen, just goes to show that you know things could be better. You know that we all deserve better. You know that you deserve better. And that rage is not something to necessarily be ashamed of. It's something that you should understand is an aspect of you that it's a part of your soul. It's a part of you saying, hey, like, even if you can't quite understand it, something isn't right here, and I wish things were different. And here's the thing. There's a lot of things in life we cannot change, and change does start with ourselves and learning to accept ourselves. Like, wasn't even looking at that card, but yeah. And the fact of the matter is that no matter what experiences you've been through, a lot of what this pattern is bringing up within you and helping you heal is the realization that there is nothing wrong with being hopeful. And in fact, your dreams matter, and it's not stupid or silly to believe in something greater than yourself. In fact, it can actually be one of the greatest solaces we have, because we're just humans and we do have flaws and we don't know everything. And when we put our faith into something that is unconditionally loving and greater than ourselves, whether we see that as spirit, God, the universe, however you perceive it, the most standardized way I could describe it is an all-knowing, divinely intelligent power that loves all beings unconditionally, including you. You're not separate from that. Believing in that and believing in its innate intelligence and its ability to help guide us and its ability to help us co-create with it can help you open doors that you never thought possible. And I feel like with this addicted card being here, addictions can come in many forms, and obviously addiction in of itself is a very complex topic, and I really can't do a topic like that justice. But what I will say is that I do think that there may be a part of you where you're realizing that you may be, there may be addictions in terms of, I mean, it could be many things, but I think one thing you might be addicted to is reinforcing an identity around yourself that you're either not good enough, or that things can't change, or that you might almost be addicted to cynicism or criticism in a way where it stops you from truly believing in yourself, and any positive step that you do take towards living your dreams and believing something greater in yourself, as soon as you have some tiny slip up, or as soon as you have some, you make a mistake or something doesn't turn out the way you thought it would, you might almost double down even harder on, I knew this wasn't real. I knew this shouldn't have happened. I knew that this couldn't be real. I knew I didn't deserve that. And I need you to know that that's not true, and not to beat yourself up about that. Because one thing I will say is that you know in your heart that, like I said earlier with that quote, you know, inside every cynic is a disappointed idealist. Life isn't an idealized form. Reality is very complex, and life is so much more than just the good things or the bad things. Good and bad things, which even that in of itself are the value judgments. Everything is happening all the time, and it's so far beyond our comprehension. And one of the things that I've really learned in life that I would share with you is that no matter how we perceive the world, however we perceive the world, that is the world that is going to be reflected back at us, especially because our brains are literally designed to find supporting evidence for whatever we believe. And I think that part of this healing is about recognizing the beliefs that you have within you that may have been born of difficult experiences, or challenges that didn't match your hopes, or outcomes that didn't match your hopes, or not being able to see the full side of a story yet, or not being able to accept things the way they are, or things that you may have hoped have been different. I feel like you may be really trying very hard to push away your emotions. And the first thing I want to say about that is that emotions are just data, just like anything else, and they're always telling you something. And I think, in fact, if you're someone who struggles with being really angry or feeling anger, or you feel like maybe that's the only emotion that you feel at times, anger often has a deeper root. And not only that, anger can have very important purposes. Rage can also be sacred, and the belief that we shouldn't feel anger, that we shouldn't feel those things, is not true. It can often be the thing that lights our fire and gets us to change, especially if you're angry at yourself or angry at how things have turned out for you. Anger is a valid emotion. It's about what we do with that anger that really matters. You know, if you use that anger in harmful ways or in abusive ways, obviously that's not very helpful. But if you use that anger in constructive ways, it can be really healing and really helpful. Some people might think anger is not good or not a valid emotion, and that's just not true. And I think for a lot of you, you may be only registering anger because it's the only emotion that you currently recognize, or neglected emotions within you are coming out as anger because that's the only emotion you're registering. And I feel like what you need to know is that you don't need to overly analyze or criticize yourself for how you are processing your past and your present and processing the world. Obviously, I can't sit down and hear all of your life stories, but what I will say is that I know within each and every one of you that pick this pile, the one thing that you all have in common is the fact that you have a powerful spirit and a pure heart at its core. And I think that your overall perception of needing to understand things, needing to know why things are happening, or needing to know what will happen before you take the first step is one of the things that you're ready to let go of, because needing to know or needing to control how something happens, or feeling safer just criticizing people that are acting, that are doing, or criticizing things that you have no control over. It seems like those are maybe just places where you are, they're examples of where you're processing your anger, but just maybe not in helpful ways. And I feel like what was actually really interesting, when I saw that 4, it immediately made me think of the Emperor card in tarot. It's also Aries energy. And I think that you may almost, your biggest blockage in terms of believing in your dreams, believing in yourself, believing in a path that you may have thought not possible for you, or you may think is too absurd or too outlandish or too wild to ever be true. I feel like the universe is saying this healing pattern is about letting go of control and also being honest with yourself about what is working and what isn't. You're not going to be able to understand everything. And honestly, if we could understand life, we literally don't have the magnitude in our little tiny brains to understand the complexities of life, and we shouldn't. That's kind of part of what makes life magical. And with this dreams card, one, I do think this might be talking about the fact that you may be undergoing important healing during your dreams, or your dream state could be conveying things to you that are like very important to you. Like, you might be having very weird dreams, but I would encourage you to like write them down and notice patterns that you see, because they might be speaking something to you that you may not be realizing. And actually, you know, powerful beings can manifest in your dreams and give you messages. I will give you an example of mine. Like literally a couple nights ago, I had a dream that the Ascended Master Yogananda was with me, and he wasn't there physically. He was in my heart space, and he was like shining and smiling at me. It was, I don't know, it was weird. But when I woke up the next day, I knew I had a book that talked about him in it, and the book description literally described exactly what I saw in the dream. And it was like so powerful and so affirming, because I was like, wow, like he was really in my dream with me. Like, and the point of that is that we act like our dreams, I think sometimes we take our dreams for granted, or take the dream state as something useless because science hasn't really measured it yet, or we don't really have like proper ways of measuring it. We don't quite understand what our dreams are for. And I don't want to knock science, because science does a lot of wonderful things, but also we have to understand that science is not the full picture. It's something that explains how, it doesn't really explain why. And I think how and why are both important questions, but I think the beautiful thing about why is that it's much more up to our interpretation than a standardized answer. And, you know, science is just the observable, is studying the observable universe, and the scientific method is something that can be standardized and repeated and built upon. And the thing is, you know, our human experience is something deeply personal, and the spiritual experience is something deeply personal. You know, some people might hear me describing that dream and being like, hey, it's just a dream, it doesn't matter, it's not real. Well, it doesn't matter to you, but it matters to me, and it gave me a lot of meaning and a lot of purpose. So it doesn't really matter how you perceive it, because it helped me. And I think one thing that you may be getting stuck on is the fact that maybe you are addicted to controlling how other people see you, or controlling yourself to stay in alignment with other people's, wanting other people to view you positively, or not see you in a way that makes you uncomfortable. I think you may be also addicted to the walls that you have put around yourself. I think that what you may not be, I feel like a lot of your rage is your soul coming out and saying, hey, I'm tired of being stuck in these mental chains. I'm tired of being in this state where I am making myself smaller and tearing myself down and tearing the world down because I'm angry and frustrated. I'm tired. Having to feel like you have to control everything is very fucking exhausting. And I imagine that you must be a little bit exhausted as well. And I feel like the one thing that you need to know, just like from human to human, is that your dreams are not dumb. Your desires are not stupid or silly. And the things that your heart yearns for are not things that you should brush off or push away. the universe is granting miracles every single day in unbelievable ways. And actually, Yogananda is an excellent example of someone who literally just was a vessel for spirit and surrendered so much. Like, I haven't even read his autobiography yet. It just came today, so I'm excited to do that. But like, he was such a powerful person, and so much of his accomplishing his goals just came from trust. Like, he lived in India and came to America and spoke messages of light and love in a language that was not his native, and did so many things because he trusted the universe and trusted the guidance that he was given. And it can take a lot of work to trust, and trust is something that we kind of just have and maybe have to reinforce. But I feel like you're kind of in this inner war right now between what is logically right and what feels true to you. And I feel like one of the biggest healing patterns that is coming up here that will help change your life is to not judge yourself as much anymore, and to not feel like you have to be the morality police for yourself, or the should police for yourself or others. I think a lot of your healing is coming from learning how to let go of what you don't understand, and not feeling like you need an explanation for it in order for it to be valuable or meaningful to you. And I think that this dreams card is honestly much less about, well, I think your dream state is important, but I think that this is also about the dreams that your heart has. And I think the interesting thing is that I'm not going to sit here and say that whatever your dreams are will manifest in the way that you want them to, but they can and will manifest in the way they need to, and bring you far more satisfaction than you ever thought. And with that being said, I really want to read this belief card because I feel like it might be helpful, because I think one of the things about faith and belief in something greater than us, or in ourselves, is, we kind of have to let go of control. We have to let go of knowing how, or knowing all of the steps. When this isn't like cooking, when you know everything you need to do and everything is laid out in perfect steps. But that's part of the beauty of life, is that it kind of unfolds as you go. And the more you trust in the steps that you take, the more you realize that the universe does have your back, and the more you realize that all of the challenges and the highs and lows are truly worth it, because you grow so much as a human being. I feel like part of your rage might be coming from the fact that you're tired of playing it small, but you're almost looking for justification or validation that you won't fail before you start trying, and that's not the point of it. So let's look at this belief card, because it's really beautiful. Believe in yourself. It's time to explore new realms of spiritual awareness. For a long time, you cautiously walked, watching others shine and soar to heights that seemed unreachable for you. If you are drawn to this card, Spirit is encouraging you to take that next step and join the birds that fly through the rainbow-filled skies. Take a chance. If you fail, you fail. If you make a mistake, then you learn from it. Life has no guarantees, and if you spend your life waiting for guarantees before you take the plunge, you might just be waiting around for a long time. Life is not meant to be lived perfectly. That's not the lesson. It's about believing in yourself, following your heart, and living your truth. Have the courage to push through thoughts that hold you back from pursuing your passions and dreams. You have so much to share with the world. By not believing in yourself, you deny humanity the opportunity to raise its own light through your unique expression. We are all unique, each and every one of us, representing the different facets of life. Your self-expression is unique to you, so don't think for one moment you are not as good as another. You are amazing, talented, and so very dear. Not diving in is only delaying the growth of your soul and the souls of others around you. For when you make that choice and to give it all you have, others will be inspired by your courage, passion, and creative expression. Release any fears of security, stability, and finances. Trust that your needs will be met. When you follow your heart with intentions to serve humanity, doors of abundance and prosperity naturally open. And the affirmation is, I am courageous as I soar to new heights of spiritual awareness. And the associated chakras are the solar plexus and the heart. I feel like peridot could be a great crystal because it kind of mixes those. I actually have it in my ears right now, so I'll show you real quick. It's this light green stone, and it's a great stone for compassion. That's a meteorite underneath, but yeah, I felt called to say peridot could be a good stone. I'm not going to put that back in my ear, so I don't know. Maybe I'll just put this guy over here. But anyway, I feel like you might be getting yourself stuck in mental loops and mental patterns because you're analyzing things to death, and you might be stuck in analysis paralysis, which is never a fun state to be in. And I feel like you might almost be looking for justification for taking risks or believing in yourself or believing in your dreams. And I think the only justification is that you have them and you're allowed to follow them. And just because other people might not understand or other people might not believe in you, that doesn't matter, because the universe believes in you, and I do too. The thing about acceptance, it is such a powerful thing to actually live, because it is kind of how we learn to let go. Letting go is kind of a continuous process, and it's kind of in the same realm as surrender. Learning to accept the things that we can't change helps us become aware of what we do have the power to change. And I think the thing is that there are a lot of things in our everyday environment that are designed to make us outraged. And I think that there are people actually that are addicted to outrage and addicted to those feelings. And I'm not shaming them or judging them in any way. I just think objectively there is like a lot of stuff I think is outrage bait. And I think for a lot of people, you know, when you don't know how to feel, anger is kind of is emotion that usually seems justified. And a lot of times anger is justified. The emotion itself is justified. The behaviors that we take as a result may not always be, because, you know, harmful or damaging behaviors stemming from any emotion are not okay because of the harm, whether they're towards yourself or other people. But I think that a lot of your desire to kind of be in harmony with yourself and the universe starts with allowing yourself to feel. You know, with this, give yourself space to decompress and take time to nurture your body, mind, and spirit. Allow emotions to surface and release. As you kind of heal, you will naturally have emotions come out, and you might think you're doing something wrong, but that's actually a sign that you're doing something right. You're getting things moving again. When things are stuck in your body, they create issues whether you realize it or not. And essentially, once you start getting things flowing again, you might find that you just randomly start crying, or you randomly get angry over something and you don't know why. But it's really just energy flowing through you again and learning how to feel it again. And I feel like you might be, you know, just pushing away your dreams and pushing away your desires because you feel like you're not worth it, or you feel like it won't happen. And what you need to know is that if you live under that belief, then you're absolutely right. But if at the very least you follow your desires, and I don't mean like just, I think some people look at desire like it's a bad thing. And I think desire can actually be a very important motivator. And sometimes our desires are rooted in something genuine and pure, and sometimes our desires are rooted in something egoic. And sometimes we have to follow them in order to realize that truth. But that belief card makes an excellent point, that when you serve the world in some way, you get served back. The universe supports you. You know, if your dreams are to own a Bugatti and flex on the haters, the universe probably isn't going to, you know, help you very much with that, because it's not really serving anything other than egoic plight. But when you're doing something that has real meaning, whether it's inspiring others or helping the planet or helping the people in your community or serving in a way that is useful for you, you know, making music that people enjoy is a way of serving. Making art that inspires others, that is a way of serving. Serving can happen in so many different ways. Even if it's just, you know, being that person that, you know, is a listening ear or helps other people believe in themselves, like that is serving in of itself. Service is just something that brings benefit not only to yourself, but the people, things, but the planet you're serving. And ultimately, I think we all have an element in our soul that knows how it wants to serve. And I think our unique gifts are given to us in order to serve in that way. So for example, you know, if you are an incredibly analytical mind, you know, maybe you're meant to write about things that you're passionate about and serve in a way that is illuminating. Or maybe you are meant to, for example, like law, maybe you're meant to be a lawyer of some kind that serves and defends. Or, you know, there's just so many ways that you can serve. And I don't want you to think it's exclusive to any one way or that you have to do it one way or another. You know, the path that is truly meant for you is unique for you, and how you get there will be different from every other single person, you know? And you can't compare yourself or your path to someone else because that's not your path. You might be really focused on the past or really focused on the ways in which people have torn you down or treated you poorly. And while that wasn't okay, you can't change other people's behavior and you can't change the way other people see the world, but you can change the way you see the world. And it might not be something that happens naturally, but it is already happening for you, whether you realize it or not. And I think that the biggest thing that's coming out now is this sacred rage where your soul is saying, I'm tired of living this small life. I'm tired of living a life that doesn't align with my truth. I'm tired of ignoring my inner child, which is a huge one, because I refuse to acknowledge the feelings. I refuse to acknowledge my heart, or I refuse to acknowledge my desires. Your dreams are valid, and there's something special, and there's something to acknowledge and honor. And I feel like it's so much more worth it to actually follow those dreams and at least say, hey, at least I tried. Even if you don't end up where you thought you would, you'll end up where you need to be. And when you're aligned with the universe and aligned with what feels right for you and what actually serves in some sort of way, you really can't go wrong. I feel like with this acceptance card, you are learning how to let go of what doesn't help you move forward, what doesn't help serve the mission that you are here to do. And sometimes, you know, we can start with a desire and it leads us to what we truly desire, you know? For example, like let's say there's a person, Bob. Bob really wants to be a superstar actor. And so Bob goes to LA and he auditions for years and years and years and gets really beat down because he doesn't get what he wants. And he thinks, well, maybe I'm not meant to be an actor. And then one day, Bob has an audition and he meets George. And Bob and George are both beaten down by the system. And Bob and George realize they have something in common, the fact that they both love acting and they can't find an outlet for it. And then maybe Bob and George start a theater troupe for actors that put on funny plays for anyone who wants to watch, or, you know, helps guide people, encourage people. Or, you know what, maybe Bob and George realize that their desire for acting was really just a desire to be seen, or maybe they find something else that they have in common that they're more passionate about now. The point is, I'm not sitting here saying, like, if you have a desire to be an actor, you won't do it. I have no idea. You could have the audition tomorrow that you're looking for and soar beyond your wildest dreams. The point of what I was trying to say with that is sometimes the seed of our desires is rooted in something else. And so sometimes we feel drawn to something that leads us to something even more meaningful, and that leads us to something even more meaningful. Like, for example, a family friend, she went to school for, I think it was like business, and then later went back for counseling, and then later went back and got her medical degree and is now a dermatologist. She started out as a business person and she tried different things and realized that they weren't what she truly wanted to do until she found, you know, dermatology, and like is such a badass queen now and is very happy and very successful. And sometimes, you know, there is no one way to success, and there's no one way to finding what we truly want. And honestly, the thing that will truly set your heart on fire might not even exist yet. You might be the one to invent it. You might be the one to forge that path. You can't know. And that's why it is useless to try to sit here and say, I'm not going to do this because I don't know where I'm going to head. If you do that, the only place you're heading is nowhere. And that's going to make anyone pretty damn mad and pretty damn cynical, because what else are you going to do with that time? And so I feel like the universe is saying, we're not going to promise you anything. We're not telling you that you're going to have the life that you thought you wanted, but we'll give you a life beyond your imagining and give you what you need, and it will be better than anything else you could have ever asked for. You know, you get this one life as you. Like, I personally believe in the concept of reincarnation, but even with that being said, you don't have to. But even then, with reincarnation, like, you still only get this one life as you now, and that is a unique, precious, beautiful gift. And you are like, the sheer fact that you exist and that I exist and that we're being able to connect in this format is so incredible, and something that, you know, we probably take for granted because it feels normal to us. But the fact of the matter is, like, the fact that you can understand what I'm saying, especially if you speak a different language other than English, the fact that you can even get on a platform and find this and find a reading that resonates for you, incredible, right? The fact that you live, the fact that you breathe, the fact that you have a unique mind with unique experiences, like, you have something of value to the world, and in your heart you know what that is. And if you don't know yet, when you start taking those steps to discover it, you will be amazed by what you find about yourself. And that starts with being willing to accept all of yourself, the great parts of yourself and the parts of yourself that you may not be happy with. Acknowledging and accepting all parts of yourself, the good and the bad, is an act of self-love, and an incredibly important one, because you can't truly love yourself if you can't acknowledge all of yourself. And it's through acknowledging and becoming aware of the aspects of ourselves, especially the ones that we're not comfortable with and the ones that we would rather detach from, those aspects of ourselves, acknowledging those leads to the most powerful healing. And those aspects of you no longer hold power over you the way they once did. And so the powerful healing that's coming to you is the realization that your life is not a waste. You are not a waste. And nihilism is not the flex people think it is. And it does not make them unique the way you might think it does. Actually, it probably makes you more normal. It's actually, I think it's actually far more unique to believe in yourself and trust in your path, even when you don't know where it's leading to. I feel like the universe is saying, you know, I know you're ready for change. And you're right, you are ready to change. But in order to get where you need to go, you have to let go of control and allow yourself to just be and to start feeling and to give yourself space to work through things. One thing I will say is that sometimes we have to do years, and well, I don't want to say years, but like a point of time where we're kind of just healing. We still might be making progress, but we might progress less quickly than we thought we would, because we're doing very necessary healing in the meantime. You know, bamboo plants, I think there's certain bamboo plants where for like the first 5 years, you don't see any growth. They're just constantly being watered. And I think that they have to be really consistent with it, and it's like a very meticulous process. But after like 5 years or so, they shoot up and grow massively. I'm not saying anything in terms of how your journey will go. The idea of timing is an egoic thing in general. Like, time is kind of a construct and doesn't really exist anyway. And in the universe's time, first of all, time flies when you're having fun. So that's one of the most important things to do every day, is things that you enjoy, even if there are things you got to do that you don't enjoy. But the point that I'm trying to say is that, you know, the power of believing before you've seen the results and just trusting in what you feel and pushing through anyway and having the courage to try, like, you never know, like, when you could just shoot up, and all of the necessary watering and healing and growing that you've needed, you know, gets you to that point where you can just soar beyond your wildest dreams. And I really think that the biggest aspect of this healing is learning to recognize that your negative thoughts and your negative perceptions of the world, while are not something that you need to push away from yourself or invalidate, are not the entire truth. And in fact, even when it comes to being negative about yourself, you can always reword it in a way that is either kind or neutral. And I'm not going to sit here and be like, just be positive, like, nah. Like, no. Like I said, when you're stuck in a negative place, positivity can be incredibly painful. And it's something that we have to slowly open up to and, you know, work through in our own time. And I think the universe is saying it's time to start living and stop being angry about the fact that you're not living, and angry at the fact that life as it is now is not the way you want it to be. Because in order for you to get anywhere where you are happy with it, it starts with you agreeing to put in an equal amount of effort, or at least try. You know, I hate when I see things in my comment sections about like, Xoxo, don't give me hope. Like, I am not doing my job if I'm not giving you hope. Hope is like the thing that keeps us from just giving up. Like, if you don't have hope, like, what do you have? And now, hope can be something where if you're putting all your hope in things turning out a certain exact way, or hope in things looking the way you want them to, that might be a problematic place to put your hope in. But if you put your hope in the fact that you may not know where you're going, but wherever you're meant to be led is exactly where you're meant to be, that the hope that things can and will get better, and that when you are going through challenges, you will not only grow through them, but integrate wisdom and lessons from that. And not only that, be able to be there and be able to support others who are going through that too. Like, life is messy and complicated, and we can't always understand it, and we shouldn't. It gets in the way of us just learning how to trust and follow. Trust is one of the hardest things that we can do, but it is one of the most rewarding, because it makes room for us to start coming up with solutions, coming up with inspiration, being open to ideas, and getting excited about what the universe might be bringing our way. And I'm not sitting here just saying completely change how you are and how you operate. What I'm saying is look within you and recognize the fact that if your perspective right now makes you feel like shit, makes you feel like you can't change or make a difference or do anything, that's not the truth. You absolutely can. And I know that because I was once there, and I was fucking wrong. And I'm so glad I was wrong. And you're wrong too about that. And if you accept that as, like, this anger is coming up because you know it's not your truth. In the core of your heart, you know it's not. While your mind might be justifying it, your heart knows there's something better for you. And it starts with being willing to try. And so I feel like this healing pattern for you that is going to change your life is you're going to let go of needing to understand and control life, and instead just be open to what life has for you. Because not only will you be in harmony with yourself and with the universe, it will lead you to a point where you can start being at peace. It will lead you to a point where you start to let go and accept the things that you can't change, so that you can put more effort into the things that you can. And it will also help you not be so affected by the things that you can't control and by the things that you wish were different, you know? Like, for example, if you want to do something on the internet, negativity is a dime a dozen on the internet. And I probably have one of the most positive comment sections in the entire world, so thank you for everyone who leaves kindness. But that doesn't mean that I don't get any negativity my way. I still do. But it's not my job to police that. It's not my job to get angry about that. And everyone has a choice into how they respond to things. And it is so beautiful that most people here choose to be kind, or choose to be just not mean or negative. But the same thing with the negativity. Even those negative comments serve me as well. They serve my growth. Even if my ego might not like it, even if it might hurt my feelings, it still serves my growth. And at the end of the day, I'm just grateful for everyone. I'm grateful you're here. I'm grateful you haven't given up. And I think the point of what I'm trying to say is that if you try to, like, if I said, well, I'm not going to post things unless I know I'm not going to get any negative comments, I would never post. I would not be able to do my job. It's just kind of a part of life, and it's a hell of a lot easier to just accept it or not engage with it, and recognize that for every one person that talks down to you or is mean to you, there are going to be 5, 6, a million people that are much kinder to you and more positive and more supportive, and I am direct evidence of that. And the thing is that you might not even see the effect that you have, but just the fact that you're not willing to give up and have the courage to follow what you believe in is service in of itself, because it's inspiring others to do the same and let go of this idea that we can't make a difference and that we can't be something greater than we think, that we're just cogs in a machine, because we're not. We're divinity incarnate, and we're all incredible. Just the sheer fact that we exist is incredible. And you have so many unique gifts, and they may not be the gifts that you see in other people, but that's because you're meant to express your gifts. And part of your human experience is giving the divine the opportunity to understand itself through you. And if you don't follow what feels right to you, if you don't follow the callings and the yearnings of your soul, the divine doesn't get the chance to do that. You don't get the chance to do that. You have no idea how magnificent you are because you haven't even began to discover it yet. You might see elements of it, and there might be parts of you that you love, but just learning to trust and follow this life and accept it in all its complexity, and accept the fact that you can't control things, you can't control outcomes, you can't control what is going to happen, but recognize that you can at the very least try your best and have an attitude of, you know, just not beating yourself up and not demanding perfection of yourself or demanding things happen in a certain way. Like, you're opening yourself up to true freedom and the opportunity to just live in the way that we're truly meant to, which is an authentic and unique thing for every single one of us. And I think that this healing for you is about letting go of living and seeing the world in a way that only contributes to bitterness, hatred towards yourself, hatred towards the planet, and nihilism and the belief that things can't get better, because they can and they will. And it starts with your willingness to try and to be open. And it's okay if you get stuck, and it's okay if you fall back into old habits and patterns. It's all okay. The fact that you're trying is enough. And we can't control how we feel about something. Feelings are, like I said, are data. And we can't control, you know, when we get frustrated, when we get negative. That's okay. That's part of the human experience. But that doesn't mean that's all it is, because there are also feelings like joy and hope and amazement and many others that if you don't open yourself up to the spectrum of emotion, you will never be able to feel those things. And if you're feeling nothing and walking through life as an emotionless zombie, you're not really living. So the beautiful thing, I think, is you're starting to believe in yourself again and follow your dreams and get back to living. And the one thing I do want to say is, please do not judge the version of yourself you are now or the past versions of yourself that you may not be too proud of, because they brought you here and they brought you to this point of being able to get back on the right track or start again on the right foot. And sometimes we have to go through really dark things to realize that we can also be the light. And I wouldn't take back any of my negative experiences or my extremely long dark night of the soul for anything, because it brought me here, and it brought me to you. It brought me to magic. And like, I literally want to cry, but like, you are so much more incredible than you think you are. And you deserve to follow that and see that. And the only way you're going to see that is if you start trying. So let's get into the tarot. I'm going to calm down, but I'm not going to invalidate my emotions, because also, like, I feel like our emotions just prove the sincerity, and like, part of me also just wants to cry because I'm so sorry of anyone or anything that made you believe your dreams weren't worth it, or that your heart or your soul wasn't valid, or that you didn't matter. The fact that you're here is direct evidence that you matter. And yeah, you're just so much greater than you think you are. Anyway, let's use the Synesthesia tarot now and see what wants to come through. By the way, as someone with synesthesia, if you have synesthesia, that in of itself is a gift. So there's one cool thing about you. Anyway, let's start by looking at progress you've already made in terms of healing this, and give you a little pat on the back for that. So Spirit, what has pile 4 already? Okay. Wow. So we have the 9 of Pentacles and the Moon. So I definitely think that you have already accomplished a lot based on your path. With the 9 of Pentacles here, I feel like you have an incredible amount of independence and self-reliance, and maybe you have been kind of hyper-independent, and maybe for some of you, you've accomplished a lot and made a great deal of success, and you found that the success you have is devoid of meaning, or the fact that you have reached a place of comfort. Or maybe for some of you, you pushed away something that could have brought you material security to instead follow a path less traveled, or one where you didn't really have the answers. I feel like this 9 of Pentacles with the Moon is kind of it's an interesting mixture, because I feel like for some of you, you've come so far by yourself and done so much on your own with just your pure self-reliance. And you're way more intuitive than I think you give yourself credit for, which is partially why this third eye chakra card is here. Because I feel like you see things, or if you're not a visual person, you feel things before they happen, before they manifest. But I feel like no matter where you've been or how far you've come, I feel like all that you've been able to do and cultivate has not brought you the happiness you thought it would, or has brought you as far as it can go. And I feel like the universe is saying, if you've already accomplished a lot, first of all, that's evidence that even just like your sheer willpower on your own is incredibly powerful and you're able to do a lot. But imagine how much you can do when you trust your intuition and trust the universe to guide you through it. I feel like the Nine of Pentacles isn't just about, you know, material security, but I feel like you have accomplished a lot, or at the very least developed a lot of skill, or been able to navigate your life with an incredible amount of determination. And with the Moon card being here, you've done things that have made you afraid, but you've done them anyway. And I feel like the thing is that you have an incredibly powerful intuition and an incredibly powerful like ability to do things despite the fear. But I also think the universe is saying the fact that you can even get so powerfully angry and disillusioned and frustrated at the world just goes to show how much love you have for it and how much you have a desire to see things be differently. And I feel like the universe is saying you've done an excellent amount on your own and you have been able to follow your path to here. And that's incredible enough as it is. I feel like with the Moon card as well, if you have been going through a dark night of the soul, first of all, that's not the full picture, but also you haven't given up. Like, that is an incredible feat in of itself. And you haven't stopped, and you haven't. I also think one thing that the universe wants to talk to you about is the fact that despite the pain or frustration or anger that you may have towards yourself or towards the world, I really do think that you have an incredible amount of self-restraint when it comes to not projecting or pushing that anger out to others. You might push it towards yourself, but I think that the universe is saying that without any recognition of divine support, or without any recognition that you can co-create with the universe or do things with the help of something greater than you and that loves you unconditionally, you've been able to do and accomplish a hell of a lot. And that is amazing. And not only that, you take for granted how intuitive you actually are. And I think the universe is saying that you're exactly where you need to be. You haven't missed out on anything. You're not on the wrong path. And I also think too, if you're somebody who struggles with mental illness, I want to say, like, first of all, that's not your fault. And I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, depression is a choice, because it absolutely is not. And when I say that we have a choice in how we choose to respond to things. Like, for example, you know, when like I had depression for a very, very long time, and sometimes I still feel it, but not very much, luckily. But one thing that like I kind of realized was that like my situation was not going to change until I chose to want to at least try and start making moves towards that. Because for a long time, I feel like I kind of needed to sit in my depression. I needed to just be depressed and be angry and be bitter until I reached this point where I was like, I literally cannot stand this anymore. I need to change. And I think that point happens for us at different times. And I think the universe is saying that you've done a lot of the hard stuff. In terms of, it might seem hard to change, it might seem hard to let go of control, it might seem hard to accept, but you've done a lot of the hard work, which is the feeling like there's no light at the end of the tunnel, feeling like there's no hope, feeling like nothing can change, and things are going to start to get lighter. Like, that's kind of like getting enlightened, is like things start getting lighter. You see the light in things, you see the wisdom in things, and I feel like the universe wants you to know that you are so much more powerful than you realize, and you can do so much on your own. So imagine how much you'll be able to do with the universe on your side too, and with you listening to your heart instead of just your mental faculties, which are great and wonderful, by the way. And I think also mental illness is something, first of all, that's not separate from anything else. And I think also, you know, this might be kind of controversial, but I think mental illness is a lot less about the fault of the individual and more about the society that we've created that doesn't support or acknowledge how it's failing its people. And, you know, I would never see something like that as a failure. I would see it as something that is a sign that, you know, things are not right and things are not supporting you. You don't deserve to feel that way, and you don't deserve to just think that you are going to suffer for your whole life. I mean, I only got a bachelor's in psych. I'm not like a psychological expert, but when it comes to psychology, it is still very much in its infancy. Like, there is so little we still know about it. And I think that psychology is not, or mental health is something that is not exclusive to anything else. You know, I think, like, for example, a lot of child psychologists talk about the fact that, you know, parents will bring their children in and be like, what's wrong with them? And the psychologist fully recognizes that it's the parents not really supporting them, but they are unwilling to change things. You know, obviously as a child, that's a really shitty situation to be in because they're a child. They can't really change their parents. They can't change what they're doing. But once you're an adult, you know, then you can start to change things. You can start to make things better. And I think that, you know, mental illness is just a sign that there are people that are being failed right now. And there are people that need support in more ways than just whatever is given right now. And it's so much more complex than we realize. And there's so much more to it. And, you know, you just don't need to beat yourself up about this stuff. And like I said, it's not saying that what you're going through is a choice, but we do have a choice in how we respond to things and how we treat ourselves. And the kinder we can be to ourselves, and the more we can realize that there are so many things out of our control, and not allow those to be the factors that we judge ourselves on, or be the factors that keep us from following our dreams or believing in ourselves, you know, that is the first step to really making substantial change. And, you know, for example, you know, maybe if you are someone who struggles with mental health, maybe you could be a very powerful person to advocate for that specific experience and advocate for more support and more help. That is an excellent way to serve, for example. And yeah, like I said, this is a complex topic, but the point is that, like, I just have so much love and admiration, like, for everyone who struggles in our society, because, like, for example, I had undiagnosed ADHD for the majority of my life and still managed to get through it. And I struggled and suffered a lot, but I still did it. And it's like you're living life on hard mode when you're dealing with that. And it's just so incredible. And it doesn't mean that you should be, like, rewarded for suffering. It just means that it's sad that we have to live life being misunderstood and being judged for our challenges, when in fact, a lot of, I think, our challenges come from the fact that our society is not in harmony. It's deeply unbalanced, and there are a lot of deep issues in the world and a lot of deep issues within ourselves. And many people would rather look away, ignore, push away, invalidate, and not understand, and judge, and shame, and criticize. But the ones of us strong enough to not allow that to be the truth, and to say, no matter what we're going through or what we're experiencing, accepting that and making choices to support ourselves and see where we can go from there, and how we can build ourselves up, and how we can be kind to ourselves and be kind to others. And even if we can't understand, show compassion to ourselves and others, and believe in ourselves. Like, man, that's doing a lot, and that's really powerful. And I feel like the biggest thing the universe just wants to commend you for is how far you've come on your own, but to recognize that you're not on your own, and you don't have to believe in that anymore, and that you do have support. Even if you can't see it or feel it, it's still there, and you don't have to believe in it. But, like, the universe still loves you very much and is conspiring for your highest good. And so I feel like the universe is saying you don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders anymore, because it was never yours to carry. And it's time to start looking outward and instead looking inward. And also just commend yourself for how far you've come and how it hasn't been easy. Don't invalidate your struggles. Don't invalidate what you've gone through that brought you to this point in the first place, because that is absolutely valid. And it's showing you something, that there's something deeply wrong in how you were treated or how society treated you. And that could be part of your purpose and how you change things. So just know that you're very powerful, and what you have done thus far has been part of this healing process, whether you see that way or not. And yeah, let's just keep going. So I want to see now what action you can take to assist this healing process, if there is any. What action is the universe guiding you to take to help this powerful healing process? I love this. This is the star. This is all about hope. This is all about, which I talked about so much. This is hope. This is healing. This is about being open to solutions. This is about being willing to try different things. I also love Aquarius because it's an air sign. And I think that especially if you're a more scientifically minded person, which is awesome, I love science as well, you know, being willing to experiment with what's going to work with you and different modalities of healing, and just being open to healing in general, and being open to the idea that the future might be brighter than your past was, and that there is hope for you, and it might not look how you thought it did, but when you just make room for any possibilities to happen and make room for the universe to happen through you, you are led to outcomes and experiences beyond what you ever thought. And you'll be really happy that the universe didn't bend to your will or bend to your demands, because the universe knows you more intimately than you know yourself. And life is kind of an unfurling of discovering the multidimensionality of who we are. And this, what Spirit is really saying is that do things that light you up. It's okay to have hope. Please, for the love of God, have hope. Please. And like, spend time doing things that make you hopeful. Consume content that makes you hopeful. Consume shows that make you hopeful. Consume anything that gives you hope. Anything that makes you recognize that, like, it is not pointless. It is not futile. It is not useless to invest in yourself and heal and love yourself. It doesn't matter how old you are. Like, whether you're 20 or 80, like, you can always grow and change and heal. And it is never too late. And I think that the universe is saying it's time to just believe in yourself even more and start following that inner fire, and recognize that it's not a default, like, it's not a deficiency within you. It's the motivator getting you where you need to go. You know, the sun is a star. And I think that, you know, your solar plexus is an incredibly important chakra to be paying attention to and healing. And I think that is the, you know, the inner drive that will move you forward, and realize that you're so much more powerful than you thought, and that hope has always been there for you. You know, the most powerful thing that I realized through my whole spiritual awakening stuff was that the universe never turned its back on me. I turned my back on the universe. And when I opened up myself up to it again, I realized it wasn't going to punish me or send me to hell because I wasn't aware of it. You know, that's, once again, human distortion. But the universe is unconditionally loving, and it's always there, always shining on you, always loving you, whether you're aware of it or not. And it doesn't matter how you perceive the spiritual world or whether you believe in it or not. It's still there, and it still loves you anyway. And if you can just not give up hope, and even if you do, be open to having it again, that's all you need to do, because I think the healing is coming naturally, step by step, and there's lots of different healing ways in which you will heal this. But the biggest one is just having hope and recognizing that your future is not your past. And in order to ensure that it's not, you got to stop using your present as an excuse to hate your past and hate the way things are. Like I said, it is very natural and normal to be sad and angry and frustrated at the state of the world, to see cruelty happen, to see these things happen. But we're not doing a whole lot by just judging and shaming people on the sidelines and doing nothing. It starts with working on ourselves, because we also can't martyr ourselves for the world, but we can start by working on ourselves and being the change we want to see. I used to think that that quote was bullshit, but it's not. Being the change you want to see in the world gives other people agency to do that too. One voice of love is more powerful than thousands of voices that hate. And the more you realize that love will carry you through everything, and I don't just mean romance or something like that, but just the genuine love for yourself, the love of the human spirit, the love that the universe has for you, and for you to have your divine destiny, it is enough. And it will be enough to keep you going, and realize that, like, your rage is something sacred, because it's speaking to the fact that there are things not right and things out of balance, and that part of that harmony will be you realizing that when you are doing your part, and at the very least, and honestly, a lot of doing our part is just taking care of ourselves and following what is meaningful to us, so that we can make a difference in the world that does have meaning to us. Man, that's really all anyone can ask of ourselves. But the universe is saying, have hope. Be willing to experiment with healing. Be open to healing. And also, when you just need a break and to be human, do that. That in of itself is healing. A lot of things heal naturally. When you have a cut, you don't have to Google how to heal the cut. Your body is very intelligent, and it just does it. So a lot of healing just happens whether you realize it or not. And time heals a lot of things as well, even though time is an illusion. Haha. The paradoxes of life in the universe. We love it. But anyway, speaking of the universe, let's go ahead and see what the universe is doing to help you heal this pattern. So what is the universe doing on their end to help you heal this pattern? Ahahaha, we have the Queen of Pentacles. I really love this. And I think that for some of you, this could be in the form of a person. But for some of you, you might have a very complicated relationship with your mother figure, or you might have a complicated relationship with feminine figures or women. And I feel like the universe is saying that I feel like feminine figures are being brought into your life that are more uplifting and kind for some of you. For others, I feel like this could be about the universe giving you the opportunity and the experiences to mother yourself, especially if you do have a complicated relationship with your mother. It could be, you know, kind of healing yourself and reparenting yourself. I kind of want to get a clarifier for this Queen of Pentacles, though, because for some of you, I feel like it might be a person that teaches you a lot about nurturing or a lot about hope, or the fact that things are not beyond hope. But I also think this Queen of Pentacles could be about, you know, the universe conspiring to bring you security, the universe naturally helping you be open to sources of love. But I also think the Divine Mother in general could be a very healing source for you. And she comes through in figures like Mother Mary, Ma Kali, Kuan Yin, Lady Isis. There are many emanations of her, and it's okay to be uncomfortable around mother energy, but like the Divine Mother and her many emanations could be a way for you to kind of help heal that mother wound that you have within you. Because that is a mother that is not human. So it will not ever shame you. It will not ever judge you. It will not ever put you down. It's always there loving you and nurturing you. But let me get a clarifier for this Queen of Pentacles. We have the Three of Pentacles. Okay, so you could actually get a motherly figure that comes into your life in a nurturing way, or a person in your life that has very nurturing energy that works with you and that supports you, that kind of helps you build a solid foundation of love for yourself. And this could be someone that you see online, or someone that you see that you meet in person. This could be for some of you a coworker, or a friend, or a romantic partner or romantic interest. That could be an earth sign or have earth energies, Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus. Like I said, they don't have to be. But I think the universe is kind of bringing people, opportunities, and experiences your way that are helping you reach this point and helping you follow your dreams. This person might even have the resources or the opportunities to kind of show you the next steps, or be able to give you inspiration. I also think the universe is, you're in the process right now of building a solid foundation that is going to help you feel safer to take risks and try different things. Because even if you do, things end up not the way you wanted them to, or even if you do make a mistake, or even if you do fail, you've got this solid foundation of love towards yourself, and a foundation of nurturing, caring people who will not love and care for you based on what you do or what you've achieved. I feel like this Queen of Pentacles is a lot about finding home within yourself, and the universe giving you opportunities to do that, but finding home in people that genuinely care for you and want the best for you, and have a stable perspective that can be nurturing, and that can kind of help you realize that you're not alone in this world, and that you matter just because you exist. And I also think as well, this Queen of Pentacles, like in terms of the Divine Mother, I would definitely like look into, if you're interested, you know, healing around divine feminine wisdom. And the thing is that we all have femininity and masculinity within all of us. And divine femininity is a lot about having compassion towards ourselves and others. It's about learning to flow with life rather than trying to control it. It's about making space for ourselves and making space for things to grow. It's all about letting go of timing, letting go of expectations, and instead being open to the present and creative solutions. It's about finding the beauty in everyday life and the beauty in creation. It's about living from a place of integrity and truth within ourselves, and recognizing that we don't have to be forceful or hard or mean in order to get our point across, that there's power in kindness and power in being gentle, that we can accomplish a lot through just honoring our hearts and not allowing our egos to spin a narrative. But I also think that this is the universe saying that you are encased in a divine plan that was planned out for you far before you came to this planet. And I think the universe right now is conspiring to bring people and situations that will just show you how loved and nurtured you truly are. And I also think that you are building blocks right now to follow your dreams in a more substantial way. And I think that if you already have a lot of material abundance, or you have a solid foundation, I think the universe is saying that you're ready to start taking more risks and that you're ready to start growing because you have this foundation within you. And I also think that the universe is bringing you people and experiences that will just reflect the love that you not only deserve, but kind of show you how it is possible to be kinder to yourself and to be gentle and nurturing. You don't have to be forceful to get your point across. And I think the universe is going to be very gentle and nurturing towards you, especially if you have this idea that the universe will punish you or that the universe will judge you. I think the universe is going to be continually showing experiences that I don't think that you are a person who needs tough wake-up calls. If anything, I think you're a person who needs gentleness and kindness and encouragement and support. And I think the universe is going to constantly be trying to show you that, whether you're open to it or not. And that's the thing. Gentleness is quieter than something loud and, violent. But the universe is not. I feel like the universe is trying to encourage you and remind you that the biggest thing you need right now is nurturing and compassion and kindness. And I think the universe is conspiring to show that to you and show you that you also deserve that, so you can set boundaries and make choices that align with those energies as well. So I want to see how your life will change as a result of integrating this healing. Yes. The 10 of Cups. This is so beautiful. This is emotional fulfillment beyond your wildest dreams. And I love that we have depictions of a home, because I feel like you're going to find your true home. And if you haven't found it yet, part of following your dreams is getting you to find your home. And you may realize that your home is within yourself. But for others, your home might be a special person or people that you share a common bond with. It might be soul family. This Queen of Pentacles might be a guide, or maybe a future or current spouse or something like that. I feel like for a lot of you though, with this 10 of Cups, you know how in The Wizard of Oz, at the end of the movie, Dorothy's like, oh, why didn't you tell me that I could just click my heels and go home? And Glenda's like, well, you wouldn't have believed me. And I think that the universe is saying, you're going to have everything that you truly need and desire. You're going to feel what you've truly wanted to feel. And I think that is emotional fulfillment. You're going to have exactly what you need. It may not look like what you want, but it will be what you need, and better than what you thought you wanted in the first place. And I think you're going to have not only your faith in the universe back, but the realization that the universe had abandoned you, or that you are not worthy of emotional fulfillment, or that you are not worthy of love, that you are not worthy of a life that you dreamed of was an illusion, and that the universe was always conspiring this entire time to get you to this place. And sometimes if we knew how the journey would look and what we'd have to do to get there, we might not start. And so that's why the universe is like, we're not going to tell you, because we would ruin the surprise. And it's through that growth and through that willingness to trust that we realize the universe has always had our back. And I think the universe is really saying here, you will have everything your heart has truly desired, and the life that you only dreamed of. And I think that's the thing. That's why this solar plexus card is so important, because if you don't allow yourself to feel, you'll never feel the emotional fulfillment that is meant for you. If you can't feel joy, if you can't feel, you're not going to be able to have the 10 of Cups. And so that's why the universe is saying this starts with allowing yourself to feel, because that's what's going to get you on this path to true satisfaction, because nothing else is going to be worth it. So let's finish off now with, well, we also have guidance, as if this hasn't been long enough, but we're going to look at a blessing that you will receive as a result of integrating this healing. As if the 10 of Cups isn't already such a blessing, but oh my God. Like, I feel like the biggest blessing is a home, and just knowing that you've always been loved and cared for, and having a home of your own that you can love and care for. But the Fool. This is so beautiful. The blessing that you get is the ability to start over and the ability to start again. I'm literally thinking of this song from a Barbie movie that is honestly fire. It's Barbie as the Princess and the Pauper, and there's this song in it that says, "You're always free to believe. You're always free to begin again, and you're always free to believe. When your spirit rides on the winds of hope, you'll find your wings." And there's one line that I feel like is really significant, but I can't remember it. Oh, you may not know where your gifts may lead, and they may not show from the start, but when you live your dreams, you find destiny because it's written in your heart. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, like, listen, watch that fucking movie. First of all, it slaps, and all of the songs, like, pop off, and it's great. It's great. It's pure camp, but also, like, the messages of it are so true. And I feel like you'll have a reinforced lightness of spirit and realize that it's safe to take a leap of faith. It's safe to follow your dreams. It's safe to try things. It's safe to take risks, because you'll have this feeling of home, and you'll realize it is so worth the highs and lows of life to feel this emotional fulfillment, to be home, because it's so much better than feeling nothing and blocking the world out, because that's not truly living. It's your destiny to live and live your dreams. It's written in your heart, and if you can't feel your heart, you can't listen to it. And I didn't show the back of the deck for any other pile, but we have Justice on the back of the deck. So please trust that the universe has your best interests at heart, and you're gonna do great. You're gonna do great things. And if you believe that the universe is punishing you or judging you, please let go of that, because that's not the case. You're just punishing and judging yourself, and maybe internalizing the projection or internalizing the judgment and punishment and the beliefs that other people have about judgment, and projecting them on the universe, but they don't have that. They love you so much. So I'm gonna go ahead and finish this reading off with a guidance card from Rumi. So Spirit and Rumi, what guidance do you have for pile 4 that could best help them integrate this healing at this time? Passion of the Wild Red Mother. I love it. Okay, let's look. Don't ask the conscious ones about the wine. Behold the glowing effect of it in the eyes of drunks. Bring me your unreasonableness, your insanity, your love without reason, and your passion, the passion that makes you crazy and shews all logical restraint from your mind. Leave your ordered thoughts and sensible plans and appropriate attire at my door. Put on your animal fur and sing to me in gibberish. When my beautiful goats die, I make drums from their skins, and their spirits live on in my passionate play. When my birds drop their feathers, I gather them and put them in my hair. Come drum with me, as I place feathers in your hair, and we honor the spirits of my animals, of your animal nature too, wild and free as you are in truth. Stick your tongue out and growl at those who come to tame you with guilt, shame, and fear. Do you think I give a damn for any of their silly games? Those games of reason and logic. Of course you should do it this way, they say. It makes sense. But I care not for what makes sense. I care for what brings you alive. Oh, you blazing angel, you are being invited by the Wild Red Mother to participate in a dance of divine passion. You may be an activist, a poet, an advocate for justice, or a writer, content in your own world of dreams. Or perhaps you are a healer, devoted to liberation of the suffering of others and hungry to commune with ancient wisdom. Perhaps you are all of these, or some other exquisite amalgam of holy energy and form. Whatever your nature, there is passion in your heart, a fire for something more powerful than fear that can become the fuel for your life journey. If you accept the invitation of the Wild Red Mother, of course. This is the invitation to lay aside despair, to lay aside doubt in the capacity of the human heart, even your frustration and impatience. It is time to quit whipping yourself and others, no matter how noble the intention behind the whip may be, and start dancing instead. Will you join her, the wild red mother, in her exuberant play? You can choose to lead through joy, to heal through love, to transform suffering into what it is meant to be, the crucible through which ecstasy reveals itself. You do not have to analyze, to stay in the throes of process and ordered stages. You can choose this passionate path now if you wish. You are ready. It is open to you. Will you accept? It takes a great spirit, one with much practice of studied rebellion, to be ready to cast off the shackles of society from a place of loving defiance rather than fearful anger, and to playfully say to the world, I have tasted your stale bread and underdeveloped wine, and I've had quite enough now. I decline your offer to gorge upon such lesser fruits. I prefer to feast upon bread, hot and fresh, and wine that is mouth-filling and unctuous. Join me if you like. It is an abundant feast, and there is plenty for all. It also makes me think of that quote from Rick and Morty where people are booing Rick and he's like, your boos mean nothing to me. I see what makes you cheer. That might be significant. Even in the spiritually minded, there can be a driving fear. Thinly veiled is devotion to the most arduous path. Perhaps for a while that serves as a truth of sorts, but eventually there will come a time when smaller truths must give way to larger ones, so the soul can be truly free to grow. Passion is the bridge that leads you from a smaller truth that suffering is necessary in order to heal, towards a larger and more luscious experience of life as a divine embrace. Yes, sometimes the divine lover, in all enthusiasm for the sport, bites you too hard or grabs you with so much desire that a bruise remains. However, the passion behind such fervent embrace can leave you begging for more life, for more of that boundless love, even when it knocks you on the head whilst grabbing for you. This is possible when you give up judgment of what is good and what is bad, on what is apparently spiritual and what is not, and when you just realize that everything in your life is leading to love. Whether through caress or a slap, the divine lover is seducing you. If you can accept this, you can certainly give yourself permission to love what you love, to live how you wish to live, and to forget about holding yourself back because some choices make sense and others supposedly do not. If you are able to rise to the passion that is possible for you, you'll let the wild red mother consume your philosophies and your doctrines. She'll feast on your religion and your plans, and devour your doubts and certainties. She'll tear away your need for maps and directions. Just when you think there's nothing left, she'll grab your hands and spin you. You'll tilt back your head and laugh so wildly with her spinning together along with the earth upon her axis. With a daring and bold love for life that will not be quashed, the wild mother speaks to you now. You can choose passion over fear time and time again, so I invite you to paint the whole world red with me. With passionate nature, let us laugh and change the world. This oracle comes to you with a message. It is a big cosmic yes. It is also an invitation to let go of suffering and struggle, not with regret or shame, but with gentle acknowledgement that it has had its purpose. It now has a bigger purpose, that of passion, which calls you to engage in the embrace of life with more abandon than ever before. Now is the time to let go of belief systems and needing to know anything. It is time to trust in the beating of your own heart and in the people, places, and experiences that truly move you, whether it makes sense or appears to be logical or not. Oh my God, I just realized too, I was talking about the mother energy, and the wild red mother comes to you when you are ready for her at a soul level. Your mind may think she is a thief in the night, ready to pilfer all you hold near and dear, and be utterly in terror at the prospect, but your soul will be gurgling with such anticipation of freedom, it will fill your heart with sweet love and urge you to let go. Let her have her way with you, even if it means she crashes into you in the dark as she fumbles and drags you, half asleep, to go out dancing with her under the full moon, wearing nothing but your animal skin and a smile. She'll soothe any bumps and bruises you receive in opening up to life in the most tender and effective of ministrations, for she is just as tender a nurse as she is a wild raging dance partner. This oracle also brings you guidance. You have divine permission to do something ridiculous. Be it ridiculous in your own mind for your age or career path, or some identity or version of yourself, or another hold. The more ridiculous or inappropriate it seems, the more it moves you from your heart without rhyme or reason, the better. The more it moves you from your heart, not away from your heart, without rhyme or reason, the better. This is not about hurting people or behaving without a moral code. It is not about childish indulgence or questionable justification for letting the ego misbehave. It is not about the ego at all. The wild red mother eats ego for breakfast. This guidance is about listening to the truth of your heart and allowing your soul to throb with aliveness, making that more important than any restriction, opinion, judgment, or fear the mind, yours or that of others, could summon. That's so beautiful. So there's a sacred honoring ritual, and if you guys want to screenshot that, actually, I would highly recommend that you do that because it can be very healing. And, oh, okay, I guess that's all there is there, but I really think you should do that. And with that being said, pile 4. That is all I have for you guys. Thank you so much to everyone who allows my ads to play in the background and also leaves this video a like or a comment about how you're feeling or how it resonated, or if you liked it because you enjoyed it. That helps me so much. And if you appreciate what I do, that is the simplest and easiest way to exchange energy with me and show gratitude back. So thank you to everyone who does that, and thank you to everyone who supports me. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can also subscribe if you haven't already, and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can check out my merch, which is linked below, and you can check out my social media, though do be aware there are scammers that pretend to be me, so just know I will not, I do not offer personal readings, and if you get a DM from someone claiming to be me, saying some stupid shit like, would you like me to consider you for a reading? That's not me. I wouldn't do that. So that is all I have for you guys. Thank you so much for existing. Thank you so much for not giving up. And thank you so much for being willing to follow your passion and see where life goes. I love all of you so much, and I feel so grateful to share this planet with you. And I'm gonna go before I start crying again, but thank you for being here. Thank you for not giving up. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye.